Bang! 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 One astonishing rumbling sound after another exploded in the horizon. The undulations spread extremely far away. Origin divinities engaging in battle did not have fresh blood. But it was even more dangerous. Each move damaged the foundation. If heavenly stratum powerhouses lost their fleshy bodies, the origin divinity could exist independently and cultivate. But without the origin divinity, one would really be dead. Each of Yi Yuan's arrows was unparalleled and domineering. It was useless no matter how Yen Jietrue dodged. At the opposite end, Yen Jietrue was being bombarded until he cried out but was at a loss on what to do. Although he cultivated to true sovereign heaven in terms of origin divinity means, how could he measure up to Yi Yuan? Each of Yi Yuan's arrows was burning the origin divinity, erupting with a power that far exceeded his level. If his physical body was still around, even if he was not a genuine true sovereign heaven, it would be more than enough to deal with Yi Yuan too. But unfortunately, Yi Yuan had incredible power in the path of origin divinity. Damn it! How can you, a puny little saint sovereign heaven, erupt with such a terrifying origin divinity attack? Yen Jietrue yelled strangely. The arrow of God extermination in Yi Yuan's hands did not stop as he said indifferently, "You should have expected when you made a move against me, and I'm not that easy to deal with. You lunatic. Attacking like this, you'll be the first to die." Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said, "So what? When your origin divinity is obliterated to a certain degree, frivolous life like a dream will naturally claim your life. You have to expend considerable soul force to suppress the frivolous life like a dream currently. Right?" When Yen Jietrue heard that, he was practically about to go berserk, crying out strangely repeatedly. That's right. The reason why he was helpless to do anything to Yi Yuan was precisely because of the frivolous life like a dream's existence. Otherwise, with his current origin divinity strength, no matter how formidable Yi Yuan's means, it was impossible to be his match too. True sovereign heaven and saint sovereign heaven were two different levels to begin with. To the vast majority of people, that was an insurmountable chasm. But it was also precisely because of this that Yen Jietrue was depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. He schemed heavily and finally reached true sovereign heaven. But he was actually suppressed by Yi Yuan until he was unable to retaliate. This battle was too fierce and already alarmed countless powerhouses. At the borders of the battlefield, Jietrue heavenly sex powerhouses had already rushed over. This battle's commotion was too big. They felt it far away at Jietrue heavenly sect. It was in their territory, so it was impossible for them to not come. Sect Master Chen Tai's brows furrowed tightly, and he said, "Head Elder, do you feel that true sovereign heaven's origin divinity is very familiar?" Head Elder's expression changed over and over again, and he said, "You're saying, Ancestor?" "Honestly, that's really true. But Ancestor has already broken through to true sovereign heaven, and he's actually not Yi Yuan's match. Also, why would Yi Yuan be fighting with Ancestor in an origin divinity state? Could it be that his physical body was annihilated?" Yen Jietrue discovered them too and roared, "Jietrue heavenly sex disciples, what are you all still in a daze for? I'm the Ancestor. Hurry up and kill this brat." The moment these words came out, the expressions of Chen Tai and the rest changed greatly. However, they did not act right away because they were still unsure. Yen Jietrue yelled loudly when he saw the situation. He said, "The Heavenspan Mountain is on this boy. As long as we kill him, not only will our Jietrue heavenly sect rise again, we'll be able to overtake all sects. This exalt has already lost my physical body. It's useless to me. At that time, the Heavenspan Mountain will be yours. That small world that you all passed through when you went to the sacred Civ mystic realm was refined by this exalt. It's called the Heavenspan World." Yi Yuan ascended from the Heavenspan World. Now, do you all understand? This kid no longer has much soul force. His origin divinity is greatly damaged. We'll be able to kill him by joining hands. The words made the faces of Chen Tai and the rest change once again. Being able to say these words, they had already determined that this was their ancestor. Furthermore, what Yen Jietrue said also made them quite moved. There was no way to use a grand mist treasure without the physical body. This was also a fact. Therefore, as long as they killed Yi Yuan, then the Heavenspan Mountain would be theirs. This temptation was huge. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and he said, "Don't be naive. You all are nothing but chess pieces in his eyes." The sacred Civ Mystic Realm's passageway opening was done by him. You all saw it. Does your ancestor care about your life and death? If not for me, you all would have long died in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Now, he's merely making use of you all, that's all. Chintai, you stay out of today's matter. I'll let you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven later on. I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word. You know it. Chintai and the rest were just about to take action, but they started hesitating again because of what Yi Yuan said. When in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Yi Yuan had always been guarding against him and did not let him break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. But Yi Yuan's trustworthiness was indeed very good. Back then, Yi Yuan snatched Sure Yu's heavenly burial water caltrip flower, but helped him refine the 4-chi pill later on. If it were someone else, they definitely would not have done so. When Yan Jadru saw Chintai hesitate, he could not help becoming exasperated. He already almost could not suppress the frivolous life like a dream anymore. Once it erupted under an internal revolt and foreign invasion, he would definitely die before Yi Yuan. At this rate, he would die without a doubt. Yan Jadru's intestines were already green with regret now. He thought that Yi Yuan had been searching for people these few years and it was impossible to have broken through to Saint Sovereign. That was why he came to settle the scores. Who knew that Yi Yuan's origin divinity had long already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Although he broke through to true Sovereign Heaven, there was a large part of his soul force that had to be used to suppress the frivolous life like a dream. Under his violent rage, he made a move against Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. As a result, the end was tragic. Since he dreaded Yi Yuan, he should have immediately left after breaking through. Settle what scores? It was simply seeking death. At this time, Yi Yuan's origin divinity was already very dim, but he was also not far from death anymore. Damn it! Yi Yuan, you forced me. Yan Jadru was hit by an arrow. Borrowing the force of the countershock, he rushed toward the crowd. Yi Yuan's figure moved, chasing after. It was another arrow. Ah! Yan Jadru screamed miserably, but his speed accelerated even faster. And the direction that he was flying in was precisely Chintai there. When Chintai saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically, turning around and fleeing. But it was already too late. How fast was Yan Jadru's speed? He grabbed toward Chintai and actually directly grabbed Chintai's origin divinity out. Yan Jadru was too strong. Chintai did not have the power to resist at all. It was not just Chintai. He grabbed across and more than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven's origin divinities were extracted by him. You bastards! This exalt established the Jadru Heavenly Sect. You guys are actually disrespectful to this exalt. Forget it. This exalt will use your origin divinities to block this calamity then. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, shooting out the arrow of God extermination again. Yan Jadru laughed loudly and directly threw those 10+ origin divinities over. Boom! The void exploded. The origin divinities of Chintai and the rest directly exploded. But Yan Jadru's figure flew towards the south. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he shouted coldly, Yan Jadru, you can't escape. My arrow of God extermination has my origin divinity mark. You've been struck by so many. Even if you hide underground, I can find you too. From far away, Yan Jadru shouted, This exalt can't afford to provoke you, but I can afford to hide. Today, this exalt will leave the Rainclear continent. Come hunt me down if you have the ability. The powerhouses that were onlooking were stunned. You're a true sovereign heaven, but you're so cowardly? The true sovereign heaven of the legends that was flying up to heaven and tunneling into the earth. Each one of them was omnipotent. In the end, he was sent packing by a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was fine that he was driven away, but he actually directly said that he was going to get away from the Rainclear continent. People looked at Yi Yuan's near-empty origin divinity, their gaze full of confusion and admiration. This guy was really impressive. However, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that Yan Jadru ran. This battle had practically exhausted his origin divinity entirely. The origin divinity of a true sovereign heaven was really too formidable. Even if Yan Jadru did not have much origin divinity means, Even if he allocated the vast majority of his soul force to suppress the frivolous life like a dream, the opponent was still powerful until it made people despair. However, he did not lie to Yen Jaidru. The arrow of God extermination could indeed imprint a mark. Within a certain range, Yi Yuan could sense the existence of the other party's origin divinity. Nowhere to hide. Furthermore, with the divine emergence's capability, it was virtually impossible for Yen Jaidru to want to erase the mark. At this time, Yi Yuan could feel that Yen Jaidru was currently heading south at an extremely fast speed. It looked like he was truly scared. Yi Yuan was not worried about him causing new problems. Yen Jaidru's state was not much better than him. Frivolous life like a dream was already on the verge of eruption. Looking at the corpses that covered the land, Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head slightly. The Jaidru heavenly sect was considered to be thoroughly finished. Yen Jaidru created the Jaidru heavenly sect with his own hands and also personally destroyed the Jaidru heavenly sect. But none of this had anything to do with him. As long as his loved ones were safe, everything was fine. The current Yi Yuan was extremely weak, as if a gust of wind would be able to scatter his origin divinity. He turned around slightly and was about to leave. But right at this time, the void suddenly flickered, and a figure stopped him. The arrival looked at Yi Yuan and asked, "You're Yi Yuan?" Martial secure heavenly sex Yi Yuan. In front of him was a middle-aged man in Chinese clothing. He actually had Saint Sovereign Heaven cultivation, but it looked like he had just broken through not long ago. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The other party clearly did not come with friendly intentions. "It's precisely this Yi." Yi Yuan did not have the intention of denying it and said coolly. But, the moment these words came out, the expressions of the powerhouses present changed one after another. "It's actually him. Martial secure heavenly sex remnant spawn. He's actually not dead." Not only did he not die, his origin divinity even broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just now, he even routed the origin divinity of a true Sovereign Heaven until he fled. However, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight now. Xianxia probably won't let him off. Yi Yuan did not know this man, but the majority of the powerhouses present knew him. This man was none other than precisely Jaidru Heavenly Sect's first seat, Xianxia. And Jaidru Heavenly Sect's first seat was naturally a member of the Pill Alliance. When Yi Yuan entered the Jaidru Heavenly Sect, Xianxia was in close seclusion. A few days ago, Xianxia broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and just exited seclusion. He did not expect that today an astonishing great battle would happen within the boundary of Jaidru Heavenly Sect. Through Yen Jaidru and Yi Yuan's conversation, Xianxia learned of Yi Yuan's identity very quickly. Back then, when the Pill Alliance launched an attack ahead of schedule, it was because of Yi Yuan. As one of the Pill Alliance's middle level, Xianxia naturally knew about Yi Yuan's identity. It was just that he never thought that the present Yi Yuan was already so formidable to actually beat a true Sovereign Heaven until he covered his head and scurried away. At that time, he already gave rise to the idea of reaping advantages from both sides without lifting a finger. The moment the middle-aged man heard, 2 rays of brilliant light shot out of his eyes. "Haha, fortune is really shining down on me, Xianxia, recently. First, I broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. After that, I picked up a great contribution for free," Xianxia said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're a member of the Pill Alliance?" Xianxia smiled and said, "That's right. This exalt is Jaidru Heavenly Sect's first seat. A few days ago, this exalt just broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. I didn't expect that you delivered this exalt a big gift so quickly." Xianxia laughed very happily. Jaidru Heavenly Sect's collapse had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Him being in the Jaidru Heavenly Sect, apart from extortion, it was still espionage. It was also precisely because of this that he could break the shackles and break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The Pill Alliance's first seats were no different from vampires in the various sects. In his view, Yi Yuan was already in his pocket. Yi Yuan looked at Xianxia and said with a smile that was not a smile, "In that case, you've got me?" Xianxia similarly had a smile that was not a smile and said, "Boy, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you think that this exalt can't tell?" Earlier, you forcefully mustered up a breath and used that move to scare Xianxia drew away. Now, if you release that move again, your own origin divinity will probably be buried in oblivion first, right? Furthermore, this exalt's physical body is in good condition. I'm not afraid of your origin divinity attack. With regards to Yi Yuan, Zhang Kaiyun was clearly brimming with confidence. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan's arrow of God extermination move was a hand-to-hand combat move that specifically targeted the origin divinity. This kind of move was extremely lethal to an exposed origin divinity. But he was Saint Sovereign Heaven. His origin divinity was similarly incomparably powerful. Furthermore, it resided in the sea of consciousness. It was simply a fool's talk for Yi Yuan to want to use that move to directly breach his sea of consciousness. If Yi Yuan was still at the height of his power, he would naturally be a little fearful. But now, apart from surrendering without resistance, Yi Yuan had no other path to take. Zhang Kaiyun became more and more confident as he spoke and continued to say smugly, "Furthermore, do you think that a member of my Pill Alliance is the same as that fool just now? Without origin divinity attack means? Hoo-hoo? My Pill Alliance's foundation is what you can't imagine." Finish saying, Zhang Kaiyun's origin divinity power spread out. The expressions of the powerhouses around changed one after another. So strong. Zhang Kaiyun's origin divinity power and Yi Yuan's. One was like the noonday sun while the other was like the sun setting in the west. There was no comparison at all. The illusory Yi Yuan was still very calm at this time and could not help laughing as he said, "So, this is all of your analysis? You feel that I already don't have the strength to fight back now. You were sitting on top of the mountain watching the tigers fight previously, waiting for the two of us to wear each other out before you dare to come out and deal with me." Zhang Kaiyun's face turned black. Yi Yuan's words were very insulting. Yi Yuan was indifferent to the black-faced Zhang Kaiyun and continued saying, "You Pill Alliance has a deep foundation. Your cultivation realm is similar to mine. Furthermore, your origin divinity is stowed in your sea of consciousness. This powerful, and you don't even dare to come out and have a frontal confrontation? Maybe if you made a move just now, the result would be totally different. Very sorry to tell you, true Sovereign Heaven isn't as weak as you imagine." The reason why Yen Jade Drew was beaten until like that by me was that he was just lacking an opportunity to catch his breath. Once he catches his breath, I'll only have one road open to me, it will be death. The more Yi Yuan said those words, the blacker Zhang Kaiyun's face became. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have missed something. Yi Yuan continued talking, saying so much, "I actually just want to tell you that you missed the best chance to capture or kill me. Although the current me is already an arrow at the end of its flight, killing a weakling like you, this degree is enough. No matter how plentiful your means, how deep your foundation, you're still too weak to stand up to a single blow in front of me." Zhang Kaiyun smiled coldly and said, "Brat, are you making an empty show of strength? Do you think that this exalt will let you off like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Making an empty show of strength? You're thinking too much." Zhang Kaiyun only felt his head go buzz, and then he did not know anything anymore. He did not even have the chance to release the big move that he was preparing. Dong! Zhang Kaiyun's dead body fell to the ground heavily. Everyone was startled, only then coming back to their senses. Dead? Earlier. What kind of great soul-stirring battle was that? But now they did not even detect origin divinity undulation, and Zhang Kaiyun was already dead. A Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was weak like a little chick. Hearing that Yu Yuan had the heaven-span mountain in his hands, there were still many people whose thoughts were stirring just now. But now they immediately extinguished this thought. Too dangerous. What did the Pill Alliance's origin divinity secret arts amount to in front of the soul race's divine emergence? It was true that Yu Yuan had expended a lot of energy, but killing a Zhang Kaiyun at the same rank was not considered very hard. Go tell the Pill Alliance. I Yi Yuan am back. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd, and he returned to the heaven-span world. Very soon, news concerning this battle spread rapidly. In the 5 great heavenly regions, everything was in a stir. The true sovereign heaven that only existed in the legends appeared. But this true sovereign heaven had just appeared and was actually driven away by the Yi Yuan who returned domineeringly. The Yi Yuan, who had once established the Pill Pavilion and triggered the Pill Alliance War, was not dead. He returned. He already grew to the point where he could instantly kill Saint Sovereign Heavens. Various major heavenly sects of the 5 great heavenly regions started to have their thoughts stir. Becoming the Pill Alliance's puppets was just due to the Pill Alliance's despotic power. The various sects' powerhouses were naturally not willing. That indifferent sentence when Yi Yuan left was undoubtedly telling the Pill Alliance that he, Yi Yuan, already had the ability to enact revenge. However, powerhouses from all around were still waiting and watching. They were waiting for how Yi Yuan would take vengeance on the Pill Alliance. At the Pill Alliance, in their great hall, several dozen powerful auras made people give sidelong glances. Li Changsheng was seated high above, his gaze staring at a Saint Sovereign Heaven below, and said nothing for a long time. The atmosphere in the great hall seemed very inhibiting. That Saint Sovereign Heaven who was being stared at had cold sweat breaking out profusely on his forehead. Finally, he could not endure this gaze and stepped out of the ranks and said, "General Alliance, at that time, I pierced through the void with one punch and completely messed up the spatial rule. Logically speaking, it's absolutely impossible for him to have survived." This person was precisely the 5 Light Pill Alliance's alliance chief, who led the Pill Alliance to destroy the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect that day, Zhao Ding. When the news came, his first reaction was that it was nonsense. A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually survived under his punch. This sort of thing was too fantastical. But he has indeed lived. Not only did he survive, but he even cultivated to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Li Changxing said indifferently, without joy nor sorrow. This, General Alliance, you give me a chance. I'll go kill him. Zhao Ding gritted his teeth and said. Li Changxing looked right at him and said, "Can you kill him?" When Zhang Kaiyun confronted him, he was instantly killed by him with an Origin Divinity attack. Although your middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, are you sure that you can block his Origin Divinity attack? Zhao Ding was speechless. The news that came over was too ridiculous. The lower Saint Sovereign Heaven Yi Yuan actually beat a true Sovereign Heaven until he covered his head and scurried away. How could this kind of thing possibly happen? But it seemed like many impossible things had already happened. At this time, Li Changxing suddenly took a jade slip out and said coolly, "This is an Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art. After cultivating it, it's sufficient to resist Origin Divinity attacks of the same level. During this period, you all put aside the affairs in your hands and cultivate well. No matter how strong that brat is, he's merely one person, that's all. He can't stir up much of a wave." The moment everyone heard, they were immediately overjoyed. Origin Divinity attacks were extremely hard to defend against. With this, they would not be afraid of Yi Yuan anymore. Zhao Ding was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, General Alliance." General Alliance, rest assured. After this subordinate cultivates this mystic art, I'll definitely go and kill this boy. Li Changxing nodded slightly and did not say anything. A measly little Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously. At the Blood Alliance, a man stood on top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, his gaze excited as he said, "Punk, I knew that you wouldn't die so easily. As long as the 2 of us brothers are around, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect isn't destroyed. There will come one day where we'll annihilate the Pill Alliance." The famous Blood Alliance's alliance chief was precisely Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's former Heavens Chosen, Luo Yunqing. These few years, he had been improved amidst slaughter, and finally, he reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was just that wanting to destroy the Pill Alliance was still far away and not in the foreseeable future. Yi Yuan's return boosted his confidence, and he finally saw a glimmer of light. At the Heavenspan world, when Mi Tian saw Yi Yuan, he directly let loose a torrent of abuse. "You bastard, why didn't you die outside? Got to scam your father each time. Messing around like you do, your father will be scammed by you until death before even returning home. Looking at your half-dead appearance, it's better off to be dead. Mi Tian made you Mengli carry Yi Yuan's physical body back to the Labyrinth Divine Palace. He made use of the array formations in the Labyrinth Divine Palace to restore the fleshy boy's losses. But Yi Yuan was currently an out-and-out pauper. During his previous cultivation, Yi Yuan had depleted all of his heavenly crystals. Later, in order to push on with the journey, he used up the heavenly pills on him. Helpless, Meteon could only inject his own true dragon power into the array formation to help Yi Yuan make up for the losses. In the end, he suffered a great loss in vitality again this time. However, this time was better than the last time. He still had the strength to scold people. Seeing Yi Yuan's origin divinity's weak appearance, Yu Mengli said worriedly, "Big brother Yuan, are you alright?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay. The heaven-span world's hidden danger is considered completely uprooted this time. Later, I'll help you all reach heavenly stratum. We'll go to the 33 heavens together." Yu Mengli said, "Then, have you found a way to save elder sister Lingshui?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Before long, I'll be able to help her condense her soul. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Senior Meteon for this matter." Humph. Meteon snorted coldly. These two people were publicly displaying affection, directly disregarding him. "You scold yours, I'll be mushy on my own." "Really? That's great." Heaven has eyes, finally being able to resurrect big sister Lingshui. Yu Mingli jumped up excitedly. She knew what the greatest haze in Yi Yuan's heart was, so she was happy for Yi Yuan from the bottom of her heart. As for this origin divinity's injuries, it was nothing to Yi Yuan. The soul race fought with origin divinity state. Damage was inevitable. Since the divine emergence was the soul race's supreme canon, there was naturally the method to restore origin divinity. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally recovered to his peak state. After Yi Yuan returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he severed the plane passageway with one sword, directly separating the Heavenspan world and Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This way, he would completely have no worries. Without the plane passageway, even if it was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they would not be able to pass through the boundary wall and reach the Heavenspan world as well. Having just returned to the rain-clear continent, a figure came up to greet. It was precisely Luo Yunqing. "Yu Yuan. Haha, I finally found you." Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said in pleasant surprise, "Brother Luo, you're safe and sound. It's really great." After some small talk, Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, since you came back, join our blood alliance. Us brothers of one mind. The sharpness can cut metal. No matter how strong the Pill Alliance is, we can always destroy them one day." "The Blood Alliance?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and said in surprise, "It turns out that this Blood Alliance was actually founded by you." Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, "Right now, there are 36 organizations resisting the Pill Alliance in the 5 great heavenly regions. My Blood Alliance is the strongest one. Overthrowing the Pill Alliance is a heavy burden with a long way to go. But you and I, being of one mind, will be able to accomplish it one day." Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing, a hint of strangeness revealing on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan's surprise, Luo Yunqing even thought that his achievements were surprising and could not help feeling more proud of himself in his heart. Indeed, in a short 100 years' time, not only did he cultivate to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven himself, he even supported such a colossal team. He had the qualifications to be proud. "Brother Luo, is your strength the strongest in the Blood Alliance?" Yi Yuan asked. "Of course." Luo Yunqing nodded and said, "Our Blood Alliance has close to 1,000 people. There are a total of 3 great alliance chiefs, including me and 2 deputies, all half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. The other 2 are the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sects and Xianxia Heavenly Sects powerhouses. Come, return to the Blood Alliance with me first. Let's plan out the future in detail." Luo Yunqing pulled Yi Yuan and gave no chance to explain before tearing across the air. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only head over half reluctantly. Yi Yuan was a little disappointed. They did not even have a Saint Sovereign Heaven. They could not stir any waves at all. To the Pill Alliance, they were simply small fries, right? Most likely, it was not even as intimidating as him throwing out a word. Along the trip, the two naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. Yi Yuan did not hide it either, briefly explaining the situation of him arriving at the land of Heavenly South in an accident arising from many causes. Luo Yunqing learned that Yi Yuan cultivated bitterly in the land of Heavenly South before he had today's accomplishments and did not think too much either. However, over a short 100 years, it was already very difficult for Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate to Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. Along the way, Luo Yunqing did not dare to put on a grand display and walked very carefully. Half a month later, the two people arrived at a mountain range at the edge of Day Creek, Heavenly Region. In the mountains, the waterfall was surging akin to the Milky Way hanging upside down. Luo Yunqing brought Yi Yuan and actually passed right through the large waterfall and arrived in a spatial mystic realm. The scenery before their eyes changed. It was an altogether different world. In the mystic realm, there was a bustling scene. The vast majority of the people were cultivating. A minority was busying over miscellaneous affairs. Luo Yunqing smiled slightly and said, "Yi Yuan, how's my place?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Not bad." He really felt that it was not bad. With Luo Yunqing's personality, he must have paid a lot to be able to build such a large foundation. This place was originally a small mystic realm. Our Blood Alliance captured it and transformed it into our base camp. Don't look at how the Pill Alliance is formidable. Once we hide here, even if they dig 3 feet below the ground, they won't be able to find us either. In the future, you cultivate here at ease. Leave the rest to me. Just as he was speaking, 2 figures came up to greet. The 2 people said in unison, "Alliance Chief." Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "2 brothers came just in time. Let me introduce him to you. Yi Yuan, this one was once the myriad manifestation heavenly sect's peerless genius, Yu Haiying. This is Xianxia, heavenly sect's deputy sect master, Zhou Yunxiang. The 2 of them are now my alliance chiefs, deputy alliance chiefs, and are my left and right arms." Yi Yuan saluted the 2 of them and said, "How do you do, brother Zhou?" Yu Haijing smiled and said, "I've long heard of younger brother Ye's great reputation. Pleased to meet you." Luo Yunqing continued, "2 brothers. This one is my martial secure heavenly sect's Yi Yuan, the founder of the Pill Pavilion. Also, he's our Blood Alliance's new alliance chief too." The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan got a shock and knew that things were going to be bad. Sure enough, the expressions of Yu and Zhou, 2 people, changed. "Alliance chief, what's the meaning of this?" Zhou Yunxiang said with a solemn face. Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan is my martial secure heavenly sect's new sect master. He naturally can't be beneath this Luo. So from this day forth, Yi Yuan is my Blood Alliance's alliance chief." Before Yi Yuan said anything, Zhou Yunxiang said in a great rage, "Luo Yunqing, what do you treat the Blood Alliance as? We respect you as our alliance chief. That was you exchanging for it by fighting dauntlessly in bloody battles. This boy has yet to make the smallest contribution. What right does he have to be alliance chief? Your martial secure heavenly sect is your martial secure heavenly sect's business. What has it got to do with us?" Yu Haijing also said, "Alliance chief, please retract the order." The news that the Blood Alliance got was that Yi Yuan returned. As for what Yi Yuan had done in the True Yang heavenly domain, they were not aware. Under the high pressure from the Pill Alliance, it was too difficult for these scattered factions to want to get intel. Therefore, letting an Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven be their alliance chief, they had 10,000 disapprovals. Luo Yunqing's anger loomed, but he still suppressed it and said in a solemn voice, "I've already decided on this matter. Don't mention it again." At this point, Yi Yuan had no choice but to speak. "Brother Luo, I have no intention of assuming this position of alliance chief," Yi Yuan said. Luo Yunqing waved his hand lightly and said, "Before Ancestor passed on, he already said before to have me help you revive the martial secure heavenly sect. Now, how can I override the sect master? Don't mention this matter again." Zhou Yunxiang also had a crude personality and said in a cold voice, "Punk, don't be phony here. We won't let you be the alliance chief. Moreover, back then, if not for you, our 5 sects Tao teachings also wouldn't have been destroyed." Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Zhou Yunxiang, what do you mean?" Zhou Yunxiang smiled coldly and said, "Don't you understand what I mean?" Luo Yunqing said in a great rage, "The Pill Alliance schemed for a long time. Even without the Pill Pavilion, they would have launched an attack sooner or later. Furthermore, at that time, there wouldn't even be us, these remnant spawns. Don't you even understand this?" Zhou Yunxiang said with a cold snort. "So what? Blood Alliance was founded by our brothers using their lives. I only don't want some random Tom, Dick, or Harry that came to harvest our fruits. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard it. A faction that did not even have Saint Sovereign Heavens, would he be interested? Don't look at how each and every one of these people seemed very impressive, rendering the Pill Alliance helpless. In reality, they were merely a joke in the Pill Alliance's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the mystic realm shook. Everyone's expression changed. And right at this time, a subordinate suddenly came to report in a panic. 3 Alliance chiefs, things are bad. Our mystic realm has already been surrounded by the Pill Alliance until not even water can seep through. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Who did the Pill Alliance send?" The subordinate's complexion was deathly pale as he said, "There are 15 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens outside, and countless Jade Sovereign Heaven and limitless Sublime Heaven powerhouses. Our base should have been exposed." The moment everyone heard, their faces turned deathly pale. They had no way of matching this power at all. The Pill Alliance's army clearly came prepared. Zhou Yinxiang's expression turned dark, and he pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, "It must be this boy. He just arrived, and the Pill Alliance's people came. Luo Yunqing, you still want him to be the Alliance chief?" Luo Yunqing said in a great rage, "Zhou Yunxiang, keep talking and your father will kill you. Yi Yuan is loyal and righteous. It's absolutely impossible to betray us." But Zhou Yunxiang did not buy it and said with a sneer, "One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Moreover, so many years have passed. How do you know that he didn't change? A measly little greater sublime heavenly stratum back then became an upper jade sovereign heaven in a short 100 years. Don't you find it strange?" Clank! Luo Yunqing's long sword suddenly left its sheath, and a sword charged toward Zhou Yunxiang. Zhou Yunxiang could question him, but he could not question Yi Yuan. However, this sword was blocked. The one who blocked the sword was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't it just a group of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens? Leave it to me. Brother Luo, wait for a moment. I'll be right back." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when Yu Haijing stopped him. "What? You lured the Pill Alliance's people over, and now you still want to leave?" Yu Haijing said with a cold smile. The timing was too coincidental. They had just reached, and the Pill Alliance's people came. It was not up to the Blood Alliance's people to not suspect. And in reality, Yi Yuan had also been very careful along the way. His divine sense had always been spread out. Even if there were Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses following them, it absolutely could not escape Yi Yuan's probing too. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very sure that the Blood Alliance's base camp was indeed exposed. In reality, with the Pill Alliance's present strength, if they really made up their mind to deal with the Blood Alliance, how could there be the logic of not being able to find them? The reason why they let them do as they pleased was actually merely just waiting for them to grow fat before slaughtering. If he was the Pill Alliance's alliance chief, he would do the same too. Rather than there being opposing voices everywhere, might as well fatten them up and round them up in one fell swoop. And he himself was merely there at the right time, that was all. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Brother Yu is mistaken, but this place is already exposed. You all had best gather your things and prepare to leave." Finished saying that, Yi Yuan's figure swayed and he directly vanished in front of Yu Haijing's eyes. What a joke! Regarding the present Yi Yuan, his spatial rule already reached late-stage 4th level. How could a mere Yu Haijing stop him? Yu Haijing's expression changed wildly. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Yu Haijing was exploded with fury and yelled coldly, "Luo Yunqing, look what you've done! We've shared life and death for more than 100 years. You actually invited a wolf into the house and let 1,000 brothers fall into a death trap." Zhou Yunxiang smiled coldly and said, "Hoo-hoo? Luo Yunqing, you're very good. You actually drew your sword against me." At this time, Luo Yunqing also calmed down. Drawing a deep breath, he said, "Two brothers. It was me who was impulsive just now. But to say that Yi Yuan betrayed the martial secure heavenly sect, I won't believe it even if I die. Being confronted by a formidable enemy, we can't have internal strife. Two brothers, let's tide over the difficult hurdle this time first. Later, you guys charge out with me. I'll do all that I can and delay the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses as much as possible." The two of you bring our brothers to break out of the encirclement. How many can escape will depend on fate. Hearing that Luo Yunqing said so, Yu Haijing, two people also knew that the matter was of utmost importance. Having internal strife at this time was equivalent to seeking death. The two nodded their heads and started counting the men preparing to break out of the encirclement. For the Blood Alliance to be able to become the #1 great faction, they naturally did not have an undeserved reputation. The 1,000-strong troop was done assembling very quickly. Luo Yunqing took the lead and everyone had an expression full of a stirring and solemn noble spirit to die on their faces. Clearly, they were all prepared to fight to the death. Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill!" Luo Yunqing leaped and was about to charge out of the mystic realm. But right at this time, a figure appeared at the entrance. Yi Yuan looked at everyone and said with a smile, "All packed? Just nice then. This place isn't somewhere to stay for long. Let's go." Everyone exchanged glances, especially Zhou Yunxiang and Yu Haijing, two people who had confused faces. Why did this guy come back? If this guy was a traitor, why would he come back? If he was not, this guy was spotless and did not seem like he had experienced a great battle at all. What in the world was going on? Also, where were the scouts? Why hasn't a single one returned until now? Yi Yuan, why did you come back? With your movement technique, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Hurry up and go, Luo Yunqing said with a frown. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I naturally came to bring you all away. Come with me. Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and went out of the mystic realm. Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he followed after. Passing through the entrance, Luo Yunqing raised his aura to the highest, preparing to battle. But very soon he was stupefied. There wasn't a single person outside of the large waterfall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Blood Alliance army came out of the passageway one after another. After coming out, they were stunned too. Wasn't it said that they were surrounded? Wasn't it said that there were countless powerhouses? Where were the people? At this time, a scout suddenly scurried out. Zhou Yunxiang shouted coldly, Wang Chun, what have the few of you been doing? Wang Chun smiled bitterly and said, Alliance Chief Zhou, Jay, just now, I was seriously dumbfounded and momentarily forgot to come in to report. Zhou Yunxiang's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that the members of the Blood Alliance were all veterans of 100 battles. What kind of grand occasion had they not seen before? What could render even a wily old fox like Wang Chun dumbfounded? He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan, thinking to himself, it wouldn't be that this guy did something, right? How is this possible? What kind of earth-shattering major thing could an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven do? But Wang Chun gave Yi Yuan a glance fearfully and said the moment this lord came out, he killed off all of the other party's half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens within 10 breaths. The Pill Alliance's army scattered and fled in disorder in a blink of an eye. His Excellency pursued all the way and slew all of the other party's Jade Sovereign Heavens. Dead silence. What kind of freaking fantasy tale are you talking about? An upper Jade Sovereign Heaven killed off all the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens in 10 breaths? Suddenly, Zhou Yunxiang exploded in anger and said, Wang Chun, what nonsense are you saying? You mean he killed the Pill Alliance's army by himself? Wang Chun's expression was ugly as he said, it's like that. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, Have the corpses been gathered? Wang Chun nodded and said, The brothers are currently gathering them. It should be about done. Your Excellency, I'll bring you over. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and followed. The corpses of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens naturally had quite a number of spoils. To the Blood Alliance, it was a huge harvest too. Very soon, corpses that strewn across the land appeared in front of everyone. The whole place fell into dead silence once again. Li Chuan, Chai Meng, Yang Nan, they are all dead. Zhou Yunxiang looked at these dead bodies, his eyeballs almost popping out. These half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens had fought with them many times. The Blood Alliance had suffered big losses at these few people's hands. Now they were actually all dead. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, Yi Yuan, you really broadened my horizons today. You punk, you really hid from me bitterly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You didn't ask either. As he said, He looked at Zhou Yunxiang and said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, brother Yu, now, I can prove that I'm not a traitor, right?" Zhou Yunxiang revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, "Oh, of course." He currently wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. From the very start, he had been questioning Yi Yuan's qualifications. Later, he even questioned that Yi Yuan was a traitor and that the people were brought by him. But now, facts proved that Yi Yuan was simply their savior. Today, if not for Yi Yuan, the Blood Alliance would have been totally finished. As for Yu Haiying, he even broke out in cold sweat. He actually wanted to make a move against Yi Yuan just now. Yi Yuan killed half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens like killing chickens. If so, then to kill him alone, he reckoned that just lifting a hand would do. How could an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven be so terrifying? Lord, Yi just now, it was all this you who had eyes but couldn't see. Hope that Lord Yi doesn't take it to heart. Yu Haijing said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Two brothers don't have to be like this." It wasn't easy for the Blood Alliance to rise up. Being a little cautious is a must. In reality, I didn't come to the Blood Alliance to be your alliance chief but came to invite Brother Luo and the two of you to make a trip to Myriad Demons Mountain together. But now your base has already been exposed and you can't continue staying here. Why don't you bring the brothers along and go to Myriad Demons Mountain with me? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed again. Luo Yunqing said in surprise, "Yi Yuan, Myriad Demons Mountain is the territory of true spirits, with countless powerhouses in it. There are even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Can we, these people, go?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. Would I harm you?" Entering the Myriad Demons Mountain, the hearts of Luo Yunqing and the rest tensed up. Waves of powerful auras came from all around. These were all the auras of Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. They all, this bit of people, were too weak in front of the true spirit army. But what surprised them was that they actually proceeded unimpeded all the way. Coming out of the base, the Blood Alliance also received a lot of news along the way. The factions opposing the Pill Alliance in the 5 great heavenly regions, out of the 36 strongest ones, more than half of them were destroyed. The remaining ones also suffered heavy casualties. This piece of news made Luo Yunqing and the rest feel lingering fear. Zhou Yunxiang and Yu Haijing were even ashamed until they could not even lift their heads. At this time, if they still did not understand what happened, then they could forget about being the deputy alliance chiefs. They realized that Yi Yuan really caught up to this upheaval by chance. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan saved everyone in the Blood Alliance. And they actually even misunderstood Yi Yuan, thinking that Yi Yuan betrayed them. The party arrived at Bull Demon Mountain, and it instantly became lively. "Hall Master Yi." "Hello, Master Yi." "Hall Master Yi is back." Seeing one powerhouse after another greet Yi Yuan, everyone felt extremely shocked. It seemed like Yi Yuan was living very well on Myriad Demons Mountain. Suddenly, an unparalleled and powerful aura arrived from afar with a howl. Luo Yunqing, 3 people exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly changing. The aura of a Saint Sovereign Heaven. In a blink of an eye, they saw Big Yellow's figure appear in front of Yi Yuan. Big Yellow chuckled and said, "You all are Master Ye's friends, right?" "I'm just Master Ye's servant. Don't need to be courteous with me, just call me Big Yellow." "A servant?" Luo Yunqing almost bit his tongue off. A Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually Yi Yuan's servant? Luo Yunqing wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. Too freaking embarrassing. To think that, after he met Yi Yuan, he kept showing off about his great achievements over the years. Who knew that Yi Yuan, he already took a Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a servant? Compared to this, what did the Blood Alliance count as? With a slap from Big Yellow, the entire Blood Alliance would be destroyed. Zhou Yunxiang, 2 people were even more embarrassed. They kept stopping Yi Yuan from being the alliance chief previously and almost drew their weapons against Luo Yunqing. When Yi Yuan said that he was not going to be the Blood Alliance's alliance chief back then, Zhou Yunxiang even scolded him for being phony. In the end, he really looked down on it. But Big Yellow ignored their surprise and said to Yi Yuan, "Master Yi, you're finally back." Big Yellow was worried sick these few years. "Later on, I went back several times but couldn't find you and that person, so I could only return." Yi Yuan smiled and said, Was threatening, but not dangerous. It's finally resolved. How are the preparations on this side?
Big Yellow beamed and said, Master Yi, make a guess how many Saint Sovereign Heavens our All-Saint Temple has now?
Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, Quickly say.
Stop leaving me hanging. Big Yellow smiled and said, including the original 9 of us, there are a total of 35 Saint Sovereign Heavens now. The batch of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens previously have already all stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven now.
These few years, the phenomenon in the sky above our All-Saint Temple has never stopped. Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but Luo Yunqing 3 people's legs turned soft, and they nearly stumbled to the ground. A total of 35 Saint Sovereign Heavens. You're freaking messing with me, right? Adding up the Saint Sovereign Heavens on the entire Rain-Clear continent, were there 35?
This guy must be boasting.
While talking, a woman walked toward them. Seeing Yi Yuan, she immediately bowed and said, Master Yi is back. Kong Ling thanks Master Yi for bestowing the pill. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're
King Kong Ling?
Oh no. I should be calling you Saint Exalt Kong Ling now. If not for Master Yi, Kong Ling would probably have no hope for Saint Sovereign Heaven in this life. If Master Yi has any errands, feel free to instruct. Haha. Then I'll be troubling Saint Exalt Kong Ling.
Master Yi is too courteous. It is ought to be.
After speaking, Kong Ling left. Along the way, he really bumped into many acquaintances. Yi Yuan had met these people at the Myriad Spirit Summit before. At that time, they were still all half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Now, they all broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven already. When these people saw Yi Yuan, they were naturally incomparably polite. Along the way, Yi Yuan was extremely busy. When a Saint Sovereign Heaven walked by, Zhou Yunxiang could not help swallowing his saliva and said to Yu Haijing, How many was this? Yu Haijing took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, The 7th one. Zhou Yunxiang also smiled bitterly and said, I've lived my whole life and have never seen before so many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. When did Saint Sovereign Heavens become cabbages too?
The 3 people exchanged a glance, all smiling bitterly without stopping.
Hoo-hoo. The Saint Sovereign Heavens who broke through these few years were too many. The Myriad Demons Mountains, all sorts of affairs need them to handle. So it seems a little messy. Big Yellow explained. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, How's Heavenly South that side?
Big Yellow said, We sent a batch of heavenly pills over. The 2 great hall masters and 3 great family heads, as well as City Lord Manor's City Lord Ironcore, have all already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven.
The land of Heavenly South has 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens now.
Luo Yunqing 3 people were already shocked until their innards had shifted positions.
Even on that day when the 5 great heavenly sects were destroyed, they were also not as shocked as they were today.
For more than 100 years, they fought all the way, forcefully carving out a blood path before they had a 1,000-strong blood alliance.
But what did Yi Yuan do? This guy actually created a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Now, just from what they heard, there were already 41 Saint Sovereign Heavens.
No matter how formidable the Pill Alliance was, it was also impossible to have so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, right?
Blood Alliance's Alliance Chief? Luo Yunqing even had the desire to cry now.
With extremely shocked feelings, the party arrived at All Saint Temple.
Yi Yuan said, Are there still sacred destiny pills? Big Yellow nodded and said, There are a lot of sacred destiny pills. The 3 hall masters used 3 bottles for cultivation. The rest were distributed to those half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. There are still 2 bottles remaining now, with almost 20 pills. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Give them 3. Brother Luo, Brother Zhou, Brother Yu, you guys stay in the All Saint Temple with peace of mind these few days and prepare to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The Pill Alliance exterminated our 5 great heavenly regions and enslaved the Rain-Clear continent. Before long, we'll definitely make them pay their debts in blood.
Zhou Yunxiang muttered as Saint Sovereign Heaven.
He had never thought that he would actually be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven one day. Although he reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, he really did not have any ideas about Saint Sovereign Heaven. This step was way too difficult.
So much so that when Yi Yuan said Saint Sovereign Heaven now, he felt like he was dreaming.
Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, It turns out that when you followed me to the Blood Alliance, you were planning to let the few of us break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, otherwise, what did you think? That day, the Pill Alliance brought close to 200 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to destroy our martial secure heavenly sect.
Today, I'll bring dozens of Saint Sovereign Heavens to trample their Pill Alliance. I don't believe that his Pill Alliance can overturn the heavens. One sentence made Luo Yunqing three people's blood seethe with excitement.
They thought that their sect's revenge would likely be far away and not in the foreseeable future. Who could have expected that hope was near at hand?
After over 100 years, the martial secure heavenly sect back then already became totally different. Back then, the top brass of the martial secure heavenly sect died in battle. Thousands of disciples fled in all directions, and there were crumbling walls and ruins everywhere. But now, many large buildings rose straight from the ground. This place was grander compared to the martial secure heavenly sect back then. This place was presently where the Pill Alliance's Martial Secure Branch Alliance was at. But the buildings were magnificent, and powerhouses were as plentiful as clouds. 100 years passed. The Pill Alliance concentrated the entire Rainclear continent's resources and nurtured batch after batch of top powerhouses. These few years, they gave birth to a large batch of Saint Sovereign Heavens, let alone talk about half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens and Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses.
In this martial secure branch, just the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were as many as more than 10. The significance of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was different from Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven.
Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was the reserve power of Saint Sovereign Heaven that could break through at any time. After that battle, the Pill Alliance partitioned 15 big and small regions on the foundation of the 5 Great Heavenly Regions, abolishing the 5 Great Heavenly Regions division.
And each region had a branch holding down the fort.
The alliance chief of the branch were all Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Furthermore, there were transmission arrays connecting each branch.
The branch also established a unified transmission array between the various major heavenly sects as well as great nations. This way, the Pill Alliance strengthened their control over the 5 great heavenly regions greatly.
The various major heavenly sects could not set off any waves at all.
If there was really someone concocting a scheme, the Pill Alliance's powerhouses could arrive right away.
At this time, Yi Yuan was standing before the Martial Secure Branch's mountain pass gates, his gaze looking toward the main peak with a reminiscing expression.
Who is it to dare be here?
Don't you know what this place is? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you'll get it. 2 Jade Sovereign Heavens flew out and were about to chase Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan did not get angry either, saying with a smile, I really don't know. What is this place?
If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, my thanks.
One of them said in a solemn voice, Ignorant fool. This place is the Pill Alliance's Martial Secure Branch.
Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, then that's right.
The Pill Alliance should feel hurt after destroying this place, right? The expressions of the 2 Jade Sovereign Heavens changed wildly, and they knew that he came to make trouble and was about to make a move. But how could Yi Yuan give them a chance? Only to see him throw a punch out lightly, the 2 people directly turned into a cloud of blood mist.
3 years had already passed since Yi Yuan returned to the Myriad Demons Mountain. In these 3 years, Yi Yuan used true-grade heavenly pills and forcefully raised his realm to Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Now, he was only a step away from breaking through.
His origin divinity already reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, and his physical body also reached the limit of Jade Sovereign Heaven. Breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was just something that would happen naturally without extra effort.
But forcibly breaking through would cause the foundation to be unstable.
Therefore, Yi Yuan needed to consolidate his realm first before breaking through and then only look for an opportunity to do so. Fighting was naturally the best method. Challenging the Pill Alliance's branch could firstly get him accustomed to his cultivation realm. Secondly, it could feel out the Pill Alliance's situation.
Therefore, he came to the Martial Secure Branch all by himself. In the mountain gates, gate-guarding disciples saw the scene and could not help getting a shock, hurriedly sending out emergency communication out.
A disciple cried out in alarm, Hurry up and activate the Mountain Protecting Grand Array. Hurry up and activate the Mountain Protecting Grand Array.
The Mountain Protecting Grand Array was also activated right away.
They saw that Yi Yuan was extremely strong previously. That was why they notified Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to come.
Who knew that the other party was unreasonable and directly killed them with a punch?
At this time, the mountain-protecting Grand Array activated, giving off undulations that were sufficient to suppress and kill Saint Sovereign Heavens, calming them down slightly.
After all, the other party was just a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven.
This mountain-protecting Grand Array was laid down by the General Alliance's Grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master, its power immense. Even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven trespassed, they would be seeking death too.
Yi Yuan grinned. The Myriad Realms mountain after the upgrade was already in his hand.
He recited a spell, and then he uttered, "Go!" The Myriad Realms mountain directly turned into a giant mountain and squelched down towards the mountain-protecting Grand Array.
All of Martial Secure Branch's powerhouses saw this giant mountain. Each one of them, their expressions changed wildly. It can block, right? It must be able to block. The other party is merely a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. How can he possibly breach the mountain-protecting Grand Array?
But this pressure is really so terrifying.
Crack.
The Myriad Realms mountain and the mountain-protecting Grand Array came into contact, and a shattering sound was immediately heard. Immediately, the powerful mountain-protecting Grand Array had countless fine cracks fissuring apart. When all the powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed wildly.
A little interesting. This Pill Alliance's origin is mysterious. Indeed, they have some means. This Grand Array is not ordinary.
As Yi Yuan said, the divine essence in his body poured out crazily again.
The Myriad Realms mountain fell from the sky once more, suppressing down. Crack.
The fine cracks on the mountain-protecting Grand Array became even more. Collapse was only in the next moment. This is a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. How is this possible? When Zhao Ding saw this scene, his complexion could not help turning deathly pale.
This Martial Secure Branch's Alliance chief was precisely the main culprit who destroyed the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect and killed He Shuyan and Feng Shuani, Zhao Ding.
In the branch, the others also had terrified expressions, and even started preparing to flee. The power of this Myriad Realms mountain was seriously too strong. "Break for me!" Yi Yuan bellowed, and the Myriad Realms mountain crashed down with a loud bang for the third time. Boom! The mountain-protecting Grand Array shattered in response, and the Myriad Realms mountain fell directly on the front mountain.
In an instant, wails of doom filled the lands.
The Pill Alliance disciples staying in the front mountain who were crushed to death were beyond count. In reality, it was effortless for Yi Yuan to pass through the Grand Array. However, he intentionally created this commotion in order to make the Pill Alliance despair. Just like how they brought it to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect back then.
Even if he expended a large amount of divine essence, he would not hesitate to.
Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. The power was unrivaled and terrifying. The consumption was naturally huge too.
With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could at most control it around 5 times.
Once the 5 times was up, he would be powerless to control it anymore.
However, these 5 times, even if it was a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven who was struck solidly, they would definitely die beyond doubt too.
Where did this little saboteur come from, to dare act wildly at my Pill Alliance? Zhao Ding roared and arrived in an instant.
When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his brows could not help raising.
He did not recognize Zhao Ding, but he would never forget this aura. "So, it's you."
"Hoo-hoo, it saved me the trouble of going to the Pill Alliance's General Alliance to find people."
"I didn't expect that you actually stayed in the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect." Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Ding and said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhao Ding's brows furrowed, and he said, "You know me?"
He merely gave Yi Yuan a punch across the air back then and did not know Yi Yuan's aura. And the Yi Yuan back then was merely an ant that could be easily crushed to death in his eyes, that was all. Even if a huge commotion was caused, he did not pay attention to it either. A genius who had not grown up was nothing at all.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "More than 100 years ago, you gave me a punch across the air. Have you forgotten all about it now? You're Yi Yuan." Zhao Ding's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not know that Yi Yuan actually had a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure in his hands. That power just now, it was sufficient even to kill him too.
Of course, power was power, but whether or not it could hit was another matter altogether.
Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses would not stand there foolishly for Yi Yuan to suppress and kill. However, he also knew that Yi Yuan's origin divinity had already reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, and he could instantly kill same-rank powerhouses.
Not seeing him for a short 100 years, this guy actually already grew to such a level.
Too terrifying. Hoo-hoo, it looks like I still have some fame, to actually be able to be remembered by a Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Back then, you brought people to destroy my martial secure heavenly sect. Then today, I'll destroy your martial secure branch by myself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, it isn't too overboard, right?
Yi Yuan grinned, his figure instantly disappearing from where he originally was. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan had already entered the mountain pass gates.
A massacre began.
Damn it! This boy's spatial rule has already attained sublimity. What a fast speed!
Zhao Ding, this middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, could only eat dust under Yi Yuan's spatial rule too. He could not make Yi Yuan stay by himself.
Quickly run. Split up and run. Zhao Ding shouted loudly, instantly spreading throughout the entire mountain pass gates. The expressions of those Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses changed greatly when they heard it. How could they have time to hesitate, instantly fleeing in all directions? Yi Yuan spread his divine sense and was able to capture the positions of all the powerhouses. Boom!
Yi Yuan caught up to an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven with a lunge and blew him up with one punch.
You bastard! This exalt will kill you. Zhao Ding was raging. Catching up to Yi Yuan, it was one move. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of fighting with him at all. With a flash, he evaded him again. Boom! Yi Yuan slammed a punch out and the ground fissured.
A large swarm of limitless sublime heavenly stratum and greater sublime heavenly stratum disciples were either instantly killed or injured.
Zhao Ding's two eyes were blood red, and he was in a thunderous rage.
Some of these disciples were killed or injured. He did not care. But with how Yi Yuan was slaughtering people, even if it was the Pill Alliance, they could not afford it if the number was too high too.
Failing to kill Yi Yuan incurred the General Alliance's displeasure to begin with. If Yi Yuan exterminated the sect this time, then he really would not be able to lift his head anymore. But he could not do anything about it. He could not catch up to Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan made use of spatial rule. His speed was extremely fast.
Even if it was killing Jade Sovereign Heavens, it was merely a snap of his fingers too. By the time Zhao Ding caught up, Yi Yuan had gone hunting down the others again.
This feeling of powerlessness nearly drove Zhao Ding crazy.
The other party was merely a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Hoo-hoo! The Pill Alliance's disciples are really weak.
Back then, when you killed your way up to the martial secure heavenly sect, did you have this kind of mentality too? Yi Yuan's mocking voice came from the air. Boom! Yi Yuan punched again, directly killing the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven who was currently flying away. With his half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven physical body combined with Chaos True Spirit bloodline, killing a same-rank half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was too easy.
In a short few hundred breaths, Yi Yuan slew 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, 20 over Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, and countless low-level martial artists. The entire high-end combat power of the martial secure branch was eradicated by 1/3 all at once.
Zhao Ding was at his heel howling away but could not do anything about Yi Yuan.
Damn it!
Damn it! Damn it!
This exalt will definitely kill you today. Zhao Ding roared. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, Are Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses all as feeble as you? Roaring here and there are only those few words. Come on. Kill me. Right at this time, the void trembled. 2 figures burst out of the sky. When Zhao Ding saw the arrivals, he could not help being wildly ecstatic and exclaimed, Wu Xingrui, Lin Zhongwei. You guys came just in time. Help me delay this punk? I'll kill him. Right when Yi Yuan was suppressing the mountain-protecting Grand Array with the Myriad Realms Mountain, Zhao Ding already asked all parties for help. At this time, these 2 finally arrived first. Wu Xingrui, 2 people could not help being stunned when they saw the desolation all over the mountain and dead bodies everywhere.
Martial Secure Branch was wiped out by a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven?
One had to know that the Martial Secure branch was one of the strongest branches among the 15 branches. Zhao Ding was even a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven Mighty expert. Now, he actually failed to take down a Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven.
However, seeing Yi Yuan's astonishing speed, they understood very quickly.
Okay, leave it to us. Wu Xingrui, two people exchanged a glance and immediately set off to intercept Yi Yuan. Zhao Ding laughed loudly and said, "Boy, this time, I'll see where you run to." One person could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust.
But these three great Saint Sovereign Heavens could shrink the encirclement and reduce Yi Yuan's escape routes. Coupled with Zhao Ding's powerful strength, surrounding and killing Yi Yuan was not impossible.
Reaching the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven, one comprehended heaven and earth great Tao and shuttled through the void. The usefulness of spatial rule became significantly diminished. It was also that Yi Yuan's spatial rule was extremely strong. If it was any other Jade Sovereign Heaven, Zhao Ding would have smacked them to death with one slap.
Seeing three great Saint Sovereign Heavens besieging, Yi Yuan did not panic. He gave a cold laugh, his figure advancing instead of retreating, and actually directly met with Lin Zhongwei.
Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly, and he shouted, "He's going to use an Origin Divinity attack. Be careful."
Origin Divinity attacks had a certain range limit. Therefore, Yi Yuan got close to Lin Zhongwei precisely in order to directly one-shot him. However, Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Pill Alliance's foundation was so deep to have actually cultivated Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Arts in advance.
The Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art that Li Chongqing personally took out was not some commonware. Otherwise, he would have long disseminated it. Getting the warning, Lin Zhongwei's expression changed wildly, and he immediately activated the mystic art. True Soul Explosion. Yi Yuan roared angrily, Origin Divinity power bursting out.
Buzz.
Lin Zhongwei only felt his Origin Divinity burst, his entire person being stunned, standing there sluggishly. But he did not die. The Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art took effect. Damn it! Yi Yuan cursed in a low voice, passing right through the forest from Lin Zhongwei's direction.
Zhao Ding and Wu Xingrui were chasing him too closely. He had no way of acting. He could kill Lin Zhongwei with one sword, but he would also have to die at the hands of Zhao Jian, two people.
Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven was no joke. Although Yi Yuan was currently powerful, he still had not reached the level of killing Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens.
The gap between the realms was too big.
But he really did not expect that the Pill Alliance actually had such a powerful Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art. One had to know, his Origin Divinity Mystic Art originated from the Divine Emergence. Even if the other party had a physical body, he could still one-shot those in the same rank. But Lin Zhongwei forcefully blocked it. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that this must be the sequela left behind from his battle with Yan Jade back then.
This bunch of guys had likely all cultivated this secret technique.
However, it was also that there were 3 people encircling and suppressing him this time. If there was only one person, it was not hard for him to kill the other party. Although this defense mystic art was strong, his offensive mystic art was stronger.
Didn't they see that Lin Zhongwei's entire person was dazed after being bombarded?
Ha ha ha! Consider yourselves lucky.
I won't be playing with you all anymore this time.
However, you guys have to guard your homes well. I'll come at any time. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and left just like that. Zhao Ding, 2 people could not catch up in time at all.
If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, they could naturally surround and kill.
But if Yi Yuan wholeheartedly wanted to escape, they could not stop him at all. Lin Zhongwei also finally regained his senses at this time, but his eyes were still blank. What happened just now?
Zhao Ding's expression was ugly to the extreme.
3 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, including a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven among them, besieged a Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven and actually still let the other party run away.
This guy's Origin Divinity attack is so strong.
Lin Zhongwei activated his defense, and he was actually still stunned by him. If fighting one-on-one, he'll kill you guys as easily as flipping his hand over, Zhao Ding said with a gloomy face.
Wu Xingrui felt lingering fear too and said with a nod, this boy's spatial rule is extremely strong and his Origin Divinity attack is strange and unpredictable, really difficult to deal with.
Zhao Ding looked at the wrecked mountain pass gates and felt a headache. This boy probably won't give up just like that.
You guys hurry back and set up defenses. I'll report back to the General Alliance now.
What did you say?
Lin Zhongwei activated the Vajra Dharma body and was actually still injured by his origin divinity attack.
At the Pill Alliance, Li Chongqing suddenly stood up after hearing Zhao Ding's report. His eyes were full of shock. No one understood the prowess of the Vajra Dharma body, this origin divinity defense mystic art, better than him. Even across the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this mystic art was sufficient to rank in the top 10 too.
But Yi Yuan's origin divinity offensive mystic art was actually a level stronger. What did this indicate?
This showed that the level of Yi Yuan's origin divinity offensive mystic art was higher than the Vajra Dharma body.
In such a remote rain-clear continent, where did such a formidable origin divinity mystic art come from?
Originally, Li Chongqing did not care about Yi Yuan at all. But now it was not up to him to not take him seriously anymore.
Yi Yuan's origin divinity attack was so formidable it meant that he could disregard the disparity in realm and kill Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. The factions that he took great pains to nurture could crumble at any time. Not only that,
Zhao Ding said in a solemn voice, he also has a grade 2 Grand Mist treasure in his hands, smashing the Grand Chaos Heavenly Gate formation with 3 hits. His fleshy body already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven too. It's just that his divine essence realm doesn't seem to be stable enough yet. I feel that he might be using us as practice.
A Jade Sovereign Heaven using Saint Sovereign Heavens to practice?
Li Chongqing felt a little headache. He thought that this boy was already dead back then. Who knew that not only did he not die, he became even more troublesome after returning.
If he was just an ordinary alchemy path genius, then forget it.
But Yi Yuan was not only heaven-defying in alchemy Dao. His martial Dao was also unbelievably monstrous. This kind of opponent, anyone would feel a big headache. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyThanks.
After a long time, Li Chongqing snorted coldly and said, using Saint Exalt Heavens to practice? Humph. Does he really think that this Exalt is made of paper paste?
Half a month later at the Pill Alliance's Bright Sun branch, deep in the night,
Yi Yuan disposed of the mountain-guarding disciples silently, passed through the Grand Chaos Heavenly Gate formation, and entered the mountain pass gates.
Bright Sun Branch's alliance chief was called Guohuai, a middle-stage lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength could not be underestimated.
Through the previous fight, Yi Yuan discovered that in the same rank, the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens were much stronger than Saint Exalt Wakeloud them all.
This made Yi Yuan become curious about the Pill Alliance's origins. Mi Tian said that the origin divinity mystic art that Lin Zhongwei cultivated was called Vajra Dharma Body. This level of origin divinity mystic art, only the 33 Heavens top sect would have it. Although this defense mystic art was not as good as divine emergence, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. He really could not breach the other party's origin divinity defenses. It was also that Lin Zhongwei was too weak. If it was Zhao Ding, the effect of the origin divinity attack would be negligible. This made Yi Yuan greatly surprised. The rain-clear continent was isolated from the world. Even the alchemy development was lagging extremely behind. How could such a high-level origin divinity mystic art appear? Connecting it to the Pill Alliance's true-grade heavenly pills again, Yi Yuan guessed that this Pill Alliance's alliance chief, Li Chongqing, probably came from a top sect outside of the rain-clear continent.
If that was the case, then the faction behind the Pill Alliance was extremely terrifying.
Of course, no matter how terrifying, it could not change Yi Yuan's determination to seek vengeance too. The Pill Alliance must be destroyed. Yi Yuan displayed spatial rule all the way, fumbling towards the main hall. The transmission array was set up there. In the Martial Secure branch, Yi Yuan's goal was not to kill people but to figure out the location of the transmission array. Since the various major branches were built uniformly, the rough construction was naturally about the same.
Especially transmission array, this kind of important thing, it was definitely placed in the safest place.
Where was the safest?
It was naturally the main hall.
This place had powerhouses plentiful like clouds. The alliance chief was here too. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to want to grope their way to the transmission array. But, by displaying spatial rule and borrowing the cover of the night, Yi Yuan fumbled his way in easily. Carefully passing through one restriction after another, Yi Yuan finally found where the transmission array was at. There were 4 Jade Sovereign Heavens waiting in full battle array ahead, standing guard over the transmission array.
Yi Yuan laughed lightly and his origin divinity suddenly erupted.
True soul explosion. 4 Jade Sovereign Heavens virtually died at the same time. However, this eruption immediately triggered the restriction too. Who is it?
To dare trespass my bright sun branch? Guohuai roared, reaching in a blink of an eye.
However, it was already too late. Boom! The myriad realms mountain smashed straight towards the transmission array. The spatial passageway collapsed in an instant.
Guohuai rushed over only to see a wrecked transmission array and could not help turning greatly pale with fright.
You're Yi Yuan. Guohuai looked at Yi Yuan with a look of fright.
Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Relax, I won't use origin divinity attacks to kill you.
Come, practice with me." Guohuai's expression turned cold, and he said with a sneer, "You want to borrow my hands to consolidate your realm?"
Hoo-hoo, do you really think that Saint Sovereign Heavens are roadside cabbages? Heaven-breaking divine saber.
His voice had yet to fade when Guohuai suddenly launched a sneak attack, cleaving over with a saber. The saber was swift to the extreme.
Furthermore, the saber in his hand was even a grand mistreasure.
In an instant, Yi Yuan felt that all of his paths of retreat had been sealed off. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt a powerful pressure. This Guohuai's saber intent already reached the realm of Great Tao Transformation. Sure enough, the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens all had extraordinary strength. However, this was also precisely what he requested. Right away, the Dragon Spring Sword emerged with a howl and directly greeted without retreating in the slightest. Jade Sovereign Heaven versus Saint Sovereign Heaven. Boom! The terrifying undulation directly blew the entire main hall up.
The berserk heaven and earth spiritual energy startled the entire bright sun branch awake.
Enemy attack. Alliance Chief is fighting with the enemy.
Amen?
Why is the opponent a Jade Sovereign Heaven? He's Yi Yuan.
So strong. This guy is just Jade Sovereign Heaven and he's actually fighting with Alliance Chief until neither can get the upper hand.
For a moment, Bright Sun Branch was shaken from top to bottom. They had never seen it before. A Jade Sovereign Heaven could actually fight fiercely with a Saint Sovereign Heaven.
But today they witnessed it.
The Dragon Spring Sword turned into 108 flying swords at this moment, forming into an incomparably sharp sword formation.
And Guohuai did not show weakness in the slightest, his unrestrained blade dancing until it was airtight.
The two people went back and forth and actually directly blew the main peak up.
Places that they passed through, the Pill Alliance's disciples were directly ground up by the force.
They were unable to intervene in this level of battle at all.
Guohuai's strength was extremely robust. It looked like they were meeting his equals, but in reality he was suppressing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's sword intent was suppressed by Guohuai's crazed saber intent until he could not catch his breath.
It was also that Guohuai was certain that he would die that caused him to erupt with an even greater combat power.
He knew that once Yi Yuan used origin divinity attacks, he would only have one road, death.
Rather than that, he might as well do everything in his power to suppress the opponent. What if the other party fumbled and got split into two by him? However, fighting with Yi Yuan, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. His Great Tao transformation was just one law transformation. Furthermore, it stopped at the third form.
But Yi Yuan's 3 laws transformation was actually already cultivated to late-stage 4th form. It was also precisely by relying on this that Yi Yuan was fighting with him until neither could gain the upper hand. Guohuai mused, once Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, then how horrifying would his combat power be?
The more Guohuai fought, the more alarmed he became.
It was because he detected that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was becoming more and more consolidated.
This guy's adaptability in the middle of battle was a little too formidable. Cultivation realm consolidating, Yi Yuan's sword formation became more and more solid. Previously, Guohuai's saber intent could still suppress Yi Yuan. But now, the two of them were really evenly matched. In fact, Yi Yuan already had faint signs of breaking through and gradually turned around to suppress him.
This rate of improvement was simply outrageous to hear.
Ho-ho! You seem to be unable to suppress anymore, Yi Yuan said with a light laugh.
The imposing aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Guo Huai was already unable to resist anymore. Guo Huai's expression changed and he said in horror, You're going to break through.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, to you guys, maybe breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is an extremely difficult thing. But to me, it's merely something that will happen without effort. Now, I'm already at grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Only this last step is missing.
Above the void, the wind and clouds were already starting to fluctuate.
Signs of a breakthrough had already begun. The shock in Guo Huai's heart could not be any greater. He had never seen before a genius who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven so easily. Saint Sovereign Heaven was a massive hurdle.
Even if one's talent was exceptional, they also needed sufficient accumulations before they could break through.
But Yi Yuan did not need it at all. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. A huge crisis surged in Yi Yuan's heart. At the same time, Guo Huai's face revealed a look of greater shock than just now.
It was because he felt it too.
How is this possible? You're actually
going to transcend tribulation already? Guo Huai cried out involuntarily.
Yes.
In that instant just now, he felt the aura of Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation. Yi Yuan actually triggered the Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation at the juncture of breakthrough.
This was simply inconceivable. The condition for Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulations to trigger was normally all calculated in years. Some people could only trigger it once every 10,000 years. But others could trigger it once every few thousand years.
And the shorter the time indicated the greater the potential of this person.
Saint Sovereign, it had never been heard of that someone triggered the Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation when breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Guo Huai felt like he was almost suffocating.
Just what kind of a monster did the Pill Alliance provoke? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he stopped the fight. Guo Huai looked toward Yi Yuan, fearful to the extreme. This guy was simply a human-shaped monster. Yi Yuan, who withdrew from battle, his aura suddenly stopped skyrocketing, as if being forcibly nipped in the bud.
Guo Huai's pupils constricted and he said with a cold smile, Yi Yuan, you're afraid.
Triggering the Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation when breaking through is unprecedented. Your Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation must be very horrifying.
Yi Yuan looked at Guo Huai and said with a smile, you're thinking too much. I suppressed my realm not because I'm scared of the Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation. It's just that I feel that this isn't the place to break through. Guo Huai laughed loudly and said, it's useless.
Your talent has evoked heaven's jealousy. No matter where you break through, heavenly Dao will kill you. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, Guo Huai, you brought people to destroy Xianxia Heavenly Sect back then.
Slaughtering more than 5,000 people in Xianxia Heavenly Sect, your sins are heinous.
Originally, I was planning on directly killing you. But now, I've changed my mind. Guo Huai's expression changed, secretly thinking that things were bad, but only to feel his head buzz, and he was dazed. Arg! When Guo Huai woke up, he could not help crying out in pain.
Yi Yuan already crippled his cultivation.
Back then, Yi Yuan saved many martial secure Heavenly Sect disciples with the 100 Poison Formation, letting many disciples escape with their lives. But Xianxia Heavenly Sect did not have Yi Yuan.
They got surrounded by the Pill Alliance and their entire sect was massacred, blood flowing like rivers. And the main culprit was Guo Huai. Yi Yuan naturally would not select targets at random.
If he wanted to destroy the branches, he would also find the people who took action back then. Firstly, it was a probe. Secondly, it was also to avenge the 5 heavenly sects.
The battle back then was really incomparably tragic. No, it should be that it was a one-sided massacre.
Guo Huai was one of the executioners.
Guo Huai's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, his eyes full of resentment as he let out a wild laugh and said, Yi Yuan, your talent is too terrifying, evoking heaven's jealousy. You'll definitely die. Even if you torment me, it won't change this fact too.
Yi Yuan looked at Guo Huai and said with a smile, is that so? Then I'll give you a chance and let you see me being killed by the Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation.
However, If I go to the Pill Alliance and lure a bunch of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses and then I break through to call down the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation, don't you think that it will be very interesting? When Guo Huai heard that, his entire body could not help trembling.
This guy was insane. Yi Yuan's Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying.
If he broke through in the crowd, it would be equivalent to a moving bomb.
The consequences were too ghastly to contemplate. You lunatic. Your Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation. If you prepare adequately, there's still a glimmer of hope. But if you really do this, you'll definitely die without a doubt, Guo Huai said fearfully.
Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, whether or not I die, you'll know when the time comes.
Finished saying, Yi Yuan carried the dead dog like Guo Huai and left the bright sun branch. Very soon, a piece of news that shocked the 5 great heavenly regions spread. The heavens chosen of his generation, Yi Yuan, destroyed the bright sun branch with his power alone. Bright sun branch's jade sovereign heaven powerhouses, all were exterminated. Bright Sun Branch's alliance chief, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse Guo Huai, was captured alive by Yi Yuan, his whereabouts unknown.
What was even more shocking was that Yi Yuan was actually not a Saint Sovereign Heaven yet. This news is fake, right? How can a Jade Sovereign Heaven possibly defeat Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses?
Yeah, this is also exaggerated too ridiculously. If you say that Yi Yuan was powerful and escaped from Guo Huai's hands, I still believe it. But to say that Yi Yuan captured Guo Huai alive, I don't believe it even if you beat me to death.
What do you know?
In the great battle that day, there were thousands of Pill Alliance disciples watching the fight.
Yi Yuan killed all of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses but gave the other disciples a way out.
Everyone present can testify. There's still this matter? But how is this possible? For some time, the people were all talking about this, especially the various major heavenly sects that were being ruled by the Pill Alliance. Their thoughts started stirring at this time. Finally, someone started provoking the Pill Alliance.
These few years, they lived like dogs. There was finally someone who started to resist.
Furthermore, the resistance was even so sharp. One had to know, destroying a branch, this was absolutely a tremendous blow to the Pill Alliance.
Especially as Saint Sovereign Heaven, this was not some cabbage. Each Saint Sovereign Heaven was a strategic power. One death had a great impact on the battle situation. In a secret place in True Yang Heavenly Domain, a group of Saint Sovereign Heavens was gathered here. Saint Exalt Wakeloud laughed loudly and said, ha ha.
Invigorating. That overweeningly arrogant Pill Alliance finally has someone to take care of them. Younger brother Yi is quiet when not making a move, but the moment he took action, it amazed the world with a single brilliant feat.
Saint Exalt Pill Alliance said, Guo Huai isn't some random Tom, Dick, or Harry.
His strength can rank in the top 3 among the Pill Alliance's lower Saint Sovereign Heavens. Younger brother Yi can actually capture him alive with his power alone. But Saint Exalt Sky Fortune frowned and said, but why didn't younger brother Yi kill him immediately? Also, he hasn't come to inform us until now. Could it be that he's planning on destroying the Pill Alliance by himself?
Saint Exalt Purple Sun shook his head and said, I heard that younger brother Yi raided Bright Sun Branch in order to consolidate his realm. It looks like he's planning to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven first.
However, with his combat power, after breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he might not be unable to fight with that Xianxia. But I'm very curious. What on earth is he planning to do by capturing Guo Huai alive? I keep feeling that he's going to do something unexpected. Is Guo Huai a pig?
A living person actually fumbled until he reached the transmission array, and Guo Huai didn't even discover him. Within the Pill Alliance's main hall, Xianxia appeared somewhat exasperated.
With the transmission array being destroyed, they were unable to support in time no matter how fast they were. By the time they rushed to Bright Sun Branch, there was only a dilapidated mountain pass gate left there already. Bright Sun Branch being leveled to the ground, this was not just the loss of a branch.
The greater significance was affecting the rule of the Pill Alliance.
It was not that the 5 great heavenly regions did not have Saint Sovereign Heavens. It was just that these people were all deterred by the Pill Alliance's might and did not dare to take any action. That was all.
But now Yi Yuan's face-slapping action already shook the foundation of the Pill Alliance's rule. Once danger erupted all round, it would not be easy to control. Below, a group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked too. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually fumble his way to where the transmission array was located without a sound. One had to know, in this process, Yi Yuan had to face the mountain-protecting Grand Array, had to face countless patrolling powerhouses, and even had to face many trigger restrictions. Any slip-ups and it would be impossible to accomplish. Yet Yi Yuan did it. Search for me. Even if you dig 3 feet below the ground, you also have to find this punk for this chief. Li Chongqing said with a cold yell. This General Alliance, that brat is all alone by himself and also proficient in spatial rule, he can't be found at all. After that boy destroyed the Bright Sun branch, he completely vanished. We've already sent people out, but there isn't any news at all. The one who spoke was the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse that was in charge of the Pill Alliance's information gathering. He also had a massive headache now. Yi Yuan destroyed the Bright Sun branch all alone by himself. Randomly burrowing into some mountain or forest, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack for them. Unless Yi Yuan willingly exposed himself, otherwise they had no way of taking action at all. Li Chongqing's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then you all stay in the transmission array passageways for me. As long as that punk shows his face, everyone immediately provides assistance. If there are any more accidents, you all will be held accountable." A month later, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in the sky above Marshall Secure Branch again. He was even carrying the dead dog-like Guo Huai in his hand. In this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan had been preparing to transcend the tribulation. He had confidence in transcending the tribulation, but he must prepare amply. Ha ha ha? Little bastard, see if you still don't die this time. Guo Huai had blood in his mouth as he laughed miserably. In this 1 month, he had been by Yi Yuan's side. That sort of vague sense of danger made him close to despair. Even he, this outsider, felt the horrifying crisis. It went even more without saying for Yi Yuan himself. Bang! Yi Yuan ignored him and directly threw Guo Huai to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He even conveniently sealed his throat, making him unable to speak. "Zhao Ding, come out and prepare to die," Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Swoosh! Zhao Ding appeared in front of Yi Yuan right away. Seeing Guo Huai's miserable appearance, the corners of Zhao Ding's mouth could not help twitching slightly. Guo Huai was very strong. Breaking through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future was virtually a sure bet. Now he was actually directly crippled. "Yi Yuan, you actually still dare to come," Zhao Ding said in a solemn voice. "Is there anywhere in this world that I don't dare to go to? Since I came once, I naturally dare to come a second time. What can you do to me?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Ding smiled coldly and said, "In front of this exalt, you can only cover your head and scurry away. You're merely a gutless coward." Yi Yuan was goading Yi Yuan, buying time. During this period of time, all the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had been guarding beside the transmission arrays. When he came out just now, he had already sent the news out. Right now, all of the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were currently gathering over here. As long as Yi Yuan was surrounded, even if he had exceedingly formidable abilities, he would definitely die beyond a doubt too. Yi Yuan seemed to be unable to stand the goading and said with a cold smile, "Such a clumsy goading technique? Do you think that I can't tell? Hoo-hoo. Today, I'll fight with you. So what if Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven?" Zhao Ding laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Brat, you dare to face this exalt head-on? This exalt will kill you in 10 exchanges." Facing Yi Yuan, he did not dare to shoot his mouth off either. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too fierce. Even in a frontal battle, he could forget about killing Yi Yuan in a few moves. To be able to make Zhao Ding say such words, the Marshall Secure Branch also exclaimed in amazement at Yi Yuan's strength. One had to know, Jade Sovereign Heavens were like ants in front of a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. However, seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of escaping, Zhao Ding was overjoyed in his heart. This brat really had no idea of death or danger. There was no need to have too many. As long as 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens arrived, even if Yi Yuan had spatial rule, he could forget about escaping too. Zhao Ding was secretly rejoicing, but Guo Huai in front of the mountain pass gates was struggling endlessly. He wanted to inform Zhao Ding to hurry up and retreat, but he struggled until his face turned completely red, and he could not speak either. Present, he was already a cripple. No one from the Pill Alliance came to acknowledge him. He could only be anxious but unable to do anything. Hoo-hoo? Is that so? Zhao Ding, you and I have a deep enmity like the sea. Today, I'll kill you in front of Marshal Secure's mountain pass gates to pay homage to the Marshal Secure, heavenly sex dead souls that had passed on. Yi Yuan had his palm out. The Myriad Realms mountain already appeared in his hand. Feeling the powerful undulations coming off of the Myriad Realms mountain, Zhao Ding revealed a solemn expression too. Swoosh! Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, arriving not far from Zhao Ding with a flash. His movement technique even faster than thought. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan roared loudly, casting an origin divinity attack straight away. Buzz! Zhao Ding was on guard long ago and already activated the Vajra Dharma body. But, even so, his origin divinity still felt the explosion-like attack, his entire person coming to a standstill for an instant. What Yi Yuan wanted was this instant. At this time, the Myriad Realms mountain in his hand had already accumulated momentum and was awaiting release. At the first moment he executed the origin divinity attack, it smashed toward Zhao Ding. After a momentary lapse, an intense sense of crisis welled up in Zhao Ding's heart. Virtually instinctively, he escaped into the void. Boom! The place where Zhao Ding was standing, the void exploded. The terrifying undulation shocked the Marshal Secure Branch's disciples until they fell flat on their backs. And at the same time, Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly too, an extremely dangerous aura coming from behind. He immediately escaped into the void without turning his head back. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan was standing exploded with a loud bang. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat and immediately spurted a mouthful of fresh blood, already sustaining serious injuries. A jade ornament emitted a faint light in Zhao Ding's hand. This jade ornament was precisely a grand mist treasure. Zhao Ding had long already hidden the jade ornament in the void in order to plot against Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan came over, he suddenly launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. Otherwise, he would have directly kicked the bucket with this. However, Zhao Ding felt awful too. His aura was very disorderly. Clearly, he had suffered light injuries too. Even if he evaded the Myriad Realms mountain's blow, the power of a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure transmitted into the void too, injuring Zhao Ding. It was just that the two people's realms were different. Their defensive strength naturally had a great disparity too. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two people exchanged a blow. They were evenly matched. At virtually the same time, the two people stuffed a heavenly pill into their mouths. The two people's injuries were rapidly recovering. The Pill Alliance never lacked heavenly pills. After Yi Yuan ended the Bright Sun branch, he seized a large batch of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills too. At this time, his wallet plumped up again. Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, merely thus. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Ding, smilingly coldly without ceasing. Zhao Ding's expression was ugly as he said with a cold snort, merely borrowing an external force, that's all. What's there to be smug about? The power of a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure is great, but how many times can you deploy it? He was unyielding verbally, but Zhao Ding's back broke out into a cold sweat. Yi Yuan's origin divinity attack was too strong. Even he had a momentary lapse too. Just now, the combined attack of Yi Yuan's spatial rule, origin divinity attack, plus Myriad Realms mountain, was swift until it made people feel asphyxiated. If he was slower by half a beat, he would have been crushed into minced meat by the Myriad Realms mountain currently. Wouldn't you know if you try it out for yourself? Today, either you die or I perish. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his figure moving out again. Boom! The void trembled again. The terrifying aftershock directly shocked everyone. Some low-level disciples could already detect it even from afar. There were 3 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse who had already arrived but remained in hiding. They did not show themselves.
He smiled coldly in his heart but was unmoved on the surface. Dealing with Zhao Ding. Yi Yuan deployed the Myriad Realms Mountain. His energy was being rapidly consumed. But before coming, he had already prepared enough heavenly pills. Swallowing true-grade heavenly pills crazily in the midst of fierce fighting to make up for the fierce consumption of divine essence. Seeing Yi Yuan eating so many true-grade heavenly pills like candy, Zhao Ding cursed heavily in his heart too. Too freaking extravagant. Even in the Pill Alliance, Grade 4 true-grade heavenly pills were extremely precious things too. In the Pill Alliance, there were really not many who could refine Grade 4 true-grade heavenly pills. Furthermore, the success rate was extremely low. Especially this kind of consumable-type true-grade heavenly pill, the distribution was extremely strict. Nobody could utilize Grade 4 heavenly pills as efficiently as Yi Yuan, and there was naturally no one who was so extravagant too. As for Zhao Ding, he was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses himself and needed to consume Grade 5 heavenly pills. True grade was a luxury. Even Alliance Chief Li Chongqing could not refine it either. Grade 5 heavenly pills were naturally even more precious because of heavenly medicines. Even Zhao Ding did not have many Grade 5 heavenly pills on him either. The two people exchanged more than 10 rounds in a row, shocking until the entire Martial Secure branch was trembling incessantly. Yi Yuan was dyed in blood from head to toe. Zhao Ding was no better as well. The power of the Myriad Realms Mountain was too strong. Even if it was being swept by the aftershock, his injuries were not light either. He was not as extravagant as Yi Yuan, eating true-grade heavenly pills like candy. He could only rely on himself to forcefully resist. And unknowingly, 13 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses already gathered in the Martial Secure branch. Apart from the Bright Sun branch, the other branches' alliance chiefs have all arrived. Each and every one of them was also dumbstruck with shock when they saw these two people's battle. This guy, if he were to keep fighting like this, he could exhaust Zhao Ding to death. Are true-grade heavenly pills so worthless? It was indeed an incomparably correct decision for the General Alliance to want to destroy the Pill Pavilion back then. Otherwise, now, our Pill Alliance likely won't have the day where we can hold our heads up anymore. This kid has likely already surpassed the General Alliance in Alchemy Dao. These Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens, there were many who were Grade 5 heavenly alchemists. They knew that Grade 4 heavenly medicines were not cabbages. Even if it was these conventional heavenly medicines, they were very precious too. The fact that Yi Yuan could take out so many true-grade heavenly pills, it could only mean that his utilization of heavenly medicines was extremely high. These Grade 5 heavenly alchemists and even the Alliance head Li Chongqing had to bow down in defeat in front of Yi Yuan too. While talking, 13 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses already completed the encirclement against Yi Yuan. Boom! The two people exchanged more than 10 moves frenziedly. Zhao Ding finally could not hold on anymore and spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. The current Zhao Ding had a disorderly aura in a state of disarray. Yi Yuan swallowed a few heavenly pills, his aura recovering rapidly. Looking at Zhao Ding from a distance, he sneered and said, "It's been 15 moves. You failed to kill me but got seriously injured by me instead. Hoo-hoo, where has your boasting previously gone to now?" Zhao Ding suddenly let out a wild laugh and said, "Brat, you're very strong. But do you think that this Exalt would have a fair fight with you? I'll come on out." The void trembled. More than 10 powerful auras stepped out into the air. After these people appeared, their auras locked onto Yi Yuan from afar. As long as Yi Yuan moved, they would deal a fatal blow. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, discovering an acquaintance in the crowd. Huangfu Cloudthink. Back then, Martial Secure Heavenly Sex Sect Master Feng Xuani died precisely at his hands. He did not expect that after not seeing for 100 years, Huangfu Cloudthink already broke through to the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven too. But thinking about it, there was nothing strange too. What the Pill Alliance lacked the least was heavenly pills. A half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was all too normal. Feeling Yi Yuan's gaze, Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "Long time no see, Yi Yuan. I really didn't expect that after not seeing for 100 years, you actually already possess the strength to kill Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, it's useless. The Pill Alliance's strength is beyond your imagination. You're presently all alone by yourself without any backing. Just based on a bit of hot-blooded courage, you still want to seek revenge. Clearly, Huangfu Cloudthink felt that he had already cornered Yi Yuan and did not care about Yi Yuan's gaze at all. It was just that he did not notice that amidst the dust in the distant mountain a figure was currently burning with anxiety. He wanted to speak but could not. These dozen over Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had already fallen into a huge crisis without knowing. Yi Yuan looked at Huangfu Cloudthink and said with a cold smile, "Hoo-hoo, you came just in time. Today, I can round you all up in one fell swoop." Huangfu Cloudthink shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Yi Yuan, you're very strong. You're also extremely talented, but you're too eager for revenge. If you cultivated to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, you might have hope for revenge. But now, facing so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, you dare to say to round us all up in one fell swoop too." One of the Alliance chiefs said disdainfully, "Hoo-hoo, a fool who overestimates his own ability. A puny little Jade Sovereign Heaven really thinks that by relying on a Grade 2 Grand Miss treasure, he'll be able to get revenge. Alliance Head is on his way too. His methods are simply beyond your imagination. Alliance Head already said to leave you to him. You, prepare to bear Alliance Head's wrath." In the eyes of these Alliance chiefs, Yi Yuan's words were simply laughably childish. A measly little Jade Sovereign Heaven actually dared to threaten so many Saint Sovereign Heavens. So what if he possessed a Grade 2 Grand Miss treasure? So what if he could jump realms and battle? The Pill Alliance did not have just one Saint Sovereign Heaven, let alone that there was also an unfathomable Li Chongqing. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan looked at the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens that was posturing and could not resist bursting into laughter. "On your deathbed and you still can laugh." Zhao Ding snickered and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Deathbed? Haha, yeah, you guys are on your deathbeds and you're actually still in the mood to posture here. I really can't refrain from finding it hilarious. Guohuai, you come and tell them. Are they facing imminent death or not?" As he said, Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence, and Guohuai's seal was immediately released. The Saint Sovereign Heavens present had baffled faces. They really did not notice Guohuai. After Guohuai was released from the seal, he shouted with all his strength, "Run! Quickly run! He's going to transcend Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation. Run!" These Saint Sovereign Heavens had baffled faces. Transcend Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation? This guy wouldn't have been beaten silly by Yi Yuan, right? What Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation would a Jade Sovereign Heaven be transcending? Guohuai, you go and take a rest. Your head is beaten until it's spoiled. Yi Yuan, he said that you're going to transcend Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation. Why don't you transcend it and broaden our horizons? Ha ha ha. The Saint Sovereign Heavens laughed loudly without ceasing. They could tell that Guohuai had already completely become a cripple and could not be saved anymore. If it were not for this, they also would not have failed to discover Guohuai until now. There was naturally no one who dared to make fun of a powerhouse. But now no one would care about him. When Guohuai heard everyone's derision, he struggled endlessly on the ground in a panic and roared wildly, "He's really going to transcend tribulation. When he fought with me, he was going to break through already. The reason why he wanted to suppress his realm is to lure you guys out and use the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation to perish together with you all. Fools! Why haven't you hurry up and run?" Hearing Guohuai's roar at the top of his voice, some people started frowning. Those present were not fools. Although what Guohuai said was inconceivable, it still aroused some people's vigilance. Previously, they all felt that Yi Yuan was too impulsive, coming to seek revenge after acquiring a precious treasure. But thinking carefully now, something did not seem to be quite right. However, Yi Yuan did not let them hesitate for too long. "Hoo-hoo, since you guys want to broaden your horizons, then I'll satisfy you all." At this moment, he completely released his realm suppression. A horrifying aura shot straight to the sky. Auspicious omens orbited above the void. But at the same time, tribulation clouds that made people's hearts palpitate soon condensed. Crisis. Huge crisis. The Tao tribulation aura coming from above the sky made their expressions change abruptly.
The Saint Sovereign Heavens present, apart from a minority, had virtually all transcended Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations before.
But no one among them had ever brought down such a terrifying Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Lightning was hidden above the clouds. They already felt asphyxiated. This is really the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. How is this possible?
He has incurred heaven's envy. This Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation will definitely be earth-shattering. What a terrifying aura I feel like. I almost can't breathe anymore.
Just how many law tribulations did this guy call down? In reality, Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised by the power of this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. The terrifying aura coming from above the ninth heaven also shocked him quite a bit. Roar! Roar!
Roar!
An illusion true dragon was traversing back and forth above the ninth heaven. The blood in Yi Yuan's body all started boiling at this moment. In virtually an instant, his fleshy body directly crossed this major hurdle and reached the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven, while his divine essence also skyrocketed at this moment.
Yi Yuan's inner world seemed to have fused into one with heaven and earth at this moment. One great Tao rule after another was displayed in front of Yi Yuan. Breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was a sublimation and also a great lucky chance.
At the time of the breakthrough, it was an opportunity to come into contact with heavenly Tao at close range.
This feeling was indescribably mysterious. Yi Yuan felt that his soul had completely sublimated.
What it brought was a surge in strength.
Damn it! How can this boy be so monstrous?
Bringing down Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation when breaking through? It's unheard of since ancient times. Quickly run.
What are you still in a daze for? Zhao Ding bellowed, his figure suddenly disappearing from where he was.
Only then did the others recover from the shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone fled swiftly at the same time. Only know how to run now?
Too late. It was only to see Yi Yuan take a step out, catching up to Huangfu Cloudthink virtually in an instant. Huangfu Cloudthink's head went buzzing and he was completely dazed. Freaking hell, don't chase me.
He wished to give himself 2 tight slaps now. Why did he provoke Yi Yuan earlier? Why did he have to attract attention among so many Saint Sovereign Heavens?
If he had kept a lower profile, maybe Yi Yuan would not have chosen him.
But it was too late to say anything now.
It was because the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation had already descended.
Crack! A bolt of lightning cut across the sky as if splitting the sky into 2.
Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle too. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out the Myriad Realms mountain.
Boom!
Lightning fell, an indiscriminate attack.
The attack range of this lightning tribulation was extremely broad. Those Saint Sovereign Heavens had not escaped very far and were directly squeezed out of the void by the oppression of Great Tao. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Even if they were not in the center of the storm, the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens also felt their mind trembling heavily, fresh blood spurting wildly from their mouths.
The Huangfu Cloudthink, who was nearest to Yi Yuan, was miserable. He did not enter Saint Sovereign Heaven for a long time to begin with. His strength was not considered very strong in Saint Sovereign Heaven. This strike directly knocked him down from midair, only to see fresh blood rushing out of his mouth wildly like a waterfall.
While on this side, the faint earth-yellow halo emitted from the Myriad Realms mountain wrapped Yi Yuan up. Boom! Lightning fell. Yi Yuan was directly slammed underground like a cannonball.
Yi Yuan felt his eyes spin, his entire person feeling like his skeletal frame had fallen apart.
The power of this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was a little too strong. However, he had the protection of the Myriad Realms mountain and was much better than Huangfu Cloudthink.
Huangfu Cloudthink did not die, but his entire person was curled up on the ground, twitching incessantly. With one strike, he only had half his life remaining. Zhao Ding took a look at the void in astonishment and then looked at Yi Yuan, muttering under his breath, "N9 Laws Tao Tribulation. 9 Laws Tao Tribulation.
It's the legendary 9 Laws Tao Tribulation.
Fucking hell, too terrifying. This boy actually brought down 9 Laws Tao Tribulation.
Quickly run. If you're caught up to by this brat, you'll be dead for sure." In Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was cursing Yi Yuan heavily too, saying, "You scoundrelly brat, you're messing around too much. Who transcends a 9 Laws Tao tribulation like you? Do you not want your freaking life anymore?" Tian suddenly felt that this boy might just torment him to death one day. His dream of returning home likely could not come true anymore. What's 9 Law Dao Tribulation? Yi Yuan said blankly.
He really had no concept of Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation.
Tian snorted coldly and said, "That lightning tribulation just now. How many kinds of rule undulations did you feel?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "It seems to be 9.
The reason why the lightning tribulation earlier was terrifying was that it fused 9 kinds of power of rules. Yi Yuan wielded the Myriad Realms Mountain. Logically speaking, transcending the Saint Sovereign Dao Tribulation was like playing.
But now he was seriously wounded with one strike. Clearly, this Dao tribulation was extraordinary. The first time ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens transcend their tribulation, what they bring down is all 1 Law Dao tribulations.
Some stronger ones will bring down 2 Laws Dao tribulations. Even in a major sect like the Labyrinth Divine Palace, the top Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples can at most only bring down 7 laws or 8 Laws Dao tribulations too. You actually fucking brought down 9 laws.
9 is the extreme of numbers. Each Saint Sovereign Dao tribulation, the power of rules that descends won't exceed this number. But those who reach this number are all monsters among monsters, prodigies that even heavenly Dao is jealous of. You scoundrel! You really incurred heaven's envy. Tian gnashed his teeth hatefully and could not refrain from swearing. He knew that this boy was monstrous but did not think that he was monstrous until such a degree. When he got the news, Li Chongqing was currently cultivating. He sneered coldly in response to this. Young people really can't retain composure. Having a bit of strength and he's already thinking of taking revenge.
Little did he imagine what kind of character he, Li Chongqing, was.
To Li Chongqing, he looked down on the martial Dao powerhouses on this continent.
This place was merely a wilderness land of grand bright jade complete heaven. The people here were backward in their martial Dao and their alchemy Dao withered.
He came here to save this world. Therefore, he wanted to be this continent's king and be worshipped by thousands. A jumping clown like Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all. He, Li Chongqing, came from one of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's 7 great hegemon level Holy Land, the extreme medicine sect, his alchemy path strength reaching the acme of perfection, and his trump cards being numerous. A mere ascender, how could he really treat Yi Yuan seriously? Li Chongqing's figure flashed, and he vanished from where he was. In the next second, he entered the transmission array. Boom! Li Chongqing had just come out of the transmission array and only felt a blur before his eyes. 2 figures rushed over.
A horrifying to the extreme heavenly lightning suddenly descended.
Li Chongqing's hair stood on its end, a great sense of danger welling up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Chongqing shuttled through the void immediately.
But he discovered that the void seemed to be frozen at this moment.
He was unable to teleport. However, he still displayed his movement technique and left where he was at the fastest speed. Boom! The transmission array exploded with a loud bang. Li Chongqing only felt his entire body turn numb. Tasting sweetness at the back of his throat, a mouth of blood spurted out. Fucking hell, what happened? This exalt came to kill people. Before I even saw the person, I got injured by an explosion.
Amen? Hang on. This seems to be a Saint Sovereign Dao tribulation?
It was even a 9 Laws Dao tribulation. Li Chongqing shuddered, thinking to himself which great deity was overcoming his tribulation here. One had to know this grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven superpowerhouse, had only transcended 8 Laws Dao tribulation until now.
Li Chongqing had overcome a total of 4 Saint Sovereign Dao tribulations. Each time, it would increase by 2 laws. It was not that there were no 9 Laws Dao tribulation, but those who could transcend 9 Laws Dao tribulations, they were all super powerhouses among their peers.
3 laws each time, 9 laws on the 3rd time.
Those who could transcend 9 Laws Dao tribulation were all the most outstanding figures in Saint Sovereign Heaven. When did such a powerhouse appear in the Reincarnation continent, he actually did not know.
The 9 Laws Dao tribulation that existed in the legends referred to the first Saint Sovereign Dao tribulation. But Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses generally overcame more than one tribulation. Over a few accumulations, 9 laws were still achievable. There was no time to think too much. Li Chongqing immediately spread his divine sense out and observed the situation. The moment he looked, he could not help drawing a cold breath.
All over the hills and valleys it was a stretch of scorched earth.
A figure chased after a group of Saint Sovereign Heavens, scurrying everywhere. The scene was chaotic to the extreme. Of the 14 Saint Sovereign Heavens, there were only 9 left now.
These 9 were also lingering on with one last breath and could not live for long.
That's Yi Yuan? It's him who's transcending the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation?
Isn't he Jade Sovereign Heaven? Why did he transcend Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation? Could it be he brought down the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation the moment he broke through? It was fine if he did not think, but the moment he thought about it, he gave himself a fright.
Bringing down 9 laws Tao tribulation when breaking through, what kind of monster was this? Maybe the topmost level monsters among the 7 great holy lands had the qualifications to draw down 9 laws Tao tribulation. Could it be that this boy already reached the level of the 7 great holy lands apex monsters? How was this possible?
As a former hegemon level Holy Lands disciple, Li Chongqing knew all too well how terrifying such a monster was.
He had always had a high and mighty attitude towards this continent's martial artists.
But now Yi Yuan actually surpassed him?
No, using surpass to describe was not appropriate. If Yi Yuan was the falcon cleaving the sky, then he was a puddle of mud on the ground.
Such an existence, as long as they did not die, they were very likely to step into hegemon realm in the future.
MN? That's Li Chongqing? He's actually a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan noticed the fish that was implicated just now too. The other party's movement technique and strength far surpassed the others.
Earlier, Zhao Ding wanted to slip away through the transmission array. In the end, he was caught up by Yi Yuan.
Right at this time, Li Chongqing came out of the transmission array.
With this, there was a full collision.
However, it was spread outside that Li Chongqing was an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He did not expect that Li Chongqing actually was not.
This guy already reached grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven. Yi Yuan secretly rejoiced. Luckily, the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was called down. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would really suffer a big loss. A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, the strength was far from what an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven could compare to.
But since he came, then he could accompany him to overcome the tribulation together. Swoosh! Yi Yuan lunged and headed to Li Chongqing this side.
Li Chongqing felt his scalp tingle, and he cursed, "Boy, you're courting death.
This exalt will definitely kill you today." As he said, Li Chongqing already displayed his movement technique and fled.
The power of a 9 laws Tao tribulation was too terrifying.
One should not look at how he had overcome an 8 laws Tao tribulation. 9 laws Tao tribulation and 8 laws Tao tribulation were 2 totally different concepts. 9 was the extremity of numbers.
8 laws to 9 laws, this was a process of quantitative change to qualitative change. However, Yi Yuan already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven at this time. Him who had comprehended heavenly Tao and combined it with spatial rule, his speed was unbelievably fast. Coupled with that, Li Chongqing was unable to teleport. Yi Yuan caught up to Li Chongqing in virtually a blink of an eye.
Li Chongqing, get to know 9 laws Tao tribulation. Even you haven't seen this thing before too, right? Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. At the same time, a bolt of heavenly lightning fell from the 9th heaven. Li Chongqing's expression changed greatly, aware that he could not escape it. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast. He was only less than 300 feet away from him. Li Chongqing did not have time to think too much. A small golden sword in his hand immediately dangled above his head. A ray of golden light covered his entire body.
Boom! The 9 laws heavenly lightning fell. Yi Yuan and Li Chongqing, 2 people, were directly blown away. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and immediately swallowed a true grade heavenly pill.
This heavenly pill was a true grade heavenly imperial pill, a sacred healing medicine. Yi Yuan used heavenly medicines found only on the Myriad Demons Mountain and refined 13. Now, he already swallowed 8 in order to transcend the tribulation. If not for these heavenly pills, he would really be in danger this time.
After breaking through, grade 4 heavenly pills, even if they were true grade heavenly pills, was unable to quickly recover his injuries anymore too.
Seeing Yi Yuan swallow a true-grade heavenly imperial pill, Li Chongqing's 2 eyes turned blood-red. This guy was actually able to refine grade 4 true-grade heavenly imperial pills already. Swoosh! Taking advantage of the fact that the Tao tribulation was still condensing, Li Chongqing forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body, urging the small golden sword in his hand to fly straight for Yi Yuan. This small golden sword was shockingly a grade 2 grand treasure. Yi Yuan was alarmed. There was no time to think too much. He immediately deployed the Myriad Realms Mountain and confronted it. Boom! A terrifying energy burst. Yi Yuan was directly blown away, but the small golden sword was bounced back, the golden light dimming a lot at once. Li Chongqing's expression changed wildly. Similarly, a grade 2 grand treasure, and yet his small golden sword was actually so much worse than the Myriad Realms Mountain. Li Chongqing, being ambushed, Yi Yuan was instantly enraged. Swallowing another 2 heavenly pills, he flew straight for Li Chongqing. And at this time, another bolt of heavenly lightning fell. Boom! The place that Li Chongqing was standing exploded with a loud bang. The 2 people were blown away once more. The light on Li Chongqing's small golden sword dimmed once again. The corners of his mouth twitched heavily, feeling his flesh hurt. A grade 2 grand treasure was not some cabbage. After a few Tao tribulations, fine cracks had already appeared on his little golden sword. He had the intention of shaking off Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to do so at all. He had to drag him into the water at the risk of heavy injuries too. While the other Saint Sovereign Heavens secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Li Chongqing's appearance saved their lives. Otherwise, now they would have long died. 9 Laws Tao tribulation was too terrifying. Only Li Chongqing could barely manage to withstand it. Bolts of tribulations fell. Li Chongqing was bombarded until he bled from all 7 orifices, his appearance utterly tragic. Of course, Yi Yuan was even more miserable than him. Even with the protection of the Myriad Realms Mountain, Yi Yuan was still bombarded until flesh and blood scattered everywhere, his breathing barely perceptible. However, no matter how miserable he was, he had to drag Li Chongqing along too. Except, what made Li Chongqing depressed was that his little golden sword already could not almost hold on anymore. But the Myriad Realms Mountain's light seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. The Myriad Realms Mountain actually became more and more refined under the bombardment of the Tao tribulation. This was too freaking aggravating. Similarly, a grade 2 grand treasure. But why would it be like this? Boom! Crack! The Tao tribulation fell. The small golden sword directly fragmented. Li Chongqing felt as if he heard the sound of his heart shattering. This, Alliance Head's Li Chong's sword actually shattered. Why is Yi Yuan's small mountain completely fine? Not only is it fine, but its power also seems to have improved even more. Similarly, a grade 2 grand treasure, but why is the difference so big? The Saint Sovereign Heavens had baffled faces. And right at this time, the true dragon illusion above the void gave a long howl, burrowing into Yi Yuan's body. The terrifying tribulation clouds dissipated without a trace. The 9 Laws Tao tribulation finally ended. He really succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Guohuai looked at Yi Yuan and muttered to himself. This was a 9 Laws Tao tribulation. Not only did this guy not die, he even turned the Pill Alliance upside down. Unwillingness. Guohuai carried a strong unwillingness and died. TSK? The quality of your grade 2 grand treasure is lacking. Why did it shatter after being smitten a few times by Tao tribulation? Yi Yuan swallowed his last healing heavenly imperial pill and shook his head as he said with a sigh. These words were very sarcastic. The currently Chongqing had green veins throbbing, glaring with wide eyes. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. I'm going to kill you, Yi Yuan. Li Chongqing stepped into the air. An additional long sword appeared in his hand. However, this long sword was just a grade 1 grand treasure. Li Chongqing released his aura fully, a sword that tore across the air chopped over. It was as if the void was being cleaved apart by him. An aura of death hit him head-on. 8 Gates Life Extermination Sword. But the current Yi Yuan did not evade, saying with a cold smile, Having broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, do you think that I still run? Myriad Realms Mountain, break for me. With a thought, Yi Yuan's divine essence injected into the Myriad Realms Mountain crazily. The Myriad Realms Mountain erupted with rays of brilliant light at once and met with Li Changxing's sword with a whoosh. Boom! The sword light directly collapsed and dissipated under the Myriad Realms Mountain's brutal collision.
Li Changxing spurted out a large mouthful of blood with a cough and was actually directly smashed flying out.
Yi Yuan suffered some backlash but was fine. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock.
The Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually powerful to such an extent? The lower Saint Sovereign Heaven Yi Yuan directly smashed the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven Li Changxing flying.
Ha? Li Changxing, you destroyed my martial secure heavenly sect.
Today, it's time for a blood feud to be paid in blood. Yi Yuan looked at Li Changxing and said with a sneer.
The 9 Laws Dao Tribulation earlier shattered Li Changxing's Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure, causing him rather severe injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Under the nourishment of heavenly Dao and the effect of true grade heavenly pills, his injuries recovered rapidly. Furthermore, after the 9 Laws Dao Tribulation's tempering, the Myriad Realms Mountain became even more refined, and its power was even greater.
When one was weakened, the other would be stronger. Yi Yuan's strength suppressed the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven Li Changxing instead. Li Changxing's expression was livid. Firing out several talismans from his hands, he shouted coldly, 8 legions war generals, show yourselves.
Boom!
Several talismans exploded with a loud bang, forming a spatial passageway.
8 figures walked out of the spatial passageway. These 8 people were all embedded in a golden yellow armor, imposing and domineering. Furthermore, these 8 people were actually all the same Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Some already reached peak Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven.
When Xiaoding saw this scene, he could not resist letting out a loud laugh as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare to challenge my Pill Alliance, even if you broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, so what?
Could it be that you alone are a match for the dozen over of us?
Today you'll surely die.
Xiaoding was smitten twice by Dao Tribulation and was incredibly wretched.
Fortunately, he had some heavenly pills on him. At this time, his injuries recovered considerably.
Just now, under the Dao Tribulation, 6 of them died. There were only 8 people left now.
Adding in these 8 legions war generals and Li Changxing, it was 17 people. With 17 great Saint Sovereign Heavens dealing with Yi Yuan alone. Even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he could forget about escaping too. Li Changxing stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, Li Chang's sword has followed this chief for tens of thousands of years, becoming one of mind with me, but you actually destroyed it. Today, this chief is going to tear you to shreds, so pay homage to my Li Chang sword. This Li Chang sword was obtained by Li Changxing in his sect. It had accompanied him for more than 10,000 years. Originally, by relying on his cultivation and the Li Chang sword, he was absolutely an invincible existence on this rain-clear continent. But now, the Li Chang sword was actually shattered by the Dao Tribulation.
The fury in Li Changxing's heart could be imagined.
These 17 great Saint Sovereign Heavens blocked off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Yi Yuan appeared somewhat alone and helpless under their encirclement.
However, he did not mind. He just looked at Li Changxing and said with a faint smile, Li Changxing, do you really think that you've won?
What a joke! The 17 of us dealing with you alone. If this can't even take care of you, then this chief will knock himself out and die here today, Li Changxing said with a cold smile.
Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, Li Changxing, Xiaoding, this is martial secure heavenly sect's mountain pass gates. You all destroyed my martial secure heavenly sect at this place, massacring countless. Today, this Yi will kill you all here and pay homage to all of martial secure heavenly sect's members' spirits in heaven that died unjustly.
Li Changxing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Boy, did your head get spoiled from being smitten by Dao Tribulation just now? With just you alone, you also want to destroy my Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan said coolly, Who told you that I'm alone?
Roar. Yi Yuan raised his head and gave a long roar. The sound of a dragon roar surged to the sky, spreading extremely far and wide.
In an instant, One powerful figure after another cut across the sky and arrived.
Saint Exalt Bold Demon, Saint Exalt Great Rock, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, Saint Exalt Big Yellow. Myriad Demons Mountains 38, True Spirit Saint Exalts had all arrived.
On the other side, Saint Exalt Waycloud, Saint Exalt Sky Fortune, and the other 5 great heavenly regions Saint Exalt powerhouses also appeared one after another. A total of 15 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses came over at this side. There was also a group who was Luo Yunqing 3 people, as well as the Land of Heavenly South's 4 great Saint Exalts.
The Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present reached a terrifying 60 people all at once. What's going on with this astonishing aura?
This seems like it's all the auras of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. How many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses there needs to be before they can give off such terrifying power? It's the direction of the Martial Secure branch. Something big must have happened. One figure after another stood in the air, glaring like ravening tigers. With 60 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses gathering together, the imposing momentum was surging. This was a grand event that had never happened on the rain-clear continent. The impact was clear at a glance.
This imposing surging momentum spread extremely far and wide, causing countless powerhouses to be shocked. Each and every one of the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven's eyes went wide.
When were there so many Saint Sovereign Heavens on the rain-clear continent?
Competing in numbers?
Hoo-hoo. I'm really not afraid that you're competing in numbers. Yi Yuan looked at Li Changsheng and said with a smile that was not a smile. Li Changsheng's expression was ugly to the extreme.
He had secretly operated in the rain-clear continent for more than 10,000 years and merely accumulated this much resources.
Who knew that Yi Yuan actually created 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens in a short 100+ years? A Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Was this fellow still human?
What was even more damnable was that this guy just broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Each of his subordinates had looks of despair on their faces.
That expression was incredibly similar to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples back then.
Every dog had its day. This time it was their turn to despair.
Including Yi Yuan, there were 61 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This was nearly 4 times as many as the Pill Alliance. Waycloud, why are you rebelling?
What Yi Yuan can give you, this Exalt can give you as well. Withdraw now. This Exalt can swear a heavenly Tao oath to definitely assist you in stepping into Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future. Li Changsheng looked towards Saint Exalt Waycloud and shouted fiercely.
He could tell that these Saint Sovereign Heavens were scraped together, completely different from those he groomed. Scraping together meant that they were not of one heart.
Therefore, as long as he made the other party disintegrate on their own, then there would be nothing to worry about.
Saint Exalt Waycloud looked at Li Changsheng and could not help laughing as he said, Li Changsheng, your head isn't spoiled, right?
These few years, you rear us Saint Sovereign Heavens in pens like pigs. Do you really think that we can't tell? That's right. You're a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. But now Yi Yuan stepped into Saint Exalt Heaven and is similarly a grade 5 heavenly alchemist.
Why should this Exalt work for you?
Saint Exalt Purple Sun sneered and said, Li Changsheng, put away these ulterior motives. We aren't 3-year-old children. How can we change our minds because of one sentence from you?
Moreover, you take a look at this sky filled with Saint Exalt Heavens. Do you really think that you're stronger than Yi Yuan? These Saint Sovereign Heavens did not buy Li Changsheng's promise at all. Every word uttered also pricked the heart. Li Changsheng's face turned pitch black from listening. This was seriously too unexpected. He was completely unprepared.
Who could have thought that so many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could actually appear on this resource-poor rain-clear continent?
Yi Yuan looked at Li Changsheng and said with a cold smile, Li Changsheng, stop wasting your energy. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. You possess powerful strength but want to enslave the rain-clear continent. At this point, you still want to make them stand on your side. I've already made an agreement with all of the Saint Sovereign Heavens. After destroying the Pill Alliance, I'll reestablish the Pill Pavilion and pass down the Tao teachings, letting everyone get the benefits of Alchemy Tao. Alchemy Tao is the king's way. It should benefit the world and not become a tool to satisfy your ambitions. Moreover, in terms of Alchemy Tao, I've already completely surpassed you. When transcending the tribulation earlier, Li Chongqing took quite a few grade 5 heavenly pills too. Yi Yuan naturally took it into his sights. Although the quality of those heavenly pills was decent, it was as easy as blowing off dust for the present Yi Yuan to refine that quality of heavenly pills. He broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Although he was unable to refine true grade heavenly pills for the time being, 9th grade heavenly pills were not far beyond reach for him.
Meanwhile, Li Chongqing was at the very most just the strength of 7th or 8th grade too.
Ha ha ha.
Li Chongqing suddenly burst out laughing and said, "You aboriginals, do you really think that after breaking through to Saint Exalt Heaven, you're this Exalt's match?
This Exalt's background is big until you all can't imagine it.
Even 17 versus 61, do you all really think that this Exalt has no chance of winning anymore?"
After he was done talking, Li Chongqing's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Around him, 2 power of rules fused into one, gradually condensing into a small golden sword. This small sword was identical with the Li Chong sword. Great Tao Transformation 4th form. The faces of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present indeed changed. A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, who comprehended Great Tao Transformation, was no joke.
Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "You're mistaken. It's not 17 versus 61. It's 1 versus 60.
Big Yellow, I'll leave this guy to you all. Regarding the others, I alone will suffice." Li Chongqing's expression changed wildly. And at this moment, Yi Yuan had already moved.
It was only to see his figure sway. A compact to the extreme sword light chop towards Zhao Jian. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly, only feeling that the sword was simply unavoidable. Too strong. The Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, his strength was simply fearsome until it made people's hair stand on end.
Without the slightest surprise, Zhao Jian was directly split in half by this sword. Zhao Ding was dead.
Li Chongqing was greatly enraged and was just about to make a move when Big Yellow had already arrived.
If these 60 people were all lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, Li Chongqing naturally would not be afraid. But unfortunately, there was still Big Yellow and Bull Demon, this kind of powerful Saint Exalt powerhouses. Especially Big Yellow. He killed his way into the top 1,000 in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's cultivation room.
Being able to reach this level, Big Yellow was not the least bit inferior to the Hegemon level Holy Land's Li Chongqing.
No, one should say that he had already surpassed Li Chongqing by a lot, because the Labyrinth Divine Palace's might was far from what a measly little extreme medicine sect could compare to. Therefore, he was equipped with the ability to jump realms and do battle too. In addition, Li Chongqing was implicated by Li Chongqing and suffered more than 10 bolts of Tao tribulation. At this time, he was already seriously injured.
With 60 fighting one.
Could not be described. At the same time, Big Yellow made a move, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Waycloud, and the rest of the powerhouses also took action one after another. Saint Exalt Waycloud, these people already broke through to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Coupled with each person having a grand mist treasure, their combat power was not weak.
With 60 people attacking at the same time, how shocking was the commotion? Li Chongqing only felt surges of power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas smashed towards him. He wanted to run, but Big Yellow's coquettish profligate hoof was truly boundlessly coquettish. He had nowhere to run at all. Boom.
Forcefully taking a hit, Li Chongqing was directly slammed flying out. Then one big move after another greeted him. Those powerhouses who were brought in from everywhere could not breathe for a long time when they saw this terrifying scene. Too strong. With 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens targeting one person at the same time. Even if you had exceedingly formidable means, what could you do? This scene is truly unforgettable. 60 Saint Exalts. This picture is too beautiful. I don't dare to look away.
Gang fight, it looks satisfying. This scene is much more enjoyable than whatever powerhouses exchanging moves.
Seeing Li Chongqing getting pummeled, each and every one of these people, they were incredibly excited. Above the void, sword images permeated.
Yi Yuan's one-sword formation trapped 16 powerhouses.
8 legions war generals, their strength was even a level stronger than that Zhao Ding.
Adding in the remaining branches alliance chiefs, this group of people's strength was not weak.
If it was a melee, Yi Yuan's side would definitely have a lot of casualties.
Especially the 8 legions war generals, the 8 people seemed to be of one body, advancing and retreating together. Their combat power was not the slightest bit weaker than an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven too.
True soul explosion. Yi Yuan borrowed the sword formation and arrived not far from an alliance chief. Suddenly, he shouted and executed the origin divinity attack on him.
That alliance chief's figure turned sluggish and he was immediately pierced through by more than a dozen transformed swords. The dead body fell with a loud bang.
After breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence skyrocketed in strength and already reached peak middle Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Even if the other party cultivated the Vajra Dharma body, it was difficult to withstand too.
Having Yi Yuan get close to you was a one-way road that led to death. With Yi Yuan's current origin divinity strength, he could execute origin divinity attack within 500 feet.
Coupled with an extremely fast movement technique, killing Saint Sovereign Heavens was not considered very hard to him.
Like chopping and dicing vegetables, the remaining 8 alliance chiefs were killed off by Yi Yuan very soon.
However, the 8 legions war generals were extremely powerful. Although they were being suppressed, they could barely manage to withstand the power of the sword formation.
True soul explosion. Yi Yuan launched an origin divinity attack against one of them. Suddenly, his expression changed, feeling that his origin divinity ran into a wall and actually suffered a backlash.
A puppet? These 8 people's origin divinities actually linked up as one. When you launch an origin divinity attack against one of them, it's equivalent to facing 8 people at the same time. This guy's means are indeed extraordinary.
Suffering a hidden loss, it made Yi Yuan even more sure of Li Chongqing's origins. However, not being able to use origin divinity attacks was fine too. Just using the all-encompassing sword formation, Yi Yuan could eradicate the 8 people too. It just took more time, that was all.
On the other side, Li Chongqing fought 1 against 60, being beaten until he spewed 3 liters of blood. Especially Big Yellow's coquettish hoof, it simply came and went like a shadow, almost impossible to resist.
Everyone said that it was hard for 2 fists to fight 4 hands, unless one was strong until they could instantly kill those in the same rank. Otherwise, facing so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, they could only take a beating. However, Li Chongqing was formidable too. In front of the attacks that made mountains cry out and the seas howl, he actually managed to hold on.
Ah?
You bunch of aboriginals. This exalt definitely won't let you all off. Want to kill this exalt? Then die together. Explode for me. Explode.
Explode.
Suddenly, Li Chongqing roared wildly. A terrifying energy undulation made the expressions of all the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse change one after another. The auras on the 8 legions war generals became extremely unstable. Their bodies started inflating all of a sudden like balloons being pumped with air.
Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, an extremely dangerous feeling assaulting him.
These guys were going to self-detonate. Quickly spread out.
Yi Yuan roared wildly at the sky, his figure instantly disappearing.
The 60 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses scattered and fled in all directions virtually at once. However, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang.
The bodies of the 8 legions war generals exploded with a loud bang. There seemed to be an additional sun above the sky.
A terrifying to the extreme energy filled every region of space. There was no way of dodging at all. This energy undulation was enough to blow a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven to death too. Furthermore, it was an indiscriminate attack.
Damn it. She can't escape it.
The faces of those Saint Sovereign Heavens were full of despair. Everything happened too suddenly. They had no chance to escape at all.
While right at this time, a giant mountain suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking everyone's figures.
Boom! The intense explosion directly blasted the giant mountain away. A terrifying air billow blew everyone away. Hua! Yi Yuan directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, his figure whirling away into the distance like a kite with a broken strength. Li Chongqing suffered the aftermath of the shock too and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. However, he laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha! Fool, to actually help this bunch of trash block the disaster, bearing most of the explosion himself.
This exalt is leaving. Boy, I'll definitely seek revenge for this enmity." After he was done talking, Li Chongqing's figure flashed, and he directly escaped into the void.
If Yi Yuan really wanted to leave, he could have left. But at that moment just now, Yi Yuan used the Myriad Realms Mountain and blocked most of the explosion's power. Otherwise, at least half of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present or more would probably have to die.
Master Yi.
Big Yellow's expression changed wildly, chasing after Yi Yuan in haste.
But right at this time Yi Yuan's figure flashed and he disappeared.
Big Yellow's expression changed again. Yi Yuan went to pursuit. That explosion just now, Yi Yuan's injuries must be extremely severe.
He actually disregarded his injuries and chased after Li Chongqing.
There was no one who could keep up with Yi Yuan's speed here. They could only passively watch the two people disappear. Looking in the direction Yi Yuan disappeared, Saint Exalt Waycloud sighed and said, "Younger brother Yi is righteous." Just now, he was closest to the center of the explosion. If not for Yi Yuan tanking most of the attack, he would have long died. Even so, he still suffered serious injuries.
Everyone nodded one after another, agreeing greatly with Waycloud's words.
People were all selfish. Yi Yuan's heart to seek revenge was stronger than anyone.
If he escaped by himself just now, then go chase after Li Chongqing, he would be able to face the opponent with his strongest combat power. But he chose to save everyone.
At the moment of life and death, Yi Yuan could make such a decision. This was absolutely not what everyone could make. At this moment, Yi Yuan used his actions and filled everyone with admiration.
However, they were also powerless to help Yi Yuan with anything anymore. Although none of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present died, the explosion earlier made them all sustain extremely serious injuries.
I hope that younger brother Yi can succeed in taking revenge, Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a sigh. They knew that if they did not kill Li Chongqing this time, they probably would not be able to kill him anymore again. A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, if he was at his peak state, even if it was Yi Yuan this heaven-defying existence, it was impossible to be his match too. On the other side, Yi Yuan chased after with all his strength while coughing blood. His injuries were too severe. Even his consciousness was somewhat blurry already.
He used up all the heavenly imperial pills previously.
Now he could only rely on his willpower to hold on.
But he understood that this was the one and only chance.
Letting Li Chongqing go, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. The explosion earlier, Li Chongqing suffered the aftermath too. Right now, he was very miserable too. The two people, one in the front and one behind, their speed was quick to the extreme. Li Chongqing was currently fleeing at high speed when suddenly, his expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "This boy actually still chased after me? Humph! This aura is faintly discernible. He is already someone who's about to die, and he actually still dares to chase after. You really think that this Exalt can't kill you?"
Although he said so, Li Chongqing did not dare to stop. There were still many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses at the back. If he was intercepted, he would really be dead for sure. He could feel that Yi Yuan's aura was very weak. Clearly, the explosion earlier caused immense harm to Yi Yuan.
As long as he dragged it out, Yi Yuan might just die himself. How can he be so fast? He did not escape very far when Li Chongqing discovered something amiss. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan would be able to catch up to him before long. Suddenly, Li Chongqing's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. This boy gained enlightenment when he broke through?
9 laws Tao tribulation, the power was naturally extremely terrifying. Using 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live to describe it was not overboard too.
But once the tribulation was successfully overcome, the benefits obtained would naturally be huge too.
The more rules that descended, the closer the tribulation taker would be to heavenly Tao, and naturally the greater the inspiration too.
When Yi Yuan was breaking through, his spatial rule comprehension was the deepest, directly reaching the 5th level.
Li Chongqing secretly cussed, too monstrous. If this boy doesn't die, he will definitely be a mortal malady.
Take your life while you're ill. Since you dare to come, then this Exalt will send you off. Li Chongqing made his resolve and suddenly stopped his figure.
The moment he stopped, Yi Yuan caught up in a few breaths. When Li Chongqing saw Yi Yuan, his heart immediately calmed down.
The current Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, his breathing slightly weak. He was still coughing blood non-stop. Clearly, the 8 Legions War General's self-detonation earlier caused tremendous damage to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. With how dreadful you look. You also want to come and kill me, Li Chongqing said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at Li Chongqing coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Today you must die." Li Chongqing was indifferent and could not help laughing as he said, "You're only left with half a life now, and yet you're actually still putting sham courage here." Yi Yuan held the dragon spring sword in his hand and said with a pant, "I have a sword. It's enough to kill you."
The current Yi Yuan virtually could not even stand firm anymore, seeming like he might fall down at any moment. But his gaze was incomparably firm.
Not killing Li Chongqing, he swore not to return. Li Chongqing scoffed and said, "With just that sword formation of yours? It's very strong, but don't you forget. No matter how injured this exalt is, I'm also a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven. Forget it. Since you came to seek death, then this exalt will send you off." But Yi Yuan ignored him because he could no longer afford to drag it on. The dragon's spring sword in his hand was gently released, turning into nothingness. Then the all-encompassing sacred tree started growing all the way until grand completion fourth form. In the breakthrough previously, Yi Yuan only had spatial rule that broke through to the fifth level. The other two Daos did not break through. Therefore, his great Dao transformation was still the fourth form. When Li Chongqing saw the situation, he could not help laughing and said, "I was wondering what trump card you have. Turns out that it's this sword formation? 3 laws transformation, grand completion fourth form, it's indeed very strong. But, using it to kill me, it's still insufficient." He was naturally aware of the power of Yi Yuan's sword formation. Previously, he used this sword formation and trapped 16 Saint Sovereign Heavens. There were even the 8 legions war generals among them. By relying on this sword formation, if Yi Yuan was at his peak state, he would indeed have the capability to fight with him. But sadly, with Yi Yuan's current state, he could grind him down till death too. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to him. The last divine essence in his body gushing out. All-encompassing sacred tree. Sword of heaven killing, condense. At this time, the all-encompassing sacred tree did not transform into a sword formation, but the entire trunk condensed into an enormous sword, emitting an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. When Li Chongqing saw this scene, his pupils constricted.
This condensed long sword had an awe-inspiring sword energy. The sword intent it exuded rose straight to the firmament.
Extremely far away, the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens felt this astonishing sword energy too.
What a strong sword energy! This seems like it's Yi Yuan's sword energy.
We can even feel it from such a distance. It's too terrifying.
Sword intent soaring to the sky, rising straight to the firmament.
Is this sword going to poke a hole in the sky?
Each and every one of these Saint Sovereign Heavens turned pale with fright. It was truly that the sword was too terrifying.
When the 2 people left earlier, they had to at least escape more than several hundred miles away too. This astonishing sword intent could actually spread so far. One could only imagine how terrifying it was.
Currently, countless powerhouses felt this terrifying sword intent.
The rain-clear continent was in an uproar. Sword energy spanning unobstructed for 100,000 miles. One sword light making 19 continents feel a chill.
It was talking about Yi Yuan's current sword.
This was also Yi Yuan's greatest killing move.
Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation, all-encompassing sacred tree, had always condensed transformed swords from leaves, but he had never utilized the trunk before.
This was his ultimate move and also a move that bet his future. The sword's name, Heaven Killing, was more than just talk.
This move could virtually leapfrog realms to kill the enemy. It was too heaven-defying.
After he cultivated to an extremely high realm, he might really be able to actually poke a hole in the sky.
And once this move was unleashed, his Dao would also trigger the wrath of heavenly Dao, thus shattering his Dao. Once this move was unleashed, the all-encompassing sacred tree would be annihilated.
So, unless it was a last resort, Yi Yuan would not use this move. But currently, he could not care less about it anymore.
Li Chongqing, who was opposite of him, was still mocking Yi Yuan a moment ago. But at this time, his expression changed wildly.
This sword, forget about him right now. Even at his peak state, he could not receive it too. Too horrifying. Before the sword was unsheathed, He already felt that his body was about to be sliced into countless pieces.
Lunatic.
You're a complete and utter madman. Using this move, your Tao will completely crumble. Li Chongqing screamed shrilly. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "So what?"
Sect Master, this you will repay the martial secure heavenly sect with the sword today.
Your spirits in heaven can rest in peace. Finish saying. He used the last bit of his strength and unleashed the sword of heaven killing. Swish! The sword light flashed past. Li Chongqing's body was directly sliced into countless pieces without even having time to scream out.
To this sword, Li Chongqing was merely an ant.
After Yi Yuan unleashed the sword, his entire person fell down, without the slightest strength in his entire body anymore. Li Chongqing was already dead. But the sword of heaven killing was not extinguished but flew straight toward the sky. Crack! Crack! Above the void, lightning flashed and appeared. Suddenly, a bolt out of the blue fell down. Boom! The sword of heaven killing exploded with a loud bang. Everything dissipated into nothing.
Yi Yuan coughed, vomiting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, then fell unconscious. Very soon, Big Yellow's figure landed.
When he saw Yi Yuan's miserable state, his heart could not help twitching. "Senior, Mi Tian gave a long sigh and said, "He's fine, but his road of martial arts has probably been cut off."
Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said this. "How is this possible?" Mi Tian said this old man also didn't expect that this boy's transformed sword is actually so heaven-defying.
Sort of heaven killing. Heh. What a fine sort of heaven killing. However, he incurred heaven's jealousy before achieving success.
His transformed sword is destroyed.
Without the recognition of heavenly Tao, he won't be able to condense the transformation sword anymore in the future. With martial Tao not taking form, what difference is there from ordinary people?
Monstrous waves were set off in Big Yellow's heart.
Transformation sword incurring heaven's jealousy.
How heaven-defying was Master Ye's sword?
No wonder he could bring down 9 laws Tao tribulation. But now, how would Master Ye's road in the future be decided? Without the transformation sword, could he still match up to those peerless heavens chosen?
With Master Ye's pride, he must be unable to bear it, right? On Flowing Cloud Peak at Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, Yi Yuan stood in the air, 3 rules revolving around him indeterminately.
But these 3 power of rules became distinct from each other and were unable to merge.
Buzz! The 3 power of rules dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan looked into the distance, his eyes somewhat in a daze.
Sure enough, it still could not work. Master Yi, it still doesn't work? Big Yellow said with a guilty look.
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, there seems to be an invisible barrier between the rules. Furthermore, I'm unable to sense the power of rules anymore.
Being unable to sense the power of rules meant no longer being able to cultivate. A peerless heavens chosen of his generation was actually unable to cultivate. How great a blow did this have to be?
Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said, Master Yi, it's all Big Yellow's fault for being useless. Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow and said with a smile, this enmity is my martial secure heavenly sect's enmity. It has nothing to do with the myriad demons mountain. This he is already endlessly grateful that you all could act to help me. This has nothing to do with you all. But Master Yi, you Big Yellow felt his heartache.
He desperately wanted to follow Yi Yuan's footsteps. But in the end, Yi Yuan blocked the deadly blow for them, resulting in him sustaining serious injuries. If not for this, Yi Yuan also would not have gone so far as to kill Li Chongqing with the transformation sword as the price.
Martial Secure's battle shocked the continent.
With Yi Yuan killing Chongqing with one sword, this was passed from mouth to mouth with approbation in the entire continent. It was also this sword that ended the Pill Alliance's rule, completely liberating the various major sects. For some time, Yi Yuan's prestige had no equal. But extremely few people knew that after this battle, Yi Yuan could no longer cultivate.
Losing Heavenly Tao's approval, one would be a cripple. Yi Yuan was not discouraged and smiled, saying with boundless heroism, I, Yi Yuan, have always been going against heaven throughout my life. My Tao doesn't need anyone to approve it.
Big Yellow looked at Yi Yuan in a daze, somewhat absent-minded for a while. Yi Yuan's performance was far from what he imagined. There was actually no decadent at all. The more one was a heaven's chosen, the harder it would be to bear it after encountering this sort of blow, never to recover henceforth. But Yi Yuan behaved like it had nothing to do with him.
It was not just that. He felt that Yi Yuan seemed to have more drive and was more spirited than before.
Could it be that this guy did not know that he could no longer cultivate? What did they all say about my proposal? Yi Yuan did not care about this and asked Big Yellow.
But Big Yellow frowned and said with displeasure, "This bunch of guys are really ingrates.
If not for Master Yi, they would have long died.
Now, they actually don't even agree to this little request."
Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said coolly, "What did they say?"
Big Yellow said indignantly, "They said that Ascenders are Ascenders. They are bumpkins. Now, the 5-grade heavenly sects exist only in name. They can give them a place for the sections. The rest have to be handed over.
Furthermore, they will strictly control Ascenders." After the Great Battle, Yi Yuan proposed that the Rain-Clear continent no longer be divided into native factions and Ascenders in the future.
Ascenders could enter the major heavenly sects to cultivate.
Presently, of the 5 light heavenly regions' former 5 great heavenly sects, there was only Luo Yunqing, one Saint Sovereign Heaven left.
Ascender Saint Sovereign Heavens only had a scanty 3 people too, and native Saint Sovereign Heavens occupied an absolute advantage.
Therefore, they did not want to share with Ascenders the benefits at all, wanting to take the opportunity to completely throttle Ascenders dead. It was also that they were somewhat apprehensive of the myriad demons mountain behind Yi Yuan. Otherwise, they would have probably directly shed all pretenses of cordiality.
Once Li Changxing died, all parties lost the common enemy. These Saint Sovereign Heavens started pursuing their own interests one after another.
Of course, the more important reason was that they knew that Yi Yuan had already become a cripple. Although the current Yi Yuan was still Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, he was unable to execute Great Dao transformation, his combat power being greatly reduced. They were no longer afraid of Yi Yuan. A genius with no future. Then there was nothing to fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Have you found the Pill Alliance's headquarters?"
Big Yellow said, "Found it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Come, go take a look." A group of people landed among green mountains and blue waters with unstoppable momentum.
Saint Exalt Waycloud, Saint Exalt Skyfortune, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, and many top powerhouses were shockingly present.
The place was called Qilian Gorge, a very remote place.
No one thought that Li Changxing actually set the headquarters up here.
However, at this time, the gazes of Saint Exalt Waycloud and the rest when looking toward Yi Yuan was somewhat strange and a little contemptuous.
The atmosphere was a little awkward. TSK? Li Changxing, this fellow is really capable, setting up such a large formation, completely covering up the mountain pass gates. If not for fumbling over through the transmission array, we couldn't have found it at all, Saint Exalt Waycloud said.
With regards to Li Changxing's means, they still rather admired it.
Regardless of whether it was alchemy or the 8 legions war generals, or currently this mountain pass gates, all of them demonstrated his power.
Saint Exalt Skyfortune said, "We raided 14 Pill Alliance's branches and obtained great benefits. However, over these 10,000 years, most of the wealth that Li Changxing accumulated is likely hidden in this place. Most likely, it's an astronomical figure."
With the Pill Alliance being destroyed, the 14 branches had no leader and could naturally be at other people's mercy. The group of Saint Exalts were not courteous either, completely wiping out the 14 branches, obtaining tremendous benefits. But everyone knew that the Real treasure was here. The group of Saint Sovereign Heavens was brave due to their great ability, and they directly barged into the mountain pass gates. With Saint Sovereign Heavens being completely wiped out, everyone in the Pill Alliance had long since dispersed.
At this time, it was a wasteland at the mountain pass gates. The group of powerhouses turned the Pill Alliance upside down and finally found a cave in the back mountain. Powerful restrictions were placed outside of the cave. Breaking these restrictions were nothing to the Saint Sovereign Heavens present. The party entered the cave and each and every one of them was immediately stunned. As far as the eyes could see, there were countless precious treasures in the cave. Countless heavenly crystals were piled up everywhere. The wealth here could really be described using astronomical numbers. When the Saint Sovereign Heavens saw these treasures, their eyes turned green. The powerhouses present had never seen before so much fortune in their lives. This Li Chongqing is really unscrupulous to have actually accumulated such a frightening wealth. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud exclaimed.
Everyone nodded one after another. This wealth added up was even more than the ones obtained in the Labyrinth Divine Palace.
Using this wealth to nurture another several dozen Saint Sovereign Heavens was more than plenty.
Now, shouldn't we discuss how to allocate these fortunes? Saint Exalt Sky Fortune said.
Saint Exalt Wei Cloud gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and said with a smile, although these fortunes are Li Chongqing's, they are actually all plundered from our various major heavenly sects.
Therefore, I suggest to distribute these fortunes with the strength of the sects. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune smiled coldly and said, Hoo-hoo! Wei Cloud, you really calculated well. In this place, your 7-star heavenly sect is the strongest. You mean that you're taking the largest share. Apart from Saint Exalt Wei Cloud, the 7-star heavenly sect still had another Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Therefore, they were the strongest.
Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's distribution method was naturally the 7-star heavenly sect gaining a big advantage. How could the others be willing to comply? Sky Fortune, you're wrong.
The strongest one here isn't our 7-star heavenly sect, but the Myriad Demons Mountain. Saint Exalt Bull Demon, these fortunes, your Myriad Demons Mountain can take 50% of it. How's that? Saint Exalt Wei Cloud looked toward Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile.
There were no fools present.
Saint Exalt Wei Cloud was using 50% of the wealth to buy over the Myriad Demons Mountain. The strength of the humans was indeed not considered strong, but they were all veteran Saint Sovereign Heavens. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the Myriad Demons Mountain's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had just broken through not long ago. If war really broke out, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Both sides had a score about this in their hearts. And in the wake of Yi Yuan's road of martial arts being cut off, the disagreements between Saint Exalt Wei Cloud and company and the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect became greater and greater.
Clearly, Wei Cloud, these people did not intend to give Ascenders a way out.
As for these fortunes, they probably had no plans of giving it to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect too. This? Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked at Yi Yuan and could not help revealing a hesitant look.
Got to admit, 50% of the wealth was very tempting.
The wealth that Li Chongqing accumulated over 10,000 years was sufficient to move any Saint Sovereign Heaven. When Big Yellow saw Saint Exalt Bull Demon hesitate, he could not resist saying, Lord Bull Demon, without Master Yi, could our Myriad Demons Mountain have today's glory? Without Master Yi, could we have resisted the 8 Legions War General's self-detonation?
Could it be that at this time you want to go back on your word and forget your benefactor?
The moment Saint Exalt Bull Demon heard, he became even more hesitant.
But Wei Cloud smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Big Yellow, your words are wrong.
Master Yi helped you all refine heavenly pills and created dozens of Saint Exalts. He harbored selfish motives to begin with. He only wanted to borrow your strength to take revenge on Li Chongqing. Now the great enmity has been avenged. You guys owe each other nothing. How can it be going back on your word and forgetting your benefactor? By the side, Luo Yunqing exploded with anger and berated angrily. Wei Cloud, you villain who kicks someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness.
If not for Yi Yuan blocking the 8 Legions War General's self-detonation for us, would it still be your turn to spout a stream of empty rhetoric here?
Also, have you forgotten who brought you out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace? The events in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was no secret. Luo Yunqing also heard about it afterward. But Wei Cloud did not agree and said, everyone was just making use of each other. That's all. Didn't he save this Exalt in order to borrow this Exalt's strength? Now, his road of martial arts has already been cut off. Distributing this wealth has no use too, so there's naturally no need to distribute it either. What do you think, fellow Taoist Bull Demon? In the end, Wei Cloud still threw the problem to Bull Demon. This was because his decision was pivotal. Wei Cloud also perceived that among the Myriad Demons Mountain's 38 Saint Exalt powerhouses, there were many who were moved by the wealth. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was naturally moved too. It was just that it was hard for him to open his mouth owing to Yi Yuan's face. In reality, when he was hesitating, it already showed that he had forsaken Yi Yuan. Someone whose road of martial arts had been severed. The person no longer had any value to exploit. Lord Bull Demon, Big Yellow shouted angrily. Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave Yi Yuan a glance and discovered that Yi Yuan had an indifferent face.
It was as if he was an uninvolved person with regards to the present situation. Yi Yuan did not say anything from start to end.
Very clearly, he himself had also given up on himself.
Those present were all Rainclear Continent's overlord figures. They had seen before God knows how many geniuses.
Yi Yuan, this kind of peerless heavens chosen, was enough to sweep across the contemporary era. But the road of martial arts being severed would undoubtedly give him a heavy blow. He was also clear that if Yi Yuan's road of martial arts was not severed, Wei Cloud naturally would not dare to make trouble. In the end, it was still strength. These few years, under Yi Yuan's help, Saint Exalt Bull Demon's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. This allowed him to see a greater future.
Perhaps he could also reach true sovereign heaven one day in the future? Being in possession of so much wealth, he might have some hope.
Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded and said, I agree.
However, our myriad demon's mountain wants 60%.
The moment these words came out, the faces of the 5 great heavenly regions, Saint Sovereign Heavens, changed one after another. This 60% represented countless wealth. Wei Cloud also gritted his teeth and said with a nod, Okay, 60% it is.
The remaining 40%, our 7-star heavenly sect wants 15%, the rest, your various sects divide equally.
Do you all have objections?
When he said this, Wei Cloud naturally filtered out Yi Yuan and the martial secure heavenly sect too.
The various sects that he was talking about naturally did not include the martial secure heavenly sect. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune thought about it and shook his head and said, I don't have objections.
Saint Exalt Purple Sun said, I have no objections too.
But when Wei Cloud saw the situation, he looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Yi Yuan, we've discussed your view. Ascenders are ascenders. What right do foreigners have to gain a foothold in the 5 great heavenly regions? However, we're not unreasonable people either. You've rendered great contributions to destroying the Pill Alliance. So, you all, these ascenders, withdraw to the land of heavenly south. We won't make things difficult for you all.
Wei Cloud, these people clearly came prepared. They were going to drive all of the ascenders to the land of heavenly south.
The land of heavenly south, Saint Sovereign Heavens and Luo Yunqing. These people all broke through not long ago. Their strength was too lousy. If they were really unwilling, once a battle broke out, it was likely that Yi Yuan would not be able to protect them at all with his remaining strength.
Therefore, they ascertained that Yi Yuan only had this path, that was to agree.
Furthermore, they did not plan on sharing this enormous wealth with Yi Yuan's side.
You all are bullying people too far.
Do you really think that we're scared of you? Luo Yunqing could not hold back anymore, and his long sword immediately unsheathed. Wei Cloud had a disdainful look and directly smacked a palm over. At the same time, Big Yellow also gave no chance to explain and kicked a hoof towards Saint Exalt Wei Cloud. Bang! Wei Cloud only felt a tremendous force transmit over, directly being kicked flying by Big Yellow. He was not Big Yellow's match alone. The present Big Yellow needed at least 3 to 5 people joining hands before he could be dealt with.
Big Yellow looked at Wei Cloud coldly and said in a solemn voice, all of you ungrateful villains that forget kindness.
Do you really think that this Exalt is to be trifled with? Today, even if I fight it out till the bitter end, this Exalt will also take care of you all.
In the next moment, Big Yellow erupted with a powerful pressure, making the faces of everyone present change one after another.
Big Yellow's strength was known to the people present. Even Saint Exalt Bull Demon was also not his match currently. If he was to really go nuts, dragging several Saint Sovereign Heavens down was all too normal. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly stepped forward, patted Big Yellow on the shoulder, and said with a smile, All right, Big Yellow, let's go. This wealth is merely worldly possessions. They are useless. Remember, strength is the king's way. Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Master Yi, what
do you mean by this?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, Give these things to them. In the future, when they beg to deliver it in front of me, I'll still have to consider it. There's also no problem with them making us withdraw out of the 5 great heavenly regions. Let's return to heavenly south. What? Big Yellow and Luo Yunqing said in unison, both surprised to the extreme. Even Saint Exalt Waycloud and Saint Exalt Bull Demon, they all had disbelieving faces too. Yi Yuan actually really agreed. You guys, Yi Yuan has been very calm all along. Could he really have some backup plan? After Yi Yuan's party left, Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist asking. It was truly that Yi Yuan behaved too calmly. Anyone who suffered this kind of treatment would be indignant, but Yi Yuan was not. From start to end, he was like an onlooker observing from the sidelines. Many powerhouses present were extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan. Got to admit, Yi Yuan's attitude made them somewhat nervous in their hearts. Waycloud smiled coldly and said, "Don't you forget, it's heavenly Tao that cut off his path forward, and not us. Someone abandoned by heaven, do you all feel that he has a chance to turn things around?" The moment everyone heard, they immediately calmed down a lot. Yeah, heaven wanted you dead. Could you still overturn the heavens? You're right. No matter how breathtaking the genius, they aren't greater than the heavens too. From now on, there's only the 4 great heavenly regions, Saint Exalt Skyfortune said. It was silent all the way. After returning to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, Luo Yunqing finally could not hold back anymore. Yi Yuan, you can leave if you want to. I'm gonna fight it out to the death with them here. Even if my bones are ground to dust, I won't let them take a step into Martial Secure Heavenly Sect too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You, a newly ascended Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if your bones are ground to dust, can it stop them from stepping into the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect? This place is merely a wasteland. So what if we give it to them? During the Great Battle, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was the primary battlefield. So many Saint Sovereign Heavens fighting, plus the 8 legions war generals' self-detonation, the entire sect was long already a wasteland. But Luo Yunqing had extremely deep feelings for the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Now, having just destroyed the Pill Alliance and being able to rebuild the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, but suddenly getting chased away to the land of Heavenly South, he could not accept it. The land of Heavenly South was merely a tiny place, that was all. In terms of area, it was only 1/4 of a heavenly region. How could Luo Yunqing be willing? Yi Yuan, your martial Tao is severed. Could it be that even your hot-bloodedness was erased too? If we were to really join forces, we might not lose to them. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing deeply and said, Brother Luo, so what if we revive the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect? Even if the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect rules Rain-Clear continent like the Pill Alliance, so what? This place is merely a desolate land. That's all. Could it be that your horizons are really only limited to these? The 5 great heavenly sects people have always been curious. Why Zhua Bufan, that kind of heaven's chosen, would suddenly go missing? Today, let me tell you, he went to the other side of the sea. He knew that if he stayed in Rain-Clear continent, he would only be sitting in the well and looking at the sky. That's all. Don't you want to take a look at the world outside? Luo Yunqing's expression changed drastically, and he said in surprise, How do you know? Yi Yuan said coolly, I saw the sword energy that he left behind in the sea. Luo Yunqing's heart shook wildly. It turned out that Lord Zhua really crossed the sea. But the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan cut him off and said coolly, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's Tao teachings naturally have to be passed down. This is giving an account to Sect Master and also giving an account to Elder He. However, it isn't now. There's no meaning in showing off momentary bravery. Luo Yunqing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment and said in surprise, This is impossible. Your road of martial arts has already been cut off by heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan smiled and said, My fate is up to me, not up to heaven. On this day, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's entire sect moved south. Saying that it was the entire sect, there were actually not many people. However, in the wake of Yi Yuan killing Chongqing with one sword, many of Martial Secure's old subordinates returned too. Wu Chengqiao, Lin Lan, Wen Jingxian, these people all escaped death by a fluke because of Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation back then. Now, hearing that Yi Yuan returned, they naturally returned to the sect. Apart from them, There were also over 300 people that returned to Martial Secure Heavenly Sect 2. As for the other 4 sects, they were not so lucky. They had less than 200 people when added up. These 500 over people were the last force of the former 5 Light Heavenly region. However, because the other regions rejected Ascenders, there were several thousand Ascenders that followed the 5 great Heavenly sects and migrated to the land of Heavenly South.
After this, Big Yellow also completely broke away from the Myriad Demons Mountain and joined the faction of Heavenly South. The present land of Heavenly South had Luo Yunqing 3 people plus Heavenly South's 4 great Saint Exalts, plus 2 Ascender Saint Exalts, as well as Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. There were 11 great Saint Exalt Heavens.
In terms of numbers, they were really not weak. It was just that most of these people had just broken through. Their foundation was too weak. There was actually only Big Yellow alone who deserved to be called a combat power. In reality, what those 5 great Heavenly Regions powerhouses were truly afraid of was also just Big Yellow. Otherwise, if the 5 great Heavenly Regions wanted to migrate, they probably really could not have done it.
However, everything was not important anymore.
Arriving at the land of Heavenly South, Yi Yuan arrived above the sea and sat down suspended in the air. An enormous Tai Chi diagram slowly unfurled above Yi Yuan's head. That appearance seemed to be comprehending heaven and earth.
Kid, have you really thought it through? Taking this step is certain death, Mi Tian said.
Yi Yuan said coolly. Road is forged by people and it is not bestowed by the heaven. In this life, starting from the immortal grove world, I've been going against the heaven. Great Tao crumbling. I'll go contrary to Tao with alchemy, and reach divine Tao. When the heavenspan world was refined by someone with a great divine ability, I created my own cultivation method and transformed Tao to shatter the sky. In this 33 heavens, since heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate me, then I'll point at the firmament with my sword and seek Tao with the sword. Boom!
As he said, Yi Yuan's chaos world exploded with a loud bang.
A terrifying energy undulation set off a series of tsunamis. At this moment, countless gazes looked towards the sea. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, "What a strong world power!" Yi Yuan, he shattered his own small world. What does he want to do? Small world.
It was where the foundation of martial artists lay. If the world collapsed, martial Tao would be destroyed.
Yi Yuan actually shattered his own small world. This action shocked everyone. Big Yellow had an extremely deep comprehension in Great Tao, but he detected a trace of an unusual crisis.
Master Yi wants to re-establish after destruction. But does Heavenly Tao allow it? Big Yellow murmured.
Yi Yuan spent countless efforts to condense and form this chaos world. To say that he was reluctant, he was naturally extremely reluctant. But at this moment, he proceeded without hesitation. There were geniuses in the world that were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao.
It was not just Yi Yuan alone who had their path of cultivation stripped away by Heavenly Tao. The 33 heavens were extremely vast. There were countless powerhouses and geniuses being plentiful like clouds. There were also peerless heavens chosens who were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao.
These heavens chosens were naturally unwilling to have their martial Tao cut off henceforth.
Hence, they forged a path, a road that went against heaven.
Snatching fate from heaven, going against heaven. Yi Yuan's chaos world collapsed, but it was not obliterated. Instead, it gathered toward the Tai Chi diagram.
The Tai Chi slowly rotated. Countless energies were condensed in it. An illusory sword gradually solidified, standing upside down in the center of the Tai Chi diagram, pointing at the firmament with the sword. Crack! Crack! Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the sea, lightning flashing. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed in the next second.
Heavenly Tao
is enraged. Big Yellow looked toward the horizon and muttered.
But Luo Yunqing stomped his feet in anxiety and shouted angrily, "This boy is too reckless. Pointing at heaven with the sword. Isn't this seeking death?"
This sword was not an ordinary sword but Yi Yuan's Tao sword.
This Tao sword was condensed and formed from Yi Yuan's lifetime cultivation.
This sword pointing at heaven was questioning the way of heaven.
It was provoking Heavenly Tao.
How could it be tolerated? Myriad Demons Mountain, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, and the rest looked at the firmament from afar, incredibly shocked. Is this guy mad?
pointing at the sky with the sword. The firmament is furious.
It will probably bring down Tao tribulation again this time, right?
Most likely, he's going to immediately transcend a 2-9 Tao tribulation.
TSK, not resigning himself to circumstances and experiencing life and death.
Yi Yuan is going to force himself into a desperate situation so that he can risk it all. However, can he pull through? The three great Saint Exalts could not help snickering when they saw this scene from afar. Confronting heaven was clearly an act of courting death. Originally, he could drag out an ignorable existence. However, he insisted on bringing about his own destruction. Extremely far away, Saint Exalt Waycloud and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens were startled one after another. They moved out in succession and gathered in the sky above Myriad Demons Mountain. Ho-ho! This kid is indeed a restless one. His last resort should be this, right?
That's good too. Since he's taking the road to ruin himself, it saves us the trouble of having to take action. Saint Exalt Waycloud could not help laughing as he said. Saint Exalt Skyfortune laughed in spite of himself and said he really dares to point at heaven with his sword.
Asking heaven if it's unfair? Does he have this qualification? Waycloud smiled and said, "Let's just watch a good show here."
Yi Yuan pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly Tao was enraged and sent down Tao tribulation.
The sensation caused this time was even more terrifying than that time previously.
In less than a year, Yi Yuan triggered a Tao tribulation again. This sort of thing was simply unheard of since ancient times.
2-9 Tao tribulation. It meant 2-9 laws Tao tribulations.
This was also to say that the Tao tribulation raining down this time was 18 power of rules. 9 laws Tao tribulation was already terrifying to the extreme.
The power of a 2-9 Tao tribulation was naturally even more terrifying. But the Yi Yuan who was in the center of the storm seemed to be completely clueless. He was condensing his own Tao.
The sword in the Tai Chi diagram became larger and increasingly solid.
The aura also became more and more horrifying. And following the solidification of this sword, the aura coming from above the avoid also became more and more terrifying.
Kid, you can really stir trouble.
A 2-9 Tao tribulation is likely no match for this aura. I reckon that it might very likely be straight up a 3-9 Tao tribulation, Mi Tian said.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, who cares how many 9 laws Tao tribulation it is? Regardless of how many that will come, I'll receive them.
I'll bet my Tao and defy this heaven, Mi Tian said with a cold snort. Don't blame me for not warning you. This sword is connected to your life now. If the Tao sword shatters, your life will be gone.
Yi Yuan was not betting his Tao but betting his life.
Condensing Tao sword was giving up on following heaven. In the future, he could only go against heaven and change his fate. Each step would be 100 times harder than other martial artists. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, rather than willingly be ordinary, why not defy heaven and change fate? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked at the sky from afar, and muttered, "It's here."
Boom. His voice had yet to fade when a clap of thunder sounded in the sky.
The ocean was directly blown apart. Yi Yuan only felt an overwhelming force, as if going to crush him. 3-9 Tao tribulation.
This boy really provoked the wrath of heaven. Saint Exalt Waycloud's expression changed abruptly as he said,
even when separated so far away, his heart also jumped fiercely at this sound of thunder clapping.
It could be imagined what kind of enormous pressure Yi Yuan, who was located at the center of the storm, would have to bear.
Saint Exalt Sky Fortune smiled and said, "You all try to guess. How many bolts of Tao tribulation can he make it through?" 3, 5, 9. Saint Exalt Waycloud glanced at everyone and said smilingly, "Got to say, this boy is a peerless genius, overwhelming the present era. Even if it's 3-9 Tao tribulation, it's impossible for him to survive 9-2. I ask heaven with my Tao. Go!" Yi Yuan bellowed, his palm pushing toward the sky.
The giant sword pierced right through the sky and met with this clap of thunder.
This clap of thunder was invisible. 27 power of rules was all in this invisible clap of thunder. Boom! It was only to hear a loud noise. The ocean was directly divided into 2 halves, deep until the bottom could be seen. Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan, fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Fine cracks actually appeared on his Dao sword. Damn it!
3-9 Dao tribulation is too strong. Master, you can't hold on at all.
At this rate, I'm afraid that when the third Dao tribulation falls, his Dao sword will shatter, Big Yellow said anxiously when he saw the situation.
Each and every one of the Land of Heavenly South's powerhouses had solemn expressions.
Suddenly, Luo Yunqing's expression changed, and he said, "You guys, look! His Dao sword is repairing."
Big Yellow took a closer look and said in surprise,
He's using the power of rules in the Dao tribulation to repair the Dao sword and strengthen it. When the Dao tribulation landed, it naturally would not return to nothingness immediately. The rule fragments would scatter around before becoming one with heaven and earth.
Yi Yuan's Dao sword was absorbing these rule fragments to strengthen itself. Very soon, not only was Yi Yuan's Dao sword as good as new, it became even more solid instead.
Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky and howled loudly, "Again!" As if sensing Yi Yuan's provocation, another series of Dao tribulation exploded with a loud bang. Yi Yuan raised his sword and charged again. Boom!
It exploded again. Yi Yuan's entire body was dyed in blood, but he became more courageous the more he fought.
His Dao sword absorbed the rule fragments and solidified again. "Ha ha ha! You want to sever my road of martial arts? I'll seize your great Dao rules. So what if it's the road of defying heaven?" Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky, akin to a fiend god, letting out a loud laugh.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bolts of Dao tribulation lightning landed, the power becoming stronger each time. But Yi Yuan grew stronger the more he fought. His cultivation realm also advanced crazily in this Dao tribulation.
Not only did the Dao tribulation not beat him down, it made Yi Yuan achieve success instead. In the sea of consciousness, Mitian was staring dumbfoundedly.
The road of defying heaven could still be walked like this, seizing the Dao of heaven and feeding it back to himself.
This boy is really a wonder.
The Dao tribulation of divergent cultivators is a lot stronger than ordinary martial artists. Each time it's walking on the edge of death. This boy is good. To actually use this kind of method to overcome the tribulation, Mitian was rendered speechless.
But he knew that even if it's a divergent cultivator, it was virtually impossible to want to achieve this too.
Plundering Dao tribulation fragments, this in itself required an extremely deep understanding of Great Dao. These fragments could not be grabbed and used but needed to be rearranged. Randomly absorbing them, not only would there be no benefits, it would cause great harm to oneself instead. Forget that Yi Yuan was just a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even a hegemon realm powerhouse might not be able to accomplish it. Boom! 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 Above the sky, claps of thunder fell, each fiercer than the last. But Yi Yuan was akin to a stubborn rock, not budging an inch. Although he was seriously injured, after the baptism of Dao tribulation, his cultivation realm obtained rapid growth.
Finally, the Dao tribulation seemed to be tired too, vanishing into thin air.
Everything returned to tranquility, and Yi Yuan's sword was still pointing to the sky proudly.
But his realm improved further and reached middle stage lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. Everyone paying attention to Yi Yuan overcoming the tribulation was completely stunned.
3-9 Dao tribulation. He transcended it. Waecloud muttered under his breath, clearly still not daring to believe it until now.
Seems like it? Saint Exalt Skyfortune murmured.
He can't even transform Great Dao. How can he possibly transcend 3-9 Dao tribulation? To transcend the 3-9 Dao tribulation, one needs to at least be an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, an extremely strong existence among upper Saint Sovereign Heavens.
Doesn't that mean that he already has the strength? As Saint Exalt Waecloud said, he could not help shuddering.
If that was the case, that meant that not only did Yi Yuan's combat power not regress, but it was also even stronger than before. If he fought with Li Chongqing again, Yi Yuan might even be able to confront him head-on.
This was scary.
Saint Exalt Skyfortune looked at Waecloud and said with a bitter smile, "Have we offended him badly?" The moment these words came out, the Saint Sovereign Heavens present could not help but shudder.
Waecloud shook his head and said, "I don't believe that he can still cultivate." Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled bitterly again and said, whether he can cultivate or not, his strength is placed there. There's probably no one stronger than him in our Reincarnation continent. Everyone exchanged glances, suddenly feeling at a loss on what to do. On the other side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon and the rest of Myriad Demons Mountain's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were also dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually really gained a new lease on life. One had to know it was precisely them who threw a rock down the well at the crucial moment. At this time, there was only bitterness left in the hearts of the Myriad Demons Mountain's Saint Sovereign Heavens. Very soon, the 5 great heavenly regions and Myriad Demons Mountain's Saint Sovereign Heavens received an invitation. This invitation was inviting them to head to the 7 great sea regions to have a talk. The Saint Sovereign Heavens who received the invitation were all rather baffled. Go to the 7 great sea regions to do what? These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not fools. They knew that Yi Yuan definitely invited them over to demonstrate his martial prowess. However, at this time, they also really wanted to see if Yi Yuan really rose again from the ashes, or he was simply making an empty show of strength. In the sky above the nameless island, sword energy was awe-inspiring. Luo Yunqing felt the sword intent in addition to being overjoyed. There was an additional hint of shock. This sword intent was too pure, too powerful. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds during these over 100 years. But his great Dao transformation was still stagnant at the 3rd form. But the sword energy on the nameless island was left behind in the 5th form. The disparity between the two could not be measured with distance. I've always been following Lord Zhuo's footsteps, but I didn't know that he was actually already formidable to such an extent when he left Rain-Clear Continent. Luo Yunqing exclaimed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Zhuo Bufan is indeed amazingly talented. Therefore, there's already nothing on this tiny little Rain-Clear Continent that can satisfy him. Without opponents, invincibility is the loneliest. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly, deeply in agreement too. Yi Yuan, just how strong is your current strength? Luo Yunqing could not resist asking. After overcoming the tribulation on that day, Yi Yuan did not expose his strength. Luo Yunqing naturally knew what he invited those Saint Sovereign Heavens here for. Therefore, he also really wanted to know how strong Yi Yuan was now. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said smilingly, You'll know very soon? Oh. Right, the sword Dao that you walk is quite similar to Zhuo Bufan's. The sword energy that he left behind is helpful to you. You go in and try comprehending on the sword. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly, wielding the sword and entering the island. Luo Yunqing was very strong. He charged right to the depths of the island with one sword by himself. But in the end, he still withdrew in defeat. However, he was not discouraged either, rushing into the depths of the island time and again. Just like this, a month passed. And at this time, Waecloud and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens also arrived in succession. There were dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the sky above the nameless island for a time. Waecloud looked towards Saint Exalt Bull Demon, opened his mouth, and said, Fellow Taoist Bull Demon, someone wants to take so many of us down a notch. Saint Exalt Bull Demon snorted coldly and said, That will also have to depend on whether he has this ability or not. Waecloud smiled and said, True. On our 2 sides there are no less than 50 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. If he wants to take us down a notch and establish an advantageous position, he'll also have to weigh it over. Previously, they were divided into 2 camps. Saint Exalt Bull Demon originally looked down on Waecloud they all too. It was not that Waecloud they all were weak, but it was that the territorial awareness of True Spirit Saint Exalts was extremely strong. They were not willing to interfere in the matters outside of the Myriad Demons Mountain. But now Yi Yuan broke through and his strength was unknown. They had no choice but to join hands. Previously, they all targeted Yi Yuan. If they still did not join hands now, then they could only be defeated individually. With over 50 Saint Exalt powerhouses, it was virtually 5 times that of Yi Yuan's side. Furthermore, they even had a large group of Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. They naturally had the confidence. These words were all said for Yi Yuan to hear. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was as calm as before, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Yi Yuan's attitude made Waecloud somewhat irritated. He gave a cold snort and said, Yi Yuan, what did you call us here for?
Do you really think that we're scared of you? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, Brother Luo broke through. Sure enough, in the depths of the island, Luo Yunqing's sword intent surged to the sky, and he actually broke through to the fourth form. 1 month of bitter cultivation was greatly beneficial to him.
The faces of Wei Cloud and the rest could not help changing.
Luo Yunqing's great Dao transformation breaking through to the fourth form meant that he had the strength to have a battle with them too. The strength of Heavenly South's Saint Exalts rose a level again. Wei Cloud sneered and said, This is your bargaining chip? What a joke. You take a look first. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens our two sides have? Yi Yuan looked towards Saint Exalt Wei Cloud and said with a smile, Brother Wei Cloud, are you interested in going into play? Wei Cloud was taken aback and said with a cold smile, So what if Shuabufan? It's also not that he is here. Could it be that this Exalt is really scared of a stream of sword energy? Very soon, Luo Yunqing came out, excitement on his face. Looking at Wei Cloud and the rest, he was full of fighting spirit. Yi Yuan indicated for him to calm down. Wei Cloud gave a cold snort and leaped, entering the sword energy. Wei Cloud had the intention of showing his strength. The moment he made his move, his momentum was unstoppable. Coupled with the Grand Mist treasure in his hand, his combat power skyrocketed. He entered the depths of the island in one go.
After breaking through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, Wei Cloud's strength increased greatly too.
His strength was even stronger than Luo Yunqing, and he rushed even deeper in.
Seeing Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's strength, their side also heaved a slight sigh in relief.
Their side, together with Saint Exalt Bull Demon and the rest, the Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens were no less than 10. This force was sufficient to rival Yi Yuan.
An hour later, Wei Cloud came out of the island somewhat out of breath.
However, he had a proud look. The depth that he made it to was much deeper than Luo Yunqing. And this also demonstrated that his strength was much stronger than Luo Yunqing. Relying on one Luo Yunqing to suppress him? Got to be kidding. How is it, Yi Yuan? Wei Cloud looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile. But Yi Yuan did not answer. He turned to Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile, Brother Bull Demon, go in and play too? Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave a cold snort and flew in too. Within the valley of the island, rumbling sounds lingered incessantly. The expressions of the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens also changed slightly. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was well deserving of being a veteran Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was truly shocking and was actually even stronger than Wei Cloud.
After around 2 hours, Saint Exalt Bull Demon also came while panting.
Yi Yuan, can this Exalt strength still enter your sights? Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in a solemn voice. In order to show his strength, he risked his old life this time too. The distance that he dashed forward was a great deal more than that of Saint Exalt Wei Cloud. However, this stream of sword energy was really strong.
Rainclear Continent's #1 person back then, Shuabufan, was really not for show.
Even if it was sword energy that had been left before for tens of thousands of years, he actually could not break through it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Bull Demon's strength is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that among this Rainclear Continent's true spirits, apart from Big Yellow, you're the strongest. Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave a cold snort but did not justify anything. Ever since Big Yellow followed Yi Yuan, his strength advanced at a tremendous pace.
Especially that coquettish profligate hoof. Although the posture was very strange, the power was really strong.
If Saint Exalt Bull Demon faced off against Big Yellow, he would most likely lose. Humph! Don't just be all bark and no bite.
Yi Yuan, we've already gone down to play. Since you want to take us down a notch, shouldn't you go down and play yourself too? Wei Cloud said with a cold snort.
Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either, saying with a smile, Two fellow Taoists, what do you think about this sword energy? Saint Exalt Bull Demon snorted coldly and said, This sword energy is unparalleledly overbearing. The deeper you go, the stronger it becomes.
Even if a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven comes, it's impossible to make it through too.
Wei Cloud smiled coldly and said, Shuabufan's work is naturally extremely strong. Within Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, no one can make it past this sword energy at all. However, what does that have to do with you?
Don't tell me that this sword energy was left behind by you. Yi Yuan nodded his head as he smiled and said to Luo Yunqing, Brother Luo, let me borrow your sword. Luo Yunqing directly threw his sword to Yi Yuan without a word. The Dragon Spring sword had already been completely disintegrated when killing Li Chongsheng.
Yi Yuan caught Luo Yunqing's sword. No one saw him make any flashy moves either. It was just a light swing. Boom!
The seawater directly had a large gulf being cleaved apart,
and this sword directly passed through the rift area of the island, joining together with Shuabufan's sword. But very soon, the ocean healed, and everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. The faces of everyone present changed abruptly.
The eyes of Luo Yunqing and Big Yellow and the others lit up. What a powerful sword!
This sword of yours actually directly replaced the sword energy left behind by Lord Zhua.
This shows that your sword is stronger than Lord Zhua's sword. Luo Yunqing praised heavily.
Hoo-hoo! This sword has experienced several tens of thousands of years. It no longer has the sharpness of back then long ago.
I'm afraid that 7 parts out of 10 parts of Zhuabufan's sword is gone with only 30% of its power left. Yi Yuan said with a smile.
Yi Yuan was modest, but those present were all powerhouses. How could they not discern this sword's fierceness? Yi Yuan actually used his own sword energy and replaced Shuabufan's sword energy. Yes, it was replaced.
This sword of Yi Yuan's seemed casual, but actually the angle of executing the move completely superimposed with Shuabufan's sword.
But the power was even stronger. Not only did he erase Shuabufan's sword energy, he even replaced Shuabufan's sword energy with his own sword energy.
What was even scarier was that the 2 islands were not damaged in the slightest.
This sword move, the requirement toward the swordsman was hair-raisingly strict.
Even if one's power was sufficient, if there was the slightest mistake, it could only incur derision too.
But Yi Yuan did it perfectly.
This was an extremely terrifying sword move. The expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another.
Logically speaking, this sword could only be achieved by great Dao transformation powerhouses.
But Yi Yuan clearly did not transform great Dao just now. How could he unleash such a frightening sword?
What was even more damning was that Yi Yuan was too effortless just now. Who knew whether he used his full strength or not? If he did not, then just how strong was his current strength?
Wei Cloud and the rest no longer dared to continue imagining.
In front of absolute strength, numbers were merely clay chickens and pottery dogs.
Back then, if not for Yi Yuan severely wounding Li Chongqing with doubt tribulation, even 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens would not be enough. Even if 80 came, it was no use either.
Now, this sword of Yi Yuan's was enough to disregard numbers. This opening gambit was really too big.
Yi Yuan threw the sword back to Luo Yunqing and said to Wei Cloud and the others smilingly, anyone else going down to play again?
This Yi also doesn't know how big the gap is between the sword energy that I left behind compared to Shuabufan's. I hope that someone can help me appraise it. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed one after another. What was this playing at? Seeing that no one spoke, Yi Yuan smiled and said again, just playing a game.
As long as you all make it into the rift, our grudges from before will be written off. How's that? Wei Cloud's expression turned dark and he said, is this true?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, this Yi has always kept my word. Wei Cloud's gaze swept. Looking at one of the Saint Sovereign Heaven, he said, Ming Yi, you go. Ming Yi's expression changed wildly, and he said, based on what that it's me?
Wei Cloud sneered and said, based on the fact that your strength is the weakest. Otherwise, you can try fighting us.
Saint Exalt Ming Yi was the Saint Sovereign Heaven of a great heavenly sect too. However, he was just a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was the weakest. He looked towards the other Saint Sovereign Heavens and discovered that Skyfortune and the rest seemed to have this intention too. With this, he had no choice. Ming Yi gritted his teeth and said, all right. Finished saying, he leaped and charged over. As soon as he entered the range of the sword energy, Ming Yi felt that something was not right. This sword energy was too sharp.
The sword energy poured over from all directions, virtually leaving him unable to resist.
And this was still several tens of thousands of feet away from the rift area. However, he was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse at any rate. Completely unleashing his strength, he forcefully shook the sword energy off. Ming-Yi went all out and charged toward the rift area crazily.
Very soon, Ming-Yi was directly minced by the countless sword energy.
Wei Cloud and Bull Demon exchanged a glance, their complexions deathly pale. This sword energy seemed to be unusual. No matter how weak Ming-Yi was, that was a Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Even if he could not rush over, it was also not to the extent of being garrote at such a far distance, right? Just now, Ming-Yi only rushed to 20,000 feet and was annihilated.
They could not feel the sharpness of the swift and fierce at all outside.
But they were not dumb. The power of Yi Yuan's sword energy was significantly stronger than Zhua Bufan's sword energy. How did this guy do it? Hoo-hoo? It looks like Saint Exalt Ming-Yi's strength is somewhat lacking.
Brother Wei Cloud, are you interested in going down to play again?
I think that with your strength, it's just about able to make it into the rift. Yi Yuan looked towards Saint Exalt Wei Cloud and said with a smile. Wei Cloud's expression changed wildly. A distance of 20,000 feet. Could he be this much stronger than Ming-Yi? He had no confidence.
After entering, it was likely difficult to want to come out again.
Suddenly, Wei Cloud directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud, and he cried tearfully, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I was wrong. Spare my measly life."
No one felt that Wei Cloud was disgraceful. This was because each of them was very frightened.
The stream of sword energy that Yi Yuan left behind actually directly garrote a Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Then how strong was he now? Inestimable.
One had to know, even the sword energy that Zhua Bufan left behind could not kill them.
Previously, they all thought that Yi Yuan had his road of martial arts cut off, directly exiling him to the land of heavenly south. But now Yi Yuan experienced 3-9 Dao tribulation and soared to the heavens in one move.
Although his cultivation realm did not increase much, his strength made tremendous improvements and already towered above everyone.
If he wanted to kill people, no one could escape.
Yi Yuan, it was all this Exalt's fault previously.
This Exalt was blinded by obsession too, please forgive me. Saint Exalt Bull Demon also said fearfully.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo? This he merely invited everyone here to exchange notes on martial Dao. Is everyone thinking too much?"
All right, the comparing of notes is already pretty much done. Let's go back to our own homes. Brother Luo, Big Yellow, let's go.
Finish saying. Yi Yuan ignored the dumbfounded crowd and left straightaway. Seeing Yi Yuan disappeared on the horizon, Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's entire body relaxed, his shirt already drenched. Just now, the pressure that Yi Yuan gave to him was suffocating.
What does he mean by this?
Could it be that he's letting us off just like this? One of the Saint Sovereign Heavens said with a dazed look. Let us off? Hoo-hoo. How is that possible? Have you forgotten what he said at the Pill Alliance's mountain pass gates? Sky Fortune said with a bitter smile. That Saint Sovereign Heaven's expression changed, and he said, He wants us to hand over the Pill Alliance's fortune with both hands. Upon Skyfortune's reminder, he remembered too.
Yi Yuan once said that in the future, even if they all delivered it in front of him, he would still have to consider it. At that time, everyone present thought that that was merely just desperately upholding face. That was all.
But who knew that in this short few months' time, Yi Yuan's words really came true?
Deliver with both hands? Hoo-hoo, if it was so simple, that would be good. Back then, we directly excluded Heavenly South because of momentary greed. Now, we'll probably have to repay it twofold.
Wei Cloud, you've caused me much harm, Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a cold snort.
Wei Cloud snorted coldly and said, Don't forget, your All Saint Temple took 60%. Now you're criticizing after it's already over. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in a great rage, If not for your beguiling, how could this Exalt have done this sort of thing? Rubbish. It was clearly you who coveted the wealth. Now you want to put the blame on me? All right.
If you throw to me, Yi Yuan got to accept it too for it to work, Wei Cloud said without giving in at all. Enough.
Saint Exalt Purple Sun gave a cold yell, saying in a solemn voice, You all should be content. If not bearing in mind that we took action against the Pill Alliance and didn't deal a killing blow to him afterward, we'd long be dead.
Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan is an extremely rule-abiding person. If we didn't discriminate against him afterward and didn't chase the 5 great heavenly sects out of 5 great heavenly regions, he wouldn't do anything to us now.
This matter is ultimately us who went overboard.
It's too late to say anything now. At this time, we can only each skin our own skunk and show our sincerity. If the sincerity isn't enough, Yi Yuan won't let us off. Finish saying. Saint Exalt Purple Sun leaped and vanished into the horizon. A month later, the remote heavenly South City became lively. One Saint Sovereign Heaven after another stepped into heavenly South City in fear and trepidation.
No one dared to step in here via flight. These Saint Sovereign Heavens all landed outside of the city, then walked into the city.
Younger brother Luo, here is all the wealth that our 7-star heavenly sect acquired at the Pill Alliance. We offer them all up now.
Apart from these, we even prepared some small gifts. Younger brother Luo, please kindly accept them. At this time, Saint Exalt Wakeloud's attitude was very humble.
For the sake of the apology this time, the 7-star heavenly sect could be said to have become bankrupt this time. Apart from the wealth obtained at the Pill Alliance, the 7-star heavenly sect even took out more than 70% of their sect's wealth to apologize to Yi Yuan. This could be said to be, tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice. Luo Yunqing sat on the seat of honor, his face expressionless, and he did not respond either. Saint Exalt Wakeloud was anxious until his forehead was covered in sweat. He knew that he was the most unwelcome one. Wanting to obtain Luo Yunqing's forgiveness was much harder than the rest. But at this time he had no choice. Yi Yuan completely refused to meet him. He could only think of every way possible to satisfy Luo Yunqing. Suddenly he gritted his teeth. Taking out a sword, he offered it up with both hands and said, "This Cloud Sky sword was gifted by younger brother Yi. Younger brother Luo is still using a heavenly spirit treasure now. Using this sword will be just right." Luo Yunqing did not refuse, playing with the Cloud Sky sword for a moment. Then he put it away.
The Grand Mist treasures in your hands were all gifted by Yi Yuan.
Now it's merely returning to the original owner. That's all. Look at how it's making your flesh hurt, Luo Yunqing said with a cold smile.
Saint Exalt Wakeloud smiled helplessly. He really could not bear to part with it.
With a Grand Mist treasure, his combat power would increase by at least 30%.
Now he actually had to hand it back. He was naturally unwilling. Luo Yunqing glanced at him indifferently and said, "Just these."
Saint Exalt Wakeloud hurriedly said, "Of course. There's more. With regards to younger brother Ye's suggestion, we feel that it's very right. Regardless of whether it is native powerhouses or ascenders, those are all heavenly stratum powerhouses and shouldn't make distinctions between each other. From now on, the 7-star heavenly sect will no longer be hostile to ascenders and allow ascenders to enter the sect. In addition, Heavenly South is a tiny place after all. Our various sects have already pulled out of the 5-light heavenly region. We welcome the 3 great ascender heavenly sects to return. The 5 great heavenly sects only had 3 sects that still had Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses presently. Only the other 2 sects did not have Saint Sovereign Heavens. They also had merely a few disciples in the sect. They basically only existed in name. The 5 great heavenly sects only had 3 great heavenly sects left now.
Luo Yunqing gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "At least you're sensible. Yi Yuan has instructed it. This is the last chance.
In the future, if you all still cause problems, bear the consequences yourselves."
"Dare not."
"We dare not." Saint Exalt Wakeloud was overjoyed, repeatedly saying that he did not dare. While on the other side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked toward Big Yellow and was silent for a long time.
"If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then?" Big Yellow said with a cold snort.
"Sigh? This Exalt knows that I was wrong.
But now it's too late for regrets."
Big Yellow, looking on the account that you and I are brothers, help out our myriad demons mountain.
Big Yellow was someone who kept old friendships in mind, but he was very disappointed in Saint Exalt Bull Demon.
Burning the bridge after crossing it, dropping a rock down the well, this was the repayment that Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave Yi Yuan. Humph! If not for Master Yi, could you have overcome the 3rd Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation? The current you would probably have long turned into a pile of dirt. Brothers, that day in the cave of the Pill Alliance, I begged you bitterly. But you?
Did you think of brotherly feelings?
Now, you know about brotherhood, Big Yellow said with a cold smile. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded and said, Big Yellow, your choice is correct. However, Myriad Demon's Mountain is your hometown. At any rate, you can't very well passively watch it be destroyed, right? Big Yellow said coolly, Relax.
On account of my face, Master Yi won't make things difficult for the Myriad Demon's Mountain.
However, you all have to conduct yourselves well, because this is the last chance. Above the sea, it was calm and tranquil.
One person and one bull were walking on the surface of the sea, strolling leisurely.
Master Yi, is it all right for us to just leave like that?
Now that the Pill Pavilion is strong, Brother Luo's strength left people far behind in the dust and already towers above everyone. Before I left, I also gave Lear they all 3 life-protecting sword energy each. It won't be a problem.
True, the Pill Pavilion's status is aloof now. All sects require the Pill Pavilion's help. At least within several hundred years, there won't be any changes. However, since the Pill Pavilion rose up, Rain-Clear Continent's martial path has become more flourishing. Master Yi made tremendous contributions.
Master Yi has put in a lot of hard work for the Pill Pavilion these few years.
This is what I promised everyone. I naturally have to do it. Unfortunately, that Pill Alliance's ancient transmission array is actually a one-way teleportation. There are many dangers in the sea. We don't know where we can go to either. Hoo-hoo, that Shuabufan can go. Can't I, Yuan, go? I have a feeling that Shuabufan must have reached the other side of the side.
This one human and one bull were precisely Yi Yuan and Big Yellow.
Over 50 years had already passed since Yi Yuan compelled the Saint Sovereign Heavens to submission. In the past 50 years, most of Yi Yuan's energy had been placed on the Pill Pavilion. Presently, the Pill Pavilion was already the Rain-Clear Continent's transcendent existence, with countless powerhouses in it. Having obtained the resources of the Pill Alliance as well as the various sects, Yi Yuan also forcefully increased the strength of Yu Mengli and the others to the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven. But when he left this time, Yi Yuan only brought Big Yellow with him. The sea was full of dangers. There were probably even true Sovereign Heaven realm seafolks that existed.
Although Yi Yuan's strength was strong, if he ran into true Sovereign Heavens, it would really be inadequate.
Big Yellow, we've already passed through the 7 great sea regions. There are probably quite a few Saint Sovereign Heaven existences in the sea region ahead. Let's restrain our auras and keep a low profile, Yi Yuan said.
Yes. The sea was vast. The 2 people traveled south all the way and did not even see the shadow of a ghost.
However, this place already left the range of the 7 great sea regions and reached the depths of the sea. The so-called 7 great sea regions were merely the same as the Rain-Clear Continent, being a remote sea region. That was all. This depth of sea was the real crisis lurking in 4 corners. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there were indistinct figures ahead, spiritual energy surging. Clearly, there were powerhouses fighting. Furthermore, they were extremely strong, and the number was a lot. Damn girl!
This time, you can forget about escaping.
You big turtle! Why do you keep chasing me?
Isn't it just a turtle egg? Is there a need?
You little wench! Stole your mother's turtle egg and put it in Tian Kue, that old fogey's nest. Now, your mother's son is born and doesn't acknowledge your mother anymore.
If I don't kill you, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this Exalt's heart.
Vile spawn. You connected to the Earth's core fire and burned this Exalt's dragon palace completely. Arg. This Exalt is definitely going to tear you to shreds today.
Hey, how would I know that that place links to the Earth's core?
It was chaotic ahead. There were probably 30 to 40 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses hunting down one person.
Yi Yuan originally did not want to meddle in others' business, but after taking a closer look, he frowned and said, "Amen?
Why does the person that they are hunting down seem to be Jingfei that lass?" Without waiting for him to wonder either, the person opposite who was being chased seemed to have seen Yi Yuan already and yelled, "Oh my, big brother Yi Yuan, you're here. If you didn't come, Jingfei would be killed by people. Quick, hurry up and come save me." Who could the person being hunted down be if not Jingfei? When Yi Yuan saw this line up, he could not help being dumbstruck with amazement.
Just how many vile deeds did this last commit to actually attract the pursuit of dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? It was Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses front and back, the speed extremely fast. In a blink, Jingfei arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Swoosh! Jingfei hid behind Yi Yuan with a flash and made a funny face at the bunch of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses and said, "Humph. My backer is here. See if you all still dare to chase. Keep chasing me and Big Brother Yi Yuan will beat all of you down." Then, she said to Yi Yuan pitifully, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, why did you only come now?" Sniff, sniff. "I've been waiting for you for 10 years. Did you look at how these people bullied me? I was almost killed. Human boy, hand this lass over. Otherwise, we'll kill you together. Talk so much rubbish with him for what? Just a human bug, kill him together. Hoo-hoo. This girlie said that this human is her backer. This girl is using a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to scare us. Ha ha ha." When these Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses heard that, they all burst out laughing. Yi Yuan looked at Jingfei and could not resist rolling his eyes as he said crossly, "You lass, how many things have you done that incurs both the wrath of heaven and men?" The present Jingfei already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven realm too. However, after breaking through, her ability to cause trouble also increased greatly. But Yi Yuan was very surprised. This lass actually waited for him for 10 years. Seriously? Jingfei had an innocent look as she said, "I got bored of waiting for you. I had to find something to do." Yi Yuan's face became black as the bottom of a pot. This was not finding something to do. You're turning this sea region upside down. Looking at these sea folks who were glaring like ravening tigers. This hurdle today was probably not so easy to clear. Yi Yuan said to the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens with clasped hands, "I'm really sorry about it. My sister is young and ignorant and she offended everyone. This he apologizes to everyone on her behalf. Looking on account of this Ye's face, everyone, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let her off." A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven dares to sell face too? You really don't know how the word death is written. The large turtle in front said disdainfully, "Your face? How much is your face worth?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Ye's face should still be worth some money." The large turtle gave a cold snort and said, "Reckless and blind thing. Since you're courting death, then this exalt will send you off." The large turtle roared and charged toward Yi Yuan while swaying its body. Yi Yuan was indifferent and just pointed an ordinary finger out. Bang! The large turtle immediately flew out backward 1,000 feet away. Everyone's expression changed wildly. They knew that this large turtle was Xianming Divine Turtle. Her cultivation realm already reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This level of powerhouse was sent flying by Yi Yuan with one finger? Gah! Pissing this exalt off. This boy is a little creepy. Everyone attack together and finish this brat off. Then we kill that little wench. The large turtle roared and charged over again. Yi Yuan's figure swayed and he disappeared from where he was. Bang, bang, bang. In several breaths of time, Yi Yuan threw dozens of punches out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was only to see one figure after another flying out like a fireworks display. Each person was merely one punch. Even Jingfei was dumbfounded from watching too. Big Brother Yi Yuan, how did you become so incredible? I can do whatever I want in the future. This young lady wants to see who dares to provoke me. After the surprise, Jingfei clapped her hands in joy. Yi Yuan ignored Jingfei and said coolly, "I wonder if this Ye's face is still worth some money? He already showed leniency just now and only sent these people flying. If not, these people would have been killed by him in one exchange." Although he was only a peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse currently, ever since embarking on the path of a divergent cultivator, his understanding of Great Tao became even deeper instead. Every movement and action showed its power even more. Of course, Jingfei this last seemed to be fooling around, but she was not really an idiot either. These Saint Sovereign Heavens that she provoked were actually not considered too strong. If they were too strong, it would also have been impossible for Jingfei to escape from so many people with her life. A giant crab had a fearful look as he said to the large turtle, "Wu Tuan, this boy is so strong." Each and every one of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present was terrified too. Yi Yuan's strength was too strong.
Just now, if he dealt a killing blow, they would already be dead.
The large turtle snorted coldly and said, "Boy, do you really want to meddle in the affairs of Xianxia region? You have to know, back then there was a human punk who was pursued tens of millions of miles by our Xianxia region and almost died." Yi Yuan's brows could not help raising when he heard it. Could this person be Zhuo Bufan?
The Zhuo Bufan who swept across everything in Rain-Clear Continent had this experience too. Who? Almost died? Didn't he not die?
Don't have any doubts. I'll be meddling in this girl's affairs. If you all have anything that you're unhappy about, feel free to come at me. Yi Yuan said coolly.
He already showed the other party a lot of face. Since the other party really wanted to form a grudge, they could become enemies then. Yi Yuan was not even afraid of heavenly Tao. Could he still be scared of these sea folk? Moreover, Zhuo Bufan could kill his way out. Couldn't he, Yi Yuan, kill his way out?
Wu Tuan was furious when she heard that and said, "Very good.
Boy, prepare to receive our wrath. Come on." The group of people left with a whiz.
While at this time Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed forward, a tremendous suction force transmitted out.
Jingfei, who was just thinking of running away, was directly captured back from the void by Yi Yuan. "Why? You caused trouble? And you still want to slip away?" Yi Yuan said with an unfriendly look.
"When did I?
"I wanted to go scout out the path." Jingfei thickened her skin and said with a smile, "Big Yellow, smack the buttocks.
Hit hard, don't show mercy. This girl's skin is thick," Yi Yuan instructed coolly.
"Ah? Don't. Big brother Yi Yuan. Don't hit me. I only got into big trouble for you. You look." As she said, Jingfei took a sheet of skin out. Yi Yuan received it and took a look. It was a map. This is a nautical chart. Didn't you want to go to the other side of the sea? It's very easy for you to get into trouble by traveling heedlessly like this. You have to know, there isn't just true sovereign heavens in the sea. There are even emperor-level true spirits in some powerful sea regions. No matter how strong you are, it's also impossible to be their match, right? With this nautical chart, you'll be able to avoid those powerful sea regions and will naturally be much safer. Yi Yuan gave Jingfei a strange glance. He did not expect that she actually took this out. Indeed, Yi Yuan was also most worried about precisely this when traveling via sea.
The sea was too big, boundless. One would not know where home was.
Once trespassed into some powerful sea regions, that would really be dying without knowing how he died.
There were many major and minor sea regions marked on this nautical chart, especially some emperor-level sea regions that were marked using red.
And this sea region that they were in right now was called Qian Sea region, a true sovereign-level sea region. There were also more than 10 major and minor true sovereign sea regions around Qian Sea region. This was also to say that the true sovereign heaven true spirit seafolk in these sea regions were more than 10. Even true sovereign heavens were numerous. So it could be imagined how many saint sovereign heavens there were in this ocean. The sea was not like land. This place was a vast expanse. When passing through, they would be under the surveillance of the sea race. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, it was also impossible to avoid the eyes and ears of the sea race.
In the sea, there were countless true spirits. Could it be that Yi Yuan could still kill off all the true spirits in the sea? The danger of the sea lay in precisely this.
Once an ordinary Saint Sovereign Heaven was targeted by some sea folks. If they joined forces and invited several Saint Sovereign Heavens over, how could there be the logic of not dying?
How is it?
With a younger sister that cares for you? Are you very moved? Jingfei said smugly. Yi Yuan put away the nautical chart and said with a cold snort, "Don't give me that. How did you steal people's turtle eggs in passing when stealing a nautical chart? Also, you pierced through the Earth's core and burned people's nests. It's also in order to find the nautical chart." Jingfei hurriedly stuck her tongue out and said, "You already know? I'm not deaf. How could I not hear?" Yi Yuan said crossly, "Forget it. Looking on account of the nautical chart, I'll spare you this time."
Big brother Yi Yuan is the best.
"But why are you here?" Yi Yuan asked curiously.
Back then, when you transcended the tribulation at sea, Jingfei already knew that you were about to leave. Later, you established the Pill Pavilion on the Reindeer continent, the faction growing stronger and stronger. I knew that you were going to leave very soon. Hence, I came here to wait for you in advance. Heading south all the way after coming out of the 7 Great Sea Regions, one will enter the Qian-Kuei Sea region. Who knew that I waited 10 years? 10 years. I had to find something to do. Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. This girl. You were really asking for trouble. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan was a little touched in his heart too. While this girl was messing around, finding the nautical chart should be real. You want to leave together with me? Jingfei nodded and said, I've already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven now. The 7 Great Sea Regions have no meaning anymore. The outside world is what's fun. You came out. Then what about the Thistle South Sea region? When you left back then, didn't you leave behind some heavenly pills? Uncle Black Shark already broke through to Half-Step Saint Sovereign Heaven too. My big brother also broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven. With them around, it will be fine. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, come along with me then. Jingfei grabbed onto Yi Yuan's arm and swung it hard as she said, Hee, it's still big brother Yi Yuan who's the best. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Don't be happy too early. This Qian Yi Sea region is probably not so easy to walk out of. As Yi Yuan expected, after Wu Tuan and the others returned, they immediately went to Qian Kuei Hall. Qian Kuei Sea region's overlord was a Qian Kuei fish that attained Tao. Lord Whalebillow, you have to uphold justice for us. That human punk is bullying people too far. Wu Tian complained tearfully. Lord Whalebillow, my palace has already become ruins. I don't even have a dwelling place anymore now. You have to stand up for this lowly one. A group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was currently all extremely grief-stricken as if their parents had died. The Lord Whalebillow that they spoke of was a great general under Qian Kuei, a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven superpowerhouse, his strength being extremely formidable. Whalebillow was originally indifferent, but hearing about Yi Yuan's strength, he nodded and said, Sovereign Qian Yi is currently in closed seclusion. You all rest assured. Starshine and I won't sit by idly and remain indifferent with regards to this matter. Yi Yuan rode on Big Yellow and strolled leisurely on the sea. The speed was not far and also not slow. Little dragon girl Jingfei transformed into a flood dragon and circled around above the two people's heads like a jubilant skylark. Very clearly, they did not take those sea folk seriously. Master Yi, is it really fine for us to be so leisurely? Big Yellow said rather flusteredly. My goodness, you big yellow bull. Why are you so long-winded? My big brother Yi Yuan is unparalleled under the heavens. How can these stinky sea folks be his match? Before Yi Yuan said anything, Jingfei interrupted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not that we're not running, but that we can't get away even if we run. Since it will be a fight sooner or later, we'll fight then. But if it startles a true sovereign heaven, how can true sovereign heavens be so bored? If they really wanted to take action, Zhabu Fan would have long died. How could he have possibly been chased down for 10 million miles? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Big Yellow thought about it and felt that it made sense. In the eyes of true sovereign heavens, Saint Sovereign Heavens were merely ant-like existences. Killing a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven did not do much good. How could they really care about such a trivial matter? According to the nautical chart, they only traveled less than half of the distance in the Qian Kuei Sea region. True sovereign-level sea regions were too big. It was virtually 10,000 times as large. Even if Yi Yuan pushed on with his journey with all his strength, it would take a year or two as well. There was no way to run at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he said, They are here. 2 grand completions Saint Sovereign Heavens. Big Yellow's body tensed up, preparing for a great battle. After several breaths, the void trembled, and a large group of powerhouses appeared above the sea. After counting carefully, there were roughly 60 over Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, more than twice as many as before. Whalebillow was in the forefront and looked at Yi Yuan and shouted coldly, Boy, you dare to cause trouble in Qian Yi Sea region. Are you tired of living? This Yi didn't cause trouble. It was just that my younger sister was mischievous. The trouble that she caused, I'll shoulder it. Yi Yuan's words were very flat, but it was extremely domineering. It was naturally impossible to hand Jingfei over. Since that was the case,
then he could only shoulder it. Whale Billow sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "A mere lower Saint Sovereign Heaven? Can you shoulder it?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether or not I can bear it? Wouldn't you know after trying it out?"
"All right, I'll give it a try then." Whale Billow shouted loudly and threw a punch out with a loud bang.
A transformed giant whale directly smashed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan raised his brows, did not expect that this guy was actually a transformation powerhouse.
However, he did not hesitate, similarly throwing a punch out.
Boom! The surface of the sea shook. That transformed giant whale was actually dispersed by Yi Yuan with one punch.
The exchange of blows between the two actually directly blew those Saint Sovereign Heavens away.
Could be seen how strong this force was. Whale Billow's pupils constricted, horrified by Yi Yuan's strength. It turns out to be a divergent cultivator.
"No wonder your strength is so powerful," Whale Billow cried out in surprise.
Yi Yuan said in surprise, "You actually know about divergent cultivators." Whale Billow had a disdainful look as he said, "What's strange about this? There are countless heavens chosens in the sea. Over time, there will more or less be some people that heaven is jealous of that appear.
However, since you've stepped onto this path, your days are numbered too.
Hand over that less. This exalt can let you spend your remaining days in peace." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My remaining years are very long. There's no need for you to worry about it." Whale Billow laughed loudly and said, "Boy, stop self-hypnotizing. Even if the divergent cultivators in our sea cultivate to true sovereign heaven, they will die miserably under the Tao tribulation in the end, without exception."
"What right do you have to be an exception?"
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My fate is up to me, not up to heaven."
Whale Billow sneered and said, "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Starshine, attack together and kill this boy."
By the side, Starshine nodded his head, his figure suddenly flashing and disappearing,
while the other Saint Sovereign Heaven quickly retreated.
In the next moment, countless star-like motes of light appeared around Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan's expression changed, feeling a great danger.
His figure swayed, wanting to shake off these starlight dots.
But right at this time, Whale Billow's giant whale attacked again. This time, Whale Billow did not dare to underestimate Yi Yuan too. He directly used 70% of his strength. 5 giant whales sealed off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Boy, even if it's a divergent cultivator, they won't dare to look down on our Xianxia region's 5 great war generals too. "Go and die!" Whale Billow gave a loud roar, his aura releasing fully.
Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a small sword faintly appearing between his eyebrows.
He bellowed and bombarded the surroundings frenziedly.
At the same time, those starlights suddenly burst apart. Above the sea, it was as brilliant as fireworks.
Bang, bang, bang.
The terrifying explosions completely drowned Yi Yuan. When Big Yellow saw this scene, his pupils constricted too.
These 2 great grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens were so strong. Jingfei's complexion turned deathly pale, patting her chest and saying, "It's okay, it's okay. Big brother Yi Yuan is the strongest. He'll definitely be fine." "Humph. Damn girl, you'd better worry about yourself. The 5 great war generals under Sovereign Qian Kuei's command are all transformation powerhouses."
This time, in order to deal with this punk, 2 were dispatched at once. This kid is dead for sure. The large turtle and the others were already too impatient to wait. They charged toward Jingfei, while another group of people also besieged Big Yellow. They were unable to take part in Yi Yuan's battle with the 2 great war generals at all. Too strong.
If they entered, they would only be instantly killed.
Eft. Wu Tuan's voice had yet to fade when Starshine and Whale Billow, 2 people, spurted blood at the same time, their bodies flying out backward. Meanwhile, the place of the original explosion formed a vacuum area with Yi Yuan as the center. Yi Yuan was perfectly unscathed while Starshine and Whale Billow, 2 people, were injured by the backlash. The expressions of the Qian Kuei sea folks present changed one after another.
How is this possible? A divergent cultivator can't be so strong either, right?
He's just lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. 2 great generals are actually not this boy's match.
I heard that a divergent cultivator appeared in 9 Lives Sea region before, but when he was lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, he could at most rival a peak upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Why is this kid so strong? It was not that there were no divergent cultivators, but they had not seen before such a freak. For ordinary divergent cultivators, being able to jump 2 minor realms and face the enemy was already very impressive. But Yi Yuan directly jumped 3 minor realms to confront the enemy. Furthermore, it was 1-on-2. Furthermore, it was even 2 transformation powerhouses. Those able to rank among the 5 great war generals were extremely powerful people. Qian Kuei region's grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens were naturally not just the 5 of them. But the 5 of them were the strongest. But now, 2 people joined forces and actually could not beat Yi Yuan. This was a little scary. Damn it. This boy is a 3 laws divergent cultivator. He's too strong. The 2 of us can't resist him. Wu Tuan. You quickly send a message and have Purple Sandal and Soul Cut come over too. Whale Billow yelled out. Hearing the yell, Wu Tuan was shocked. This kid was actually already so strong to this extent. It actually needed 4 great transformation experts to deal with him? However, she did not hesitate, plunging into the sea fiercely. A small sword loomed between Yi Yuan's eyebrows. 3 great power of rules operated without ceasing, the momentum seemingly unstoppable. It caused Whale Billow and Starshine, 2 people, to steadily lose ground. Above the sea, sword energy crisscrossed. Starshine and Whale Billow, 2 people, were beaten to the point where they kept vomiting blood. Although those Saint Sovereign Heavens who were chasing after Big Yellow and Jingfei avoided the core battlefield, each and every one of them was extremely alarmed. The present Yi Yuan lost his all-encompassing sacred tree, but he condensed and formed a Dao sword with his own Dao and gained enlightenment on heaven and earth with the Dao sword, perfecting himself. One could say that the Dao sword was another all-encompassing sacred tree, forcibly condensing the 3 great power of rules together. This was Yi Yuan's own Dao. Especially after the baptism and tempering of the 3-9 Dao tribulation, Yi Yuan's Dao sword became extremely powerful. Activating 3 power of rules with the power of the Dao sword, it was comparable to 3 laws transformation 5th form. In fact, it was even stronger. Therefore, although Saint Sovereign Heaven this realm span was huge to Yi Yuan, there were basically no opponents already apart from grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, Starshine and Whale Billow, 2 people's strengths were indeed powerful too. They were actually able to last under now at Yi Yuan's hands. Damn it, how can this boy be so strong? Lord Starshine and Lord Whale Billow almost can't hold on anymore. Why hasn't that Wu Tuan returned yet? If Lord Purple Sandal and Lord Soulcut still don't come, the 2 lords are going to be killed. Damn girl. Don't run if you have the capabilities. Over on this side, Jingfei's speed was extremely fast, slipping away from a group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. While on the other side, Big Yellow alone restrained 20 to 30 powerhouses, and he also fought while running. The present Big Yellow, his strength already reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, and his combat power was also extremely powerful. If not for there being too many people, he would have long resolved the fight already. Hee hee, you big dumbass, why would I fight you all head-on? After my big brother Yi Yuan defeats those 2, he'll naturally come and take care of you guys. Jingfei laughed coyly. The faces of each and every one of the Saint Sovereign Heavens chasing after her became black as the bottom of a pot. What they were worried about was also precisely this. Who would have thought that 2 great generals moved out and could not even take care of Yi Yuan? However, right at this time, 2 powerful auras came from the sea and arrived with a howl. All the Saint Sovereign Heavens were immediately overjoyed. They are here. Lord Purple Sandal and Lord Soulcut are here. For great war generals attacking at the same time. This kid is dead for sure. Ha ha ha. Damn lass. See if you can still be arrogant. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 figures appeared instantly. Looking toward the scene of the battle in the distance, their pupils immediately constricted. Bold little thief. To dare show off your power in our Qian Kuei region. Prepare to die. General Purple Sandal yelled angrily and brandished his blade, charging towards Yi Yuan. General Soulcut also directly joined the battle without a word. Bang! 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 The addition of Purple Sandal 2 people instantly escalated the fight. Above the sea, tumultuous waves were swept up. Many sea folks at the bottom of the sea could not avoid them in time and were directly blasted out. Regarding for great transformation experts,
That combat power was not an ordinary kind of terrifying.
The two who were originally being beaten until they vomited blood repeatedly were also roused at this time. For people completely unleashed their big moves, suppressing Yi Yuan frenziedly.
For some time, they actually suppressed Yi Yuan. When Whale Billow saw Yi Yuan being suppressed, he immediately said with a loud laugh, "For out of the 5 great war generals moved out, boy, you can be sufficiently proud." Yi Yuan formed a sword with his finger and fired out one terrifying 3-laws sword energy after another. But his words were calm as he said, "This Yi is merely passing by and doesn't want to clash with everyone. Keep fighting like this and I won't be holding back anymore. Do you all really want to force me?"
Purple Sandal smiled coldly and said, "Boy, can't beat means you can't beat. Opening your mouth to beg for mercy now, it's too late."
Whale Billow smiled and said, "Boy, I gave you a chance previously. It's too late to beg for mercy now."
Yi Yuan's kindly persuasion turned into begging for mercy when the 4 great generals heard it. Currently, in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could still have reservations. But keep fighting like this, once his combat power was unleashed, he would not be able to hold back anymore.
But it looks like these sea folks did not intend to stop either.
Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and yelled coldly, "Universe sword formation, condense."
The small sword at Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly emitted a powerful light. Hundreds of small swords instantly condensed and formed in the air. Yi Yuan condensed transformed swords with divine essence and formed the universe sword formation. The current Yi Yuan did not cultivate a world. He only cultivated the Tao sword. His world collapsed. All of the divine essences were stored in the Tao sword. The Tao sword was where Yi Yuan's foundation lay. If the sword existed, the person lived. If the sword perished, the person would be dead. Once the universe sword formation was unleashed, it instantly enveloped the 4 great war generals. The faces of the 4 great generals changed at the same time, each and every one of them feeling a great danger.
As soon as the sword formation rose, the 4 people were directly split apart, each fighting for themselves, and the pressure suddenly increased.
In merely a blink of an eye, the situation reversed again. The other Saint Sovereign Heavens were immediately dumbfounded. He still has a trump card.
What a strong sword formation. The 4 lords utilized Great Tao transformation and are actually unable to break out of the encirclement.
Even 4 great generals can't do anything to this kid. What to do? Everyone also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually powerful to such an extent. For out of 5 great generals moved out and were still suppressed by Yi Yuan. Didn't this mean that in the entire Qian Sea region, apart from sovereign Qian Yi Yuan could sweep away all?
When Jingfei, who was currently running away, saw the sword formation rise, she immediately laughed loudly and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan is too impressive. See if any of you still dare to bully me, I'll make big brother Yi Yuan take care of you in a while."
The sea folks were really going crazy. This girl was really too arrogant. Yet, they could not do anything to her. Damn lass, don't get smug.
After Sovereign Qian Kuei makes a move, you all will die without a burial ground, Wu Tuan said furiously when she saw the situation. She had just invited 2 great generals over, thinking that the battle could be reversed instantly, completely quelling things.
Who knew that she had not caught her breath yet, and Yi Yuan suppressed the 4 great generals again. Yet, this girl was still pulling aggro. She wished to tear this girl to pieces alive.
Jingfei made a funny face at her and said smugly, "Rubbish. If Sovereign Qian Kuei is really going to make a move, he would have long taken action.
Would he still wait until now? You big turtle, I'm gonna ride you and look at the sea. If you dare to be disobedient, I'll hit you until your head retracts. If you're still disobedient, I'll make Big Brother Yi Yuan beat your head out." Hearing Jingfei's words, Wu Tuan almost went crazy. If it were normal times, she would just treat it as a joke. But now, there was really the possibility.
At the thought of being toyed around by this lass, she even had the heart to die.
"What are you all still in a daze for?
The 4 of us aren't his match. Go and call some people over for me. Quickly return to Qian Kuei Hall.
Raise the alert to the highest level in the entire Qian Kuei Sea region. Go tell Yun Yang.
Have him go invite the war generals of the nearby 3 great sea regions over."
On the battlefield, a loud yell suddenly came from Whale Billow. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged.
It was not that he could not accept failure. It was just that with the entire Qian Sea region being challenged by a human punk, wouldn't it be treated as a joke in the various major sea regions in the future? Therefore, Yi Yuan must die today. The expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another. With this, it became a big deal. What did you say? Well, below the four of them are not that human's match. When Yunyang heard about this kid, he suddenly stood up, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Wu Tuan's turtle face was almost squeezing into a ball as she said bitterly, "Yes, Lord Yunyang. Lord Waicloud asked you to move faster. Any slower and they won't be able to withstand anymore." Yunyang felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. With 4 great war generals going into battle together, unless it was a war between sea regions, it was completely impossible. 5 great war generals each ruled a region. They were all existences who had millions under them and only one person above them. To be able to make them join forces, what kind of terrifying strength did that require? A human lower Saint Sovereign Heaven actually forced the 4 people to do this. Damn it! Lord Sovereign is currently in close seclusion to deal with the true Sovereign Tao tribulation. He can't get away. Inviting the war generals of other sea regions to take action will definitely cause us to bleed. Yunyang called 3 people over and instructed, "The 3 of you go to Ding Xianxia region and Peiyun Sea region right now. You must invite 2 general-level powerhouses to take action. As for the price, as long as they are willing to take action, each person will have 3 sea soul pills." Everyone's expressions changed and they cried out in surprise, "Sea soul pill? Your Excellency, sea soul pills has to do with entering true sovereign heaven. Isn't this too costly?" Yunyang waved his hand and said, "How can true sovereign heaven be so easy to enter? Sea soul pills can strengthen the origin divinity and greatly increase the chances of breaking through to true sovereign heaven, but that's all. With these guys' shrewdness, would they be willing to make a move if we don't pay the price? Alright, you guys go. If Lord Qian Kuei really blames, this exalt will shoulder it." Yunyang already said so. They naturally did not dare to say any more. After the 3 people left, Yunyang passed the order commanding all of Qian Kuei Sea region's grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens to all rush to the battlefield. Anyone who defied the order would be executed without pardon. After the order was passed, Yunyang brought Wu Tuan as well as 7 to 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. They whizzed away to the battlefield. Lord Yunyang is here too. This is the entire Qian Kuei Hall swarming out in full force. Could it be that so many people can't take this kid down too? Seeing the battlefield getting bigger and bigger, the expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another. They originally thought that it was just a trivial matter. Just killing a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, how major could it be? But now it actually caused the Qian Kuei Hall to emerge in full force. Feeling more and more powerful auras, Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He already showed mercy in his action, alright? Could it be that these sea folks were all lunatics? If he did not kill people, did they really take him to be a soft persimmon? If not for being apprehensive of true sovereign heavens, he would not care about these sea folks' life and death. The reason why he showed mercy was merely because he did not want to offend true sovereign heavens terribly. But now they were bullying others too far. Yunyang brought 7 to 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens and joined the battlefield. Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. He exclaimed, "Everyone, the sea has already shown mercy. Can't you really not tell? If you keep pushing me like this, don't blame the sea for not being courteous anymore." 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens plus 5 grand completion transformation realms, this combat power could already be called terrifying. Yi Yuan was strong, but it was also impossible to be so strong. At this time, he already had his full strength being forced out too and was unable to hold back anymore. What was left was a life and death battle. Yi Yuan did not want to offend a sea region to the core, but these guys were bullying people too far. The trouble that Jingfei caused was not small, but later on he also asked about it. It was not really a serious matter. There was no need to be irreconcilable till death. It was also precisely because of this that he had been pulling his punches all along. Otherwise, at the beginning, Yi Yuan could have directly employed the universe sword formation and annihilated Whale Billow and Starshine. Boy, it's also not that we can't stop. As long as you hand over that girl, everything can be discussed. Otherwise, my Qian Kuei region's face won't tolerate a human like yourself to provoke like this. Whale Below also shouted.
In reality, they were scared too. The participation of Yun Yang and 8 Great Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens merely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan's sword formation was seriously, unbelievably strong.
But now, the arrow was notched on the bow and had no choice but to release it.
If they could not keep Jingfei behind, they were seriously unable to give an explanation.
Both sides stuck to their guns just like that.
Over there, Jingfei, who had been rejoicing all along, also could not laugh anymore with this.
No matter how mischievous she was, she also knew that she caused big trouble this time. How could she have thought that the momentary mischievousness previously would have caused the entire Qian Kuei region to riot? This joke blew up a little too big.
Big brother Yi Yuan, why don't you hand Jingfei over? Sniff sniff. I was wrong. Jingfei cried while running. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, what a joke.
If the sky falls, I'll shoulder it.
Big Yellow, there are more and more of them. You quickly bring Jingfei south and break out of the encirclement. I'll rush over very soon. Yes, Master Yi. Big Yellow felt a headache too, wishing to smack Jingfei to death with one slap.
This lass was too capable of causing trouble. However, Big Yellow had been together with Yi Yuan for a long time, and he already understood Yi Yuan's temper very well. At this time, he absolutely would not abandon his companion and leave. When Yi Yuan was holding back previously, he was naturally holding back too. The coquettish profligate hoof did not erupt with full power. At this time, he no longer held anything back. With a roar, his body suddenly started twisting strangely. Boom!
A kick thrust out the 3 to 4 middle Saint Sovereign Heavens in front were directly burst apart by him. Carving open a bloody path, Big Yellow headed straight for Jingfei. With another hoof kick, it sent those Saint Sovereign Heavens chasing after him flying.
Then, he took Jingfei and sprinted south. Chase! You must keep that lass behind for this exalt. Yuan Chun, you go and help. Kill that bull.
Whale Below bellowed, ordering one of the Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens to get out of the battlefield and pursue.
When Yi Yuan heard that, a hint of cold light flashed across his eyes, and he yelled coldly, This Yi wants to see who can leave. Kill. At this time, Yi Yuan was genuinely enraged too.
It was only to see him yell fiercely. The universe sword formation suddenly became fierce. Previously, he had always been focusing on defense, offense was secondary. Now, he could not care less anymore, directly turning the universe sword formation into a killing move.
For a time, cold light erupted brilliantly. That Yuan Chun was just about to leave the battlefield when he was directly pierced by dozens of sword lights, falling into the sea. This was Yi Yuan's first time employing a killing move. However, as soon as the killing move came out, Yi Yuan's defense was greatly weakened too. After all, they were 5 great transformation experts present. Under this blow, he suffered some injuries too. Seeing Yi Yuan suddenly become fierce, Whale Below and the rest were greatly shocked.
Only then did they know how terrifying the power of the sword formation was. Before, Yi Yuan was really holding back too much.
Otherwise, if they came one by one, they would have died long ago. But, once Yi Yuan's killing move was unleashed, and once a Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven fell, this matter really could not be resolved anymore.
Whale Below shouted loudly, Boy, you dare to kill people.
Today, it's irreconcilable till death. Yi Yuan's gaze turned fierce, and he said with a cold snort, Do you all really think that I'm scared of you? This Yi gave in time and again, but you all keep pushing it.
Reaching the limit of my patience, then there's no need to tolerate anymore.
Move!
Yi Yuan shouted fiercely, controlling dozens of flying swords to kill a Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse again.
At this time, Yi Yuan already slew 3 Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. But, in the time that he killed these 3 people, another 5 came one after another.
These 5 people were all Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses.
However, Yi Yuan was not afraid, urging the universe sword formation to the extreme.
After fighting fiercely for a long time, the 5 great war generals were long already a spent force. At this time, they could only barely manage to resist. If it dragged on a while longer, he might not be unable to kill 1 or 2 of them.
Unassuming when not killing, but when he went on a killing spree, then he would kill until the other party got chills. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles.
After all, this place was a large sea region with countless powerhouses. Human boy, you slaughtered my Qian Kuei Sea region's powerhouses. I'll definitely flay your skin and pull out your tendons today. Yun Yang roared angrily.
Helplessly watching 3 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens die in front of them, these people became even crazier. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Today's battle. This Yi showed leniency time and again. It was you all who kept pushing me. Now you're blaming this Yi for killing people? Ho-hoo? Do you really think that I'm scared of you all? Once slaughter starts, I'll go on a killing spree then." As he said, Yi Yuan urged the sword formation and rushed toward sword formation frenziedly.
Among this group of people, Starshine was the most heavily injured and was already an arrow at the end of its flight.
Want to kill, then it was naturally him. Of course, fighting until now, Yi Yuan's injuries were not weak either.
But compared to his opponents, it was still within an acceptable range.
Damn it! Why aren't those guys here yet? When Whale Billow saw that Starshine was almost unable to withstand, he was anxious until his face contorted. But the current Yi Yuan completely had a reckless fighting style that disregarded his life. His offensive power was extremely fearsome. Being in the sword formation, there was no leeway for him to be distracted.
Just as they were fighting fiercely, several powerful auras suddenly arrived with a howl.
When Whale Billow and the rest felt this aura, they were instantly ecstatic. Ha ha ha! Kid, the 6 great war generals in the nearby 3 great sea regions are about to arrive soon. This time, see if you still won't die, Whale Billow said with a wild laugh. Yi Yuan naturally felt these powerful auras too, and he was also slightly surprised in his heart. So many general powerhouses, he could not bear it too. Once surrounded, it would really cost him a layer of skin even if he did not die. Is that so?
Then, you all have a batch die first before talking.
As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly formed a seal. Hundreds of sword lights all pierced toward Starshine with a whistle. Starshine only felt that it was all sword light blotting out the skies and covering the earth. There was nowhere to evade at all.
Starshine! Whale Billow roared loudly, but it was already too late to want to save.
In desperation, the martial techniques of Whale Billow and the rest smashed towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan had long expected it, spatial rule instantly unfolding. However, it was the joint attack of 4 great war generals. The power was too terrifying. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded out. Starshine and the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven beside him were directly blown into nothingness by Yi Yuan without the slightest resistance. Swoosh! And right at this time, an afterimage streaked across the sky. Yi Yuan actually took advantage of this interval and flew away. But at this time, Yi Yuan's abdomen was empty. Flesh and blood actually could not even be seen.
This strike earlier, he avoided the vitals. But he still could not completely avoid it in the end.
Damn it! That boy is seriously injured. Chase after and kill him, Yun Yang yelled. A group of people chasing after Yi Yuan frenziedly.
Among the 5 people, Whale Billow was the closest to Starshine.
Now Starshine was killed, Whale Billow was furious to the extreme. Motherfucker!
This kid sustained such heavy wounds, but he can actually still run so fast.
Don't let your father catch up if you have the ability. Yi Yuan was severely injured at this time. Even his speed slowed down too. However, he already swallowed 2 grade 5 heavenly pills. His injuries and divine essence were in the midst of recovering rapidly. These 2 grade 5 heavenly pills were precisely grade 5 true grade heavenly pills. The recovery power was extremely shocking. In the past few decades, Yi Yuan put most of his energy on alchemy.
He devoted himself to studying the 100 Herbs Illustrated Handbook as well as the Alchemy Dao records obtained from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. At present, his Alchemy Dao already improved further.
Although grade 5 heavenly medicines were precious, since Yi Yuan was heading out, it was naturally impossible not to make any preparations. Otherwise, in the vast sea he would be exhausted to death by people too. Yun Yang and the rest were all grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Their speed was naturally not slow.
It looked like the distance from Yi Yuan was dwindling little by little.
But very soon, they discovered that the aura on Yi Yuan's body grew stronger and stronger, and his speed got faster and faster.
At this moment, Whalebillow and the others could not help but want to curse and swear.
Fucking hell.
Is this kid immortal?
Why is he recovering so fast?
Brat, don't run if you have the capabilities. Whalebillow stomped his feet in annoyance.
Only a moron would not run. Dawdling with you here, to wait for death? But Yi Yuan felt that there were more than 10 powerful auras currently howling over from several directions ahead. Among them, there were 6 powerhouses who were not weaker than Whalebillow and the other powerhouses who were currently rushing over swiftly. Yi Yuan naturally planned it out when he chose to break through the encirclement at this time.
Being heavily injured, he was unable to face 10 great grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven transformation powerhouses. He would be biting off more than he could chew. Once surrounded by them, then he would really be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Ahead, 6 powerful auras already got closer and closer, their figures already appearing in the horizon.
Whalebillow was overjoyed when he saw the situation and said, Bing Chun, Zhou Lin, Fei Yen, delay this punk. Don't let him run away.
The powerhouse called Bingchen said with a loud laugh, Whalebillow, your Qian Kuei region is too weak. So many people besieging a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven and you actually let him run away.
Haha. Want us to act, sure. Add another sea soul pill each. Zhou Lin took the opportunity to extort.
Whalebillow did not have time to bargain with him and immediately said, no problem.
Attack for me. Bing Chun laughed loudly and said, Brat, you, a human, actually dare to act wildly in the sea region. You're really tired of living. Stay behind obediently. Your Lord Bing will use you to trade for sea soul pills.
Done talking, the 6 people's auras released, transformation martial techniques smashing over towards Yi Yuan crazily.
With 6 great transformation powerhouses making a move, how shocking was the commotion.
At this time, Yi Yuan's injuries were already 60% recovered. The large hole in his abdomen pretty much recovered already too.
Facing the pincer attack of 6 great powerhouses, he did not reduce his speed, but divine essence erupted instead, his speed skyrocketing.
When Whalebillow saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting, and he cried out in shock, be careful, this boy's sword formation is extremely formidable.
Starshine already died at his hands just now. Bing Chun and the rest were naturally not fools. Just now, they only had the intention of nauseating Whalebillow and the others.
Before coming, they were already aware of it. Furthermore, for a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to be able to escape from the hands of 5 great transformation powerhouses, it indicated a lot of things in itself.
Therefore, they did not hold back on this strike but called forth all their power. However, hearing that Starshine actually died, these people were still shocked. But at this time, they already clashed in close quarters.
Yi Yuan ignored the rest and rushed straight for Zhou Lin, his speed swift to the extreme. Just now, when he suddenly accelerated, he actually barely managed to avoid the 6 people's combined attack.
And at this time, Universe Sword formation emerged in full force. Die! Yi Yuan roared, countless sword lights sweeping toward Zhou Lin. Damn it! Save me!
Zhou Lin's expression changed wildly, wanting to avoid Yi Yuan. But it was already too late. Both parties' speed was too fast. Describing it was slow. But actually, it was merely a blink of an eye and both parties already clashed in close quarters.
Boom! A terrifying explosion transmitted out of the void. Zhou Lin instantly turned to ashes under this blow. A streak of flowing light cut across the sky. Yi Yuan actually forcefully killed his way out amidst the encirclement of 6 people. However, Yi Yuan was not any better. The combined attack of 6 great transformation experts, he did not defend at all either. Could be seen how terrifying this attack was.
He only avoided the core of the strike.
But ultimately, he was unable to completely avoid it. Shao Qing, didn't you say that the sea is full of dangers? Why does it seem to be just like that when we walked all the way? Reputation isn't as good as meeting in the flesh. Maybe the true spirits in the sea are all very friendly.
Man, what you said is right. Sai, this Exalt has been invincible in the Wuxia continent far too long and is seriously a little bored. Otherwise, I really couldn't quite bear to leave.
Master is amazingly talented. Your aptitude reigning the present era. A tiny little Wuxia continent can't accommodate Master anymore.
Being able to follow Master to take a look at the world outside is Shao Qing's paramount honor. Hoo-hoo, Xiaoqing has discerning eyes like burning torches. This exalt just likes this about you. Xiaoqing, do you think that Master, I can also reign the contemporary era when I go outside?
That's a certainty. Master will definitely find lucky chances very soon and break through to true sovereign heaven. Then you'll ascend to the summit again and look down proudly on the present era. Haha? I think so too? It's just that this sea is vast and a little boring. A youth in an azure shirt rode a black ox and was currently strolling on the surface of the sea, enjoying it very pleasantly like he was on a vacation. The youth in a green shirt had a look like only he was invincible and the loneliness of an expert. However, his aura was indeed very powerful. He was actually a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. The black bull under his seat was also initial stage upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of strength, even when placed in the sea, it was rather strong too. Therefore, it was still considered peaceful traveling all this way. The youth was called Yangqing, the Yuchi continent's strongest powerhouse, similarly to the Zhuo Bufan back then. However, he no longer had room for improvement on Yuchi continent. That was why he would leave to search for the opportunity to break through to true sovereign heaven. Suddenly, there was an undulation in the void far away. The lethargic Yangqing suddenly became excited. There's someone? Heh? Traveled for a year already, finally met a living person? Only lower Saint Sovereign Heaven and he actually dares to come to the sea. That's pretty gutsy. Xiaoqing, go over.
Yangqing patted Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing understood and his figure moved, going up to greet. Very soon, a figure appeared in Yangqing's field of vision. It was a young man in a white shirt. Little brother, the sea is vast. How about we become companions? Yangqing called out loudly.
Yi Yuan, who was currently flying away swiftly, his expression could not help becoming a little strange when he heard the call.
This guy wanted to become buddies and travel together with him?
Tired of living, right?
No need. Each goes his own way, Yi Yuan said coolly.
Yangqing was not angry either, keeping up with Yi Yuan's footsteps and said with a smile, Little brother, I see that your strength isn't strong. If you come with me, your safety will be guaranteed too. But your speed is pretty fast.
Yi Yuan gave Yangqing a glance rather surprisedly too. This guy could actually keep up with his speed.
However, he was also very surprised to run into a human here. Looking at the other party, he also guessed a little. He probably set out to sea to look for lucky chances.
If you're not afraid of death, just follow me, Yi Yuan said indifferently.
Afraid of death? Haha. Little brother, you must be joking.
I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, am invincible under the heavens.
Unless a true sovereign heaven acts. Otherwise, this exalt will keep you safe, Yangqing said with a loud laugh.
The large black bull also said, Young one, relax. Master's strength sweeps across the present era. Even if 5 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens come, they're not his match either.
Protecting a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven like you is too effortless. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was overly confident, right? Was this hypnotizing himself that he was really invincible under the heavens?
If there wasn't a group of troops in pursuit behind me, I could slap you to death right now. Do you believe it or not?
Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these 2 living treasures and flew without any care, urging his speed to the extreme.
Hoo-hoo, little brother, this sea is so vast. Why are you in such a hurry?
Why not slow down and enjoy the scenery of nature a little? It's conducive to the improvement of Realm 2, Yangqing said with a smile. Yi Yuan was speechless.
Little brother, you're very cold. Let this exalt tells you. It's very hard to achieve great Tao with this kind of mentality.
There aren't as many dangers as you think in the sea. Even if there are, you should also look at it with a smile. Yi Yuan was speechless. Little brother.
Yangqing was also bored for too long. Finally, having found someone to talk to, his entire person became a chatterbox. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him, but he was also somewhat surprised at the other party's strength.
Even if it was grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, there were not many capable of keeping up with his speed too. Suddenly, his expression changed. 5 powerful auras ahead came to intercept. He detected it. Yangqing naturally perceived it too. Eh? Are these sea race powerhouses? After traveling for so long, It's still this Exalt's first time encountering C-race powerhouses. Let's go and say hi, Yang Qing said rather excitedly. Yi Yuan was speechless again. How exhausting! How did this guy cultivate to his current realm? In virtually a blink of an eye, the 5 auras already arrived with a howl. These 5 people were shockingly all general-level powerhouses. Yang Qing did not wait for the other party to speak either, directly going up to greet as he said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo? Gentlemen are C-race powerhouses, right? This Exalt is Yuchi continent's #1 person, Saint Exalt Azureskai. Today, I'm fortunate to get acquainted with you. You're together with this punk?" A C-race powerhouse in the forefront directly interrupted Yang Qing's words and asked coldly. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Of course, we're together." Yi Yuan could not let out a single word. He was really speechless. This guy was really bold enough. Couldn't he tell whether it was good or bad words? "Kill!" The C-race powerhouse roared, 5 people directly going all out and suppressing Yi Yuan 2 people. Yang Qing was taken aback. Before he could react to what was going on, the other party already acted. However, he was well deserving of being Yuchi continent's #1 person. He suddenly slammed a punch out and actually reached first despite launching later, directly repelling the 2 people in front. And Yi Yuan also released the Universe Sword formation and clashed together with 3 people. How could the large black bull dare to take part in such a grand battle? It ran away with a whoosh. "My goodness, is there some misunderstanding, gentlemen?" Yang Qing fought as he said. "No misunderstanding," that general in the forefront yelled. "But this Exalt didn't provoke you all," Yang Qing said in puzzlement. "You didn't, but he did." "Hey, little brother, just how did you provoke them?" Yang Qing could not resist looking towards Yi Yuan and could not help getting a shock. Yi Yuan fought 1-on-3 and actually suppressed the other party. These 3 people were all transformation experts. Just now, he actually looked down on this kid. A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven actually suppressed 3 great transformation powerhouses. This boy was actually even more monstrous than him. "It's nothing. I just killed a few people," Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Yang Qing heard this, he said, "Oh? It's merely 5 transformation experts. There won't be a problem if we join forces. This Exalt says that I'll protect you. Then I'll protect you." After saying this, Yang Qing released his aura and beat the 2 people until they steadily lost ground. But in this short delay, several dozen powerful auras in the rear arrived with a howl. All of them were Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven experts. When Yang Qing saw the situation, his scalp could not help tingling, and he cried out strangely, "Kid, just how many freaking powerhouses did you provoke?" "It's also not a lot. I've killed people from the 4 Great Sea regions. Now, the 4 Great Sea regions powerhouses are all on the way to hunt me down." "Oh? These 4 Great Sea regions overlords are all true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses." Yi Yuan's hands did not slow down as he said coolly. Yang Qing only felt his scalp tingle, feeling speechless. True Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Just now, he was still saying that he would protect Yi Yuan under True Sovereign Heaven. But now, this fellow really provoked True Sovereign Heavens. "Who am I? Where am I? Aren't I invincible? Hurry up and break out of the encirclement. We won't be able to run if we're surrounded." Yi Yuan shouted loudly, Universe Sword formation suddenly erupting, inflicting heavy wounds onto someone by trading injuries and flying away once more. "Wait for me." Yang Qing sent the 2 people flying with 1 punch and chased after Yi Yuan. Xiao Qing was sharp too, dashing under Yang Qing's crotch with a lunge. "You're still following me?" Yi Yuan said in surprise. "They already think that I'm together with you." "Little brother, you're a formidable figure to actually be able to cause an uproar in 4 Great Sea regions. I feel that we're kindred spirits," Yang Qing said in admiration. Yi Yuan was speechless. Who was freaking kindred spirits with you? However, with such a powerhouse following, it could share quite a bit of pressure, so Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Behind them, Whale Billow shouted loudly, "Punk who's surnamed Yi, you can't escape." The powerhouses of 3 Great Sea regions ahead are already all rushing over towards this side. This group of people had already chased Yi Yuan for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Yuan already killed more than 10 Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses as he moved. Among them, He had killed the war generals of 4 great sea regions. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan completely triggered an uproar in the 4 great sea regions. All of the 4 great sea regions' powerhouses swarmed out in full force, carrying out obstructions and intercepting him. The fights along the way were like just now. Yang Qing just happened to run into Yi Yuan during the interval of pursuit. What surprised Yi Yuan was that beyond the shock, Yang Qing was actually rather excited to encounter this kind of situation.
This guy's brain had a problem, right? As for the whale below at the back, Yi Yuan directly ignored him.
Little brother, there's no meaning in running like this. Why don't we join hands and pull off a big play? How about it? Heh. Really haven't had such a thrilling thing for a long time. Yang Qing actually giggled.
He had been invincible on the Yuchi continent for too long.
Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that this Yang Qing's strength was extremely formidable, fighting 1-on-2 with great ease. If he joined hands with him, they could pull it off. Continue running like this was not a solution either. Okay, Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Yang Qing said excitedly, how do I address little brother? Yi Yuan. Younger brother Ye's sword formation is very formidable. You used the sword formation to cover me. Let's do a sudden counterattack.
No problem. Yang Qing was taken aback and said, you trust me so much?
Aren't you scared that I sell you out?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, you can't sell me. Yang Qing laughed and said, all right, domineering enough. You have the style of me, Saint Exalt Azure Sky.
Kill. Yang Qing roared, his figure suddenly shooting backward, charging toward the crowd. With the delay just now, both sides' distance was already extremely near. The moment he turned back, both sides directly fought in close quarters. The group that was pursuing them already reached more than 30 people. Adding in those few war general powerhouses earlier, the other side's transformation experts now were as many as 13 people. This force was absolutely extremely terrifying.
Yi Yuan displayed spatial rule, his figure turning around by defying common sense, and was actually even faster than Yang Qing.
But at this time, the long spear in Yang Qing's hand shook, an astonishing momentum rising to the sky. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt it too. This Yang Qing was a two-laws transformation. However, this guy perfectly fused Spear Dao and Destruction Dao together. Before the long spear was unleashed, everyone already felt a destructive power, and the grand mistreasure long spear in Yang Qing's hands actually turned false and real, the imposing momentum condensing without scattering. Clearly, Yang Qing was a super powerhouse in the spear path. The team that was pursuing was chasing after with all their might. Clearly, they did not expect that these two people still dared to deal a sudden counterattack. With this, they were caught off guard.
Tyrant spear. Yang Qing shouted loudly, the long spear piercing through the head of the war general who was in his face like a rainbow.
Tyrant spear?
Bastards, spear one?
Why did this guy feel so unreliable? However, his strength was extremely strong. Universe sword. Yi Yuan also shouted fiercely, similarly finishing off a war general powerhouse. One exchange, 2 general-level experts fell. The group that was chasing them was immediately dumbfounded. However, Whale Billow and the rest had seen before grand spectacles too. They woke up extremely quickly. Kill. Don't let these 2 punks run. Must kill them. Whale Billow growled. There was no need for him to instruct them. There were already countless attacks that smashed toward the 2. The assault earlier, the 2 people directly disrupted the other party's formation. At this time, as soon as Yi Yuan released the Universe Sword formation, it directly enveloped dozens of people inside, helping Yang Qing to block most of the attacks.
While Yang Qing's long spear had an unstoppable momentum piercing through another ordinary grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven with 1 spear again.
Damn it!
Damn it!
Surround the 2 of them. Don't let them run. Whale Billow bellowed. They were hunting down Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan was fine, but they died one after another. Whale Billow was virtually going insane now. Although 2 general-level powerhouses died, there were still 11 of them.
Once they formed an encirclement, it was definitely impossible for Yi Yuan 2 people to escape. Can't ward off anymore. Retreat. Just before the other party formed an encirclement, Yi Yuan directly urged the sword formation and killed a grand completion sword formation heaven, killing his way out of the heavy encirclement again. Punk, you sold me out. Yang Qing was currently too excited from the slaughtering and did not react in time at all. He shouted loudly, his back directly sustaining a vicious blow, half his body collapsing. However, he also forcefully killed his way out and caught up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not refrain from rolling his eyes. Why was this guy so stubborn? That sort of situation just now, did he still need him to warn? Could it be that he was even prepared to kill all these people? Yang Qing was strong, but he was also merely about on par with Yi Yuan. Killing, they definitely could not kill easily. Once entangled, that would be death. But Yang Qing was good, getting excited from killing and actually wanted to fight to the death. Yi Yuan casually threw a heavenly pill over. The moment Yang Qing caught it and looked, his eyes could not help lighting up and he cried out in surprise, "True grade. Good stuff." Immediately, without hesitation, he directly swallowed it. His body that was blown away also grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. Really good stuff. Come. Let's fight again. Yang Qing raised his head to the sky and said with a loud laugh. Hearing this, Whalebillow and the others who were at the back could not help being shocked, their speed immediately slowing down. However, Yi Yuan two people directly increased their speed and shook everyone off. Arg. Punk who's surnamed Yi, I'll definitely kill you. From behind came Whalebillow's bellow. Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. It wasn't me who mocked you either. What are you killing me for? However, with the addition of Yang Qing, this great escape became interesting. Brother Yang kill. Above the void, Yi Yuan suddenly shouted. Behind him, the army that was chasing them suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan two people did not have the intention of turning back at all. They fled even faster instead. Only then did Whalebillow and the rest shout, realizing that they were fooled. Each and every one of their faces reddened to the ears with anger. Punk who's surnamed Yi, your father is going to tear you to pieces. Motherfucker, you'll give birth to a son without an anus. Boy, no matter how big a price we pay today, we'll make you stay. From behind came an exasperated voice. Ever since Yang Qing joined, Yi Yuan two people could attack when they advanced and could defend if they retreated, toying with all the pursuing troops in the palm of their hands. And this situation also thoroughly enraged the sea race. Before Whalebillow, they all were worried about casualties. But now they were not worried anymore. The Qiankui Sea region directly sent a sea race army over. At this time it was densely packed with sea folks above the void. Yi Yuan two people could not kill them entirely. Although these sea folks were not opponents that could last one exchange with them, they could stop Yi Yuan two people's movements. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. Haven't killed so refreshingly for a long time. Brother Yi, I have to thank you. Yang Qing's long spear danced seamlessly until not even wind could penetrate as he let out a loud laugh and said. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. Are you confused about the situation? We can't escape. Suddenly his mind stirred and he shouted loudly, stop chasing. Keep chasing and I'm going to transcend my tribulation. Stop. Don't chase anymore. The figures of Whalebillow and the others suddenly stopped. They actually really stopped chasing. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing two people were taken aback. So obedient? But very soon they discovered that something was not right. These people's faces had an extremely respectful look. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically. Oh, no. You're going to get me killed. Yang Qing cried out strangely. The void trembled and an imposing aura like a sovereign that descended upon the world emerged from the void. A figure stepped out of the void, akin to a god descending upon the world. Paying respects to sovereign Qian Kuei, everyone bowed collectively. In these few great sea regions, true sovereign heaven powerhouses were absolutely invincible existences, paramount existences. A true sovereign heaven finally appeared. Yi Yuan two people stopped running. With a true sovereign heaven descending, they could not run away anymore. Sovereign Qian Kuei turned into human form, like a king of the world. His eyes were locked on Yi Yuan as if he was looking at a dead person. Subordinate is incompetent, making sovereign appear in person. Sovereign,
Please punish. Whale Billow and the rest were in fear and trepidation, directly kneeling down and admitting fault. The Qian Kuei region swarmed out in full force just to hunt down one person. In the end, the person failed to be killed, but they suffered heavy losses. They had been hunting Yi Yuan for more than half a month. But 2 of the 5 great war generals fell, and 9 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens perished. As for Jade Sovereign Heaven and Limitless Sublime Heaven Sea Folks, the casualties were countless. And Yi Yuan was still alive and well now, without any injuries at all. Whale Billow, this group of people were almost vomiting blood. Humph! A bunch of trash. Sovereign Qian Kuei gave a cold snort. Whale Billow and the others were directly shocked into vomiting blood. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing felt a great pressure too. Too strong. One sentence injured a transformation powerhouse. True sovereign heaven powerhouses perform Tao techniques naturally. Every movement carries the might of great Tao. As expected, Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. Just now, this cold yell of sovereign Qian Kuei's caused great Tao to fluctuate. Yi Yuan could feel it clearly. He had faced off against Yan Jade Drew before, but that was just a half-baked true sovereign heaven. This one in front of him now was a true blue true sovereign heaven. Dead for sure now. Brother Yi, you've harmed me terribly. What to do? What to do? Yang Qing said in a panic. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes and said, Weren't you still killing happily just now? Asked you to leave early on, you refused to go. Now you're blaming me. Yang Qing was taken aback and said, Seems like it. That Lord Sovereign, the person that you want to kill is him. I don't know him. I'm just an ant that's passing by. Treat me as a fart and let me go. The desire to live was so strong. Yang Qing turned his face, wagging his tail and begging for pity shamelessly. That appearance was totally that of a sycophant. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded from watching. This guy, when he was killing just now, he had an appearance like he was invincible. Now he actually changed face so quickly. Ha. Qian Kuei, your Qian Kuei Sea region emerged from your nest in full force and couldn't even take care of a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's too embarrassing, right? Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter suddenly sounded out. Above the void, another 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended. These 3 people's auras were not the least bit weaker than Sovereign Qian Kuei. The kings of the 4 great sea regions had actually all arrived. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's faces changed wildly. Now, there was really nowhere to run. It was absolutely impossible to escape from the hands of 4 great true sovereign heavens. The muscles on Yang Qing's face were already spasming. Another true sovereign heaven said with a laugh, Qian Kuei, I even thought that you died under the true sovereign Tao tribulation. I was prepared to come to take over the Qian Kuei Sea region. The 3rd true sovereign heaven said with a smile, Qian Kuei, you'd better go and overcome the true sovereign Tao tribulation with peace of mind. This sovereign will help you take care of Qian Kuei Sea region's awful mess. Sovereign Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, Hollowed Ark, Sardine, Tian Hui, the 3 of you stop making wisecracks here. Quite a few of your people died too. If this punk appeared in your sea regions, can you all resist? Didn't you guys come to kill this brat too? Hollow Dark was indifferent, looking at Yi Yuan as he said with a smile, Kid, your face is really big, to actually provoke us 4 great true sovereign heavens to take action. Yi Yuan shrugged and said helplessly, I didn't want to either. Previously, this he was holding back in all aspects. It was Qian Kuei Sea region's people who pressed people too far. Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, Boy, you're still stubborn when death is imminent. But Hollow Dark laughed loudly and said, Ha. A little interesting. Still able to be so calm when seeing the few of us. Kid, the sovereign gives you a chance. Seek refuge with our Ding Xianxia region. The sovereign will protect your life. Before Yi Yuan could speak, Yang Qing hurriedly said, Lord Sovereign, I'm willing to defect. I'm called Yang Qing. I'm very strong too. Yi Yuan was speechless. This guy immediately became thick-skinned. Hollow Dark had a smile that was not a smile as he said, Sure, your strength is very strong too. You're qualified to take refuge with this sovereign. What about you, kid? Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, Hollow Dark, are you going to war with this sovereign? Hollow Dark said smugly, So what if I am? You're at the critical juncture of transcending the true sovereign Tao tribulation right now. Could it be that you dare to make a move against this sovereign? Once you bring down the true sovereign Tao tribulation, you'll probably die without a burial ground. Qian Kuei's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, what Holodark said was also true. It was already his fourth true sovereign Tao tribulation. It was incomparably dangerous. A single misstep and he would really die, his Tao dissipating. At this time, it was not appropriate to take action.
Very good, Holoark, the sovereign has remembered you. After the sovereign transcends the true sovereign Tao tribulation this time, you're going to get it. Sovereign Qian Kuei said in extreme fury. But Holodark ignored him. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, "Kid, have you thought it over?"
Yi Yuan. Promise Lord Holodark? TSK. It's our honor to be able to become a war general under a true sovereign heaven. Yang Qing urged very shamelessly. Hoo-hoo. Lapdog. This guy changed loyalties really quickly. Sorry, this Yi has no interest in staying in the sea race, Yi Yuan said coolly.
Sovereign Holodark's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Kid, are you not giving face to the sovereign?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yes."
The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked.
This guy was tired of living.
Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment and said, "Brother Yi, this Yang candidly admits defeat. I acknowledge defeat."
He felt that he was domineering enough already.
But he was not even a fart in front of Yi Yuan. This guy puffed himself up at his own cost.
While he was domineering when he should be domineering, and he pretended to be subservient when it was time to pretend to be subservient. How much money was face worth? But Yi Yuan was different. This guy dared to posture in front of a true sovereign heaven too.
This was using his life to posture.
Haha. Holoark, you got snubbed despite showing good intentions. He doesn't buy it at all. When Qian Kuei heard that, he said with a loud laugh.
Just now, Holodark made him get deflated. In the end, Yi Yuan gave Holodark a backhanded slap, making him feel great. Holodark's face was as black as it could be, and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, you're very good. To dare reject this sovereign, you're really the first."
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then this Yi is really honored."
Holodark was speechless. Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up.
Impressive.
Really awesome. Did he find that he was not dying fast enough? Sure enough, Holodark's aura got colder and colder, and he said in a low voice, "Brat, to dare provoke this sovereign, you're really seeking death." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said smilingly, "I feel that you all had best not kill me. Otherwise, something will happen." Holodark sneered when he heard that and said, "What can happen from killing an ant?"
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A very, very big thing. Everyone present might die." Everyone was speechless. They were thinking to themselves, was it possible that this guy had lost his mind?
At present, there were countless powerhouses above the surface of the sea.
Putting the four great true sovereign heavens aside, the four great sea regions' general-level experts had practically all arrived, numbering no less than 15 people.
Ordinary grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens even reached a terrifying 50 over people.
As for the other Saint Sovereign Heavens and numerous underlings, there were too many to count. In this kind of situation, even if a true Sovereign Heaven was here, they would have to die with regrets too. You, a measly little lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, was already impressive to such an extent? Hoo-hoo, very good.
This sovereign wants to see today how everyone present dies. Holodark laughed from fury. Yi Yuan was indifferent and asked instead, "Really want to try?" Holodark snorted coldly and said, "I really want to try."
Done talking, he raised his hand and directly smacked a hand toward Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation.
A true sovereign heaven making a move, that was simply the might of heavenly Tao. The moment the palm was raised, heaven and earth changed colors. Each and every one of the powerhouses present marveled endlessly. At the same time, they also marveled at Yi Yuan's stupidity. Provoking a true sovereign heaven, this guy was absolutely a fool.
However, Yi Yuan clearly would not resign himself to death.
In the instant that Holodark raised his hand, Yi Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from where he originally was. A hint of surprise appeared in Qian Kuei's eyes. Yes, this kid was actually rushing towards him. Did he feel that he would not kill him? Smacking a Saint Sovereign Heaven to death was about the same as smacking an ant to death. Whatever divergent cultivator, whatever genius, no matter how monstrous your prowess, you were also not a match for my one palm. Humph? Want to die under this sovereign's hands?
Forget it. I'll fulfill your wish. Sovereign Qian Kuei raised his palm too and was prepared to smack Yi Yuan to death. But right at this time his expression changed wildly.
Because Yi Yuan broke through at this time. Because of Yi Yuan's breakthrough, Sovereign Qian Kuei's true sovereign Tao tribulation arrived ahead of schedule. Rumble. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled. Almost instantly, the air pressure dropped to the point where it was impossible to breathe.
Yi Yuan's power alone was naturally unable to call down such a terrifying Tao tribulation.
But he and Sovereign Qian Kuei, two people, their Tao tribulations would be frightening.
His confidence was also precisely related to this. Originally, when Sovereign Qian Kuei descended, Yi Yuan felt worried too.
But when he revealed his true body, Yi Yuan suddenly had a trace of feeling in his heart. A feeling regarding Tao tribulation.
After Yi Yuan became a divergent cultivator, he became much more sensitive to heavenly Tao than ordinary people. He sensed that Sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation seemed to somewhat respond to and cooperate with his own.
Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this was the interaction between Tao tribulations.
Once he chose to break through, heavenly Tao would definitely bring down Tao tribulation.
The so-called divergent cultivator was going against heaven. Yi Yuan's breakthrough would definitely bring down Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan was at peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to begin with. Fighting bitterly at sea these few days, his realm almost could not be suppressed anymore.
So that was why previously he would call out, "I'm going to transcend tribulation," this sort of words.
And his Tao tribulation was not an ordinary Tao tribulation. Judging from past experiences, it would likely be at least 5-9 Tao tribulation. Above the sky, the wind and clouds were surging. It was more terrifying than any of Yi Yuan's previous tribulations. Sovereign Qian Kuei's expression changed wildly, and he said with horror in his heart, "How can this be? Why would the true sovereign Tao tribulation this time be so terrifying?" He felt it. The true sovereign Tao tribulation this time was much stronger than he anticipated. He looked towards Yi Yuan in astonishment, knowing where the problem lay.
Motherfucker, just what kind of freak is this boy to actually incur such jealousy from heaven?
I was brought in by him. Sovereign Qian Kuei gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, once the true sovereign Tao tribulation started, it could no longer be stopped.
Yi Yuan had long anticipated it and said with a loud laugh, "No need to thank me. I said before not to kill me, you guys didn't listen."
And right at this time, the pressure above the sky suddenly doubled. Sovereign Holodark's expression changed wildly, and he said, My true sovereign Tao tribulation arrived as well." His voice had yet to fade when the Tao tribulation above the void increased several times again.
The sea level became turbulent at this time.
The sea was even pressed into a concave shape by this pressure. It could be seen how terrifying this Tao tribulation was.
"Freaking hell, my true sovereign Tao tribulation came too," Sardine said exasperatedly. "Mine came as well." While Tianhui smiled bitterly.
"Mine arrived too."
"What the hell?
Your father just overcame the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation 10 years ago. A Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse let loose a torrent of abuse. Yours was 10 years. Your father just overcame the tribulation last year." At this time, the powerhouses at Saint Sovereign Heaven and above were all hurling all kinds of profanities, because each and every one of them felt their Tao tribulations were coming.
Some had even just transcended their tribulations a few months ago.
When Yi Yuan saw the scene, he was stunned too. Was this a chain reaction? Not to such an extent, right? So, the hundreds of powerhouses present were going to transcend tribulation collectively? Goodness gracious! My Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation arrived too. I just succeeded in transcending my tribulation before setting out to sea. Yi Yuan, you heaven damned. You're killing me. Yang Qing also let loose a torrent of abuse. He failed to avoid it too. The Tao tribulation pressure grew stronger and stronger, akin to the apocalypse. The powerhouses above the surface of the sea were all akin to facing a great enemy, in a constant state of anxiety. If it was an ordinary Tao tribulation, then forget it. Yet, the power of each of their Tao tribulation increased by a lot.
3 laws became 5 laws, 5 laws became 7 laws, and 7 laws even became 8 and 9 laws.
When Yi Yuan saw this kind of chain reaction, he could not help but be stunned.
Consider yourself ruthless. Your father isn't playing with you anymore, goodbye.
One of the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could not withstand this terrifying to the extreme pressure and immediately left. Boom! An electric snake directly fell, seemingly from above his head.
That person did not even let out a scream and kick the bucket.
He could not run. Everyone's faces turned pale, having looks of despair. Brat who is surnamed Yi, I'm going to kill you. Mine is 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Qian Kuei bellowed as if feeling a great terror. 99 became 1 calamity, 81 power of rules.
3 calamities Tao tribulation, that was 399 Tao tribulations.
It did not sound like much, but 99 turning into 1 calamity, this was a qualitative improvement. The Tao tribulation's power would also increase significantly. This calamity Tao tribulation was exclusive to true sovereign heaven powerhouses.
However, in reality, many true sovereign heaven powerhouses were not qualified to reach a calamity Tao tribulation. The first time many true sovereign heaven powerhouse transcended their tribulation, it was also merely 7-9 Tao tribulation or 8-9 Tao tribulation. 9-9 Tao tribulations were very few.
But, once it reached 9-9 Tao tribulation, it would also be a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. That was dangerous. What Sovereign Qian Kuei transcended before was a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. He barely managed to succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Logically speaking, this 4th Tao tribulation should be a 2 calamity Tao tribulation. But this time, it directly became a 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Huge crisis. Too terrifying. He was not even sure about a 2 calamity Tao tribulation. 3 calamity Tao tribulation, wasn't he dead for sure? Yi Yuan grinned and said, Lord Sovereign, don't be angry. Once you get angry, the Tao tribulation will come down immediately. I warned you before. When Qian Kuei heard that, he could not help but suffocate.
Yeah, Yi Yuan warned previously not to make a move against him.
But why would he take the words of a measly little lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to heart?
It was merely a slap, was there a need?
But it was this slap that caused a problem. It caused a big problem. Shit. Mine is a 3 calamity Tao tribulation too.
Damn, me too. Fucking brat, you harmed this sovereign to death.
The other 3 great true sovereign heavens also started screaming wildly. At this very moment, they had already cussed out Yi Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors. But it was useless. Among the 3 of them, some had just transcended a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. Originally, transcending tribulation, this sort of thing had nothing to do with them. But who knew that Yi Yuan's tribulation was like a small flame?
The small flame ignited Qian Kuei, this big flame. The big flame burned bigger and bigger, igniting all of them.
With this, it exploded. At this very moment, one should not look at how Yi Yuan was calm. His scalp was also tingling currently. His Tao tribulation that came was not a 5-9 Tao tribulation. It was a 6-9 Tao tribulation. Did this all freaking skipped? 6-9 Tao tribulation. It was virtually the pinnacle of grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Because if it went a step further, it would be 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation, that was the tribulation of true sovereign heaven powerhouses. 6-9 Tao tribulation to deal with a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, it must be said that heavenly Tao thought highly of him. Haha. Boy, you're 6-9 Tao tribulation. You're dead for sure.
Dead for sure. Sovereign Qian Kuei felt the strongest response with Yi Yuan. He could not help bursting out laughing when he sensed Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation. This guy bit off his own head. 6-9 Tao tribulation, the pinnacle of Saint Sovereign Heaven. This punk definitely could not overcome it.
Seeing Yi Yuan die miserably under the Tao tribulation, he was very happy.
Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, When I just broke through Saint Sovereign Heaven, I directly transcended a 9-law Tao tribulation. Then, on the day I became a divergent cultivator, I transcended a 3-9 Tao tribulation.
This time, I originally planned to transcend a 5-9 Dao tribulation. Now that I'm transcending a 6-9 Dao tribulation, what are you all excited about? Fighting with heaven is so much fun.
Qian Kuei, Hollow Dark. Was this fellow still human?
They knew that Yi Yuan was monstrous but did not know that he was monstrous until it reached this level.
Broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and immediately transcended tribulation?
Transcended 3-9 Dao tribulation on that day?
3-9 Dao tribulation, that was Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, alright? No wonder this boy was so monstrous, turning the entire sea upside down.
At this time, above the void.
How was there any void?
The tribulation clouds were exactly almost above their heads. Looking from a distance, the sea had practically connected into one stretch with the tribulation clouds.
Following that, an extremely spectacular scene appeared. A series of electric snakes of different thicknesses descended from the sky and slowly fell. Yes, it was not fast,
but it gave people a misconception that the world was seemingly going to be destroyed.
Looking from a distance, that stretch of ocean looked like an endless lightning prison. The life forms in the lightning prison were currently receiving the baptism of terrifying rules. Under the tribulation clouds, everyone's expressions changed wildly.
Strong.
Too strong. This feeling of awaiting death was really sour. Goodness, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. Yi Yuan. You heaven damned. You caused people great harm.
I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Yang Qing's arms and legs waved around as he cried out strangely over and over again.
Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes.
This guy was really a living treasure.
What Yang Qing was transcending was a 5-9 Dao tribulation. It was also very dangerous to him. However, Yi Yuan felt that there should not be a problem for him to overcome it. While talking, the Dao tribulation fell. The Dao sword shone brightly between Yi Yuan's brows.
Swoosh! The Dao sword flew out, pointing straight at the firmament. Yi Yuan held the Dao sword in his hand, his entire body and mind pouring into the Dao sword. Going against Dao, one would have to draw their sword and point at heaven. From then on, he would no longer rely on external forces to transcend tribulations, but only by relying on himself. He was fearless and not afraid.
Everyone was doing their best, resisting the Dao tribulation.
The entire world was quiet.
Yes, it was the calm before the storm.
Only one figure faced those countless Dao tribulations and rose to the sky.
Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the surface of the sea burst apart. Tsunamis instantly swept up.
Arg!
Arg! Arg! Miserable screams rose and ebbed.
When the first round of Dao tribulation fell, many people immediately turned to ashes.
The Dao tribulation was too strong. Qian Kuei gave a muffled groan, his entire person suddenly slumping a lot.
The power of the 3 calamity Dao tribulation directly caused him to be seriously injured.
There was none among the other 3 great true sovereign heavens who was not like this.
Yi Yuan's entire person was blasted into the sea. The power of the 6-9 Dao tribulation was too terrifying.
What was the most powerful thing in this world? Great Dao transformation? That was merely a form of recognition from Great Dao. What was truly powerful was heavenly Dao itself. Ha ha! Again!
Yi Yuan roared wildly, rising into the sky again. Dao tribulation fell again.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
Was there anyone who transcended tribulations like this? The power of Yi Yuan's Dao tribulation was not the strongest, but he appeared so out of place among this group of people.
Everyone was suffering silently. Meanwhile, he drew his sword and asked heaven. Boom!
Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan was slammed into the sea again. And right at this time, Qian Kuei suddenly rampaged and dashed straight toward Yi Yuan this side. Boy, if the sovereign is going to die, you'll have to be buried with me too. Qian Kuei roared wildly.
After enduring the first 3 calamity Dao tribulation, Qian Kuei knew that he could not bear it. He completely could not take it at all. The 3 calamity Dao tribulation was too terrifying. After one bolt, his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were almost scattered entirely.
Therefore, he was going to drag Yi Yuan to die together.
What right did this guy have to not die?
Bringing the terrifying Dao tribulation, Qian Kuei pounced over frantically.
Sovereign Qian Kuei's Dao tribulation was 3 calamity Dao tribulation. Even if Yi Yuan was an exceedingly freakish monster, under 3 Calamity Dao Tribulation, it would be certain death too.
Seeing this scene, a hint of delight flashed across the corners of the mouths of Hollowed Ark and the others.
Is this boy finally going to die? Ought to be.
How many people did you drag down the water?
Hollowed Ark, the 3 of them were about to cry.
Why did they have to get involved in this messy situation? If he wanted to take the sea route, wouldn't it have been fine to let him go?
Having a few generals die, having a few grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens die, what did it count for?
He was dead for sure now, damn it.
Sniff, sniff. Dead for sure. Ha ha ha. 3 Calamity Dao Tribulation. See if you still don't die. Sovereign Chen Kuei let out a wild laugh. This distance was merely an instant to him.
But just as his body stepped into the region Yi Yuan was undergoing tribulation, a sudden turn of events happened. Boom. A bolt of incomparably thick electric snake fell with a loud bang.
This Dao tribulation was much stronger than previously. Chen Kuei did not even have time to let out a scream and directly turned into nothingness. A true sovereign heaven was dead. Although Sovereign Chen Kuei died under the Dao tribulation, everyone felt that it was Yi Yuan who entrapped him to death.
After all, if not for Yi Yuan, it would also have been impossible for Sovereign Chen Kuei's Dao tribulation to have arrived now.
Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. What happened? F5 Calamity. 5 Calamity Dao Tribulation.
It became a 5 Calamity Dao Tribulation. Hollow Ark cried out strangely.
When transcending tribulation, how many tribulation it was how many it was. It was never heard of that the number of tribulations could still increase. Really broadened horizons. Who else? Yi Yuan laughed coldly and looked at Hollowed Ark as he said.
Hollowed Ark's neck shrank and he immediately withered up.
Holy hell, what was going on? Yi Yuan secretly scolded stupid. He was a divergent cultivator. Furthermore, he was an extremely monstrous divergent cultivator. You used your Dao tribulation to smite me?
Even if you were willing, was heaven willing?
You were fucking fighting heaven for its job, wasn't this courting death? Finished saying, Yi Yuan raised his sword to the sky, meeting the Dao tribulation again. Incomparably fierce.
However, in the next second, he was slammed into the sea again mercilessly.
However, Yi Yuan did not mind.
Only by experiencing the baptism of Dao tribulation could he become stronger.
All around, miserable cries lingered on incessantly.
In the lightning prison, the Dao tribulation was too strong. This was heaven's wrath.
Under heaven's wrath, who could survive? Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of Dao tribulation fell. The Saint Sovereign Heavens who died became more and more. Originally, there were hundreds of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in this sea. In a blink, there were only a scanty 30 people remaining. The auras of the 3 great true Sovereign Heavens became weaker and weaker.
Finally, Sardine could not hold on anymore and was killed by the Dao tribulation that landed.
The power of 3 Calamity Dao tribulation was too terrifying. 2 of the 4 great true Sovereign Heavens were gone. Arg! Damn it! Yi Yuan! I'm going to die. Hurry up and come save me.
No, you better not come. Once you come, I'll die even faster. Yang Qing's body was covered in injuries, but he was full of energy. This guy was really stubborn enough. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admire this guy's strength.
He himself was also unbelievably weak right now. But his Dao sword grew stronger and stronger.
The stronger the Dao tribulation, the greater the benefits that he got. Very soon, Tian Hui could not hold on either and was smote to death by the Dao tribulation.
For great true Sovereign Heavens, there was only Hollowed Ark alone left. However, he was also at death's door and almost kicking the bucket. Arg!
I hate it.
Yi Yuan. This sovereign is cursing you to be torn to shreds by heavenly Dao. Carrying strong unwillingness, Hollowed Ark also passed on. The masters of 4 great sea regions all perished in less than 2 hours. No idea how long had passed. Everything returned to tranquility.
Above the sea, it was calm and tranquil as if nothing had happened except for the massive corpses floating on the sea. Everything seemed to be a dreadful sight to behold. With the Dao tribulation, the powerhouses of 4 great sea regions practically all dwindled to zero.
Whale Billow looked toward that weak to the extreme young figure as if looking at a devil.
Yes, Whale Billow did not die. He actually pulled through.
He himself did not dare to believe it either. What he overcame was the same as Yangqing, 5-9 Dao Tribulation.
He actually did not die. As a feeling whale below's gaze, Yi Yuan grinned and said weakly, "What are you looking at?"
Shouldn't you be thanking me now? After this tribulation, you'll probably be these 4 great sea regions' new master. Whale Billow was speechless. What Yi Yuan said was right. He was very weak now, but he could feel that his body was brimming with vigorous vitality and was currently growing like crazy. This Dao tribulation let him pry into the door of a new world. The true sovereign heaven gate was originally difficult to open, but because of this incident, it revealed the tiniest gap to him. General-level powerhouses were elites among elites of the sea race to begin with, their talents being extremely strong. This Dao tribulation was destruction and also new life. He was the only war general who survived.
Apart from him, there were also 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens.
Several hundred Saint Sovereign Heavens. Only the 4 of them survived. But experiencing this Dao tribulation was a baptism to them.
Their future road would be even broader.
You're not killing me? Whale Billow said fearfully. This was not instinctive fear, but that he saw that Yi Yuan freaking swallowed another heavenly pill.
In this short while, Yi Yuan quickly recovered.
Fuck. We don't have a life or death feud either. Kill you for what? I originally didn't want to kill people. It was you all who forced the situation to become what it is now, one step at a time. If we really want to say it out, the culprit behind this situation is you. Yi Yuan said coolly. Whale Billow stared dumbfoundedly. Yeah, a frenzied pursuit that lasted close to a month. Chasing until everyone in the 4 great sea regions was in an uproar, and even 4 great true sovereign heavens moved out. But, tracing back to the source, the cause was merely a bit of face. Qian Kuei Sea region's face. His Whale Billow's face.
Later, Whale Billow naturally knew that Yi Yuan had shown mercy previously.
But at that time he could not pull back anymore. In the end, this was like a vortex getting bigger as it spun. In the end, even true sovereign heavens were swept in. Then, everyone died.
The 4 great true sovereign heavens died so unjustly. It was just that before this, who could have thought that chasing down a measly little lower Saint Sovereign Heaven could cause such terrifying consequences?
Fuck, stop chatting,
I'm dying.
Yi Yuan. Hurry up and save me. Yangqing said weakly. The current Yangqing was incomparably miserable.
His lower body was directly blown away.
The 2 arms only had 1 upper arm left, becoming a human stick.
His entire person was weak to the extreme.
However, this guy actually advanced. This guy broke through to half-step true sovereign heaven.
Yi Yuan threw a heavenly pill to him. This guy's severed limbs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
When Whale Billow saw this scene, he was envious to the extreme. This heavenly pill was really freaking awesome. Meanwhile, he would probably have to recuperate for a few years before he could recover to his peak. Yi Yuan brought Yangqing away. Whale Billow looked at the 2 people's disappearing backs, his gaze flickering as he said, "In the future, when humans pass through our sea region, we absolutely mustn't provoke them." Yes, the other 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens replied immediately. At this time, Whale Billow was the supreme ruler of the 4 great sea regions. Yi Yuan did not know that he blazed a sea route for those who set out to sea.
At the Heaven 1 continent's land of extreme north. Above the sea, there was a huge region. This place had heavy fog all year round. Furthermore, it was very strange. Even divine sense was unable to penetrate it. The powerhouses who entered this heavy fog had never been seen to come out before. In the course of time, this place became a region where few people tread. Hence, people called it the restricted area of the sea.
However, at this time, there were indistinct figures in the large fog. There was actually an army hiding in it. In this army, each person emitted powerful blood energy from their body. There were 2 of them whose blood energies were the most exuberant. These 2 people, one was called Han Guang, the other was called Chili. They were the commanders of the army true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Commander Han Guang. This large fog created by the fog rain cloud swallowing beast is really the best place to hide our whereabouts, Chili said with a laugh. Han Guang nodded and said, "If not for this region, it's very hard to hide our blood energy. Wanting to launch a surprise attack would really not be easy fortunately. This fog rain cloud swallowing beast that the few Lord Blood Emperors killed didn't set off any waves either.
There are still 10 days. Once Commander Lu Chuan they all arrive, we'll be able to launch a surprise attack.
At that time, those lowly humans will definitely get a big shock. Ha ha ha, talking about how he was pleased with himself. Chili could not refrain from letting out a loud laugh.
Han Guang also smiled and said, yeah, all of their energy is at the south. They absolutely won't think that Hegem and Bloodsky crossed worlds and came, opening a spatial passageway at sea and launching a sudden raid from the northernmost end.
The northern cities don't have many powerhouses. We just have to occupy a few cities and gain a firm foothold. They will be attacked in front and from the rear. This Heaven One continent will be ours. When talking, the two people seemed very excited.
Suddenly Han Guang's brows furrowed and he said, Amen. Someone barged in.
Niechen, you bring a team of 100 and kill these humans.
I obey.
A half-step true sovereign heaven immediately stepped out of the ranks, bringing 100 Saint Sovereign Heaven subordinates and entering the fog.
11 years had already passed since the Tao Tribulation annihilated the true sovereign heavens.
Yi Yuan 5 people arrived at the periphery of Heaven One continent, being even more cautious. At that time, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing caused an uproar in the sea regions. All the powerhouses were drawn away by the two of them. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Xiaoqing, they all were left alone.
Yi Yuan looked at the nautical chart in his hands and said with a smile, we're already very close to Heaven One continent.
After passing through this fog, we'll be there. The moment Yang Qing heard, he said excitedly, ha ha ha.
A new continent. This Exalt is going to dominate this continent.
Only I am invincible.
Xiaoqing fawned on him by the side. Master is amazingly talented and will definitely reach the top within 1,000 years, dominating the continent again. Yang Qing had a smug look as he said, Xiaoqing, at that time, you'll be the #1 true spirit under my command. Yi Yuan, you'll be the divine general under me.
By the side, Yi Yuan 3 people rolled their eyes. Who gave these two fellows the courage? Reckon that most of the time, Yang Qing would have to pretend to be subservient, right?
Suddenly Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said in shock and anger, careful. His voice had yet to fade when 100 figures emerged from the fog besieging the 5 people from all directions. But Yang Qing was not fearful and said with a loud laugh, Saint Exalt Azureski's journey to hegemony will begin with you guys. Watch my spear.
Boom! Yang Qing and his opponent forcibly exchanged a blow, and he was actually repelled by the other party. He could not help getting a shock. The other party was clearly somewhat surprised too. Not expecting that Yang Qing's strength was actually so strong, Yi Yuan was not courteous, directly blowing up a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven that rushed forward with one punch. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Xiaoqing each used their own means to attack the enemy. However, among this team of 100, the weakest was also Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. The majority were Upper Saint Sovereign Heavens. This lineup was rather scary. They were not at all inferior to the sea folks who hunted Yi Yuan down back then. At present, Jingfei already reached Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her combat power was quite strong.
Big Yellow went without saying, he already reached peak Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was not the slightest bit afraid when facing off against Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, the difference in numbers still put a lot of pressure on the 3 of them. Yi Yuan was different. His aura released, ending one with one punch. Having transcended the 6-9 Tao Tribulation, the Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven Yi Yuan's strength was already extremely terrifying. He fought with the half-step true Sovereign Heaven Yang Qing before, beating the other party until he howled. Therefore, even if it was a great Tao Transformation Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan killed them very casually too. He dealt one punch each, directly beating the other party into a cloud of blood mist. But very soon, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He discovered to his horror and those powerhouses who were blown apart by him, their physical bodies actually condensed again. Apart from their auras being slightly weaker, their strength actually did not change much. This shock was by no means insignificant. In the sea of consciousness, Mi Tian cried out in surprise, "It's the blood race. Why would Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven have so many members of the blood race?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked,
Blood race? Mi Tian said. The blood race is an extremely powerful race. They are powerful and extremely aggressive. The blood race relies on devouring the blood of all races to strengthen themselves. The most terrifying thing is that the life force of the blood race is extremely tenacious. Even if there's still a drop of blood left, they can also recondense their physical bodies anew. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly from listening. Revival from a drop of blood. This was equivalent to a race that could not be killed. Unless your strength was much stronger than his. Otherwise, there was no way of killing the other party at all. So that's how it is. In that case, if we want to kill them, we can only completely obliterate them, Yi Yuan said. Mi Tian nodded and said, That's right. Wanting to kill them, there's only one way. We need to use absolute strength and completely wipe them out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Understood. Yang Qjng. You hold back that half-step true sovereign heaven. Leave the rest to me. Yang Qin shouted, Fucking hurry up. These guys can't be killed at all. I almost can't hold on anymore. Facing Mia Chen by himself, Yang Qin naturally had the strength to fight. But next to him there was a large group of Saint Sovereign Heavens harassing. He was under tremendous pressure now too. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, Universe Sword Formation releasing grandly. In an instant it enveloped all of these Saint Sovereign Heavens. Kill! Yi Yuan shouted coldly, the Universe Sword Formation directly launching the strongest attack. Clouds of blood mist exploded with a loud bang. After experiencing the 6-9 Dao tribulation, the power of Yi Yuan's Universe Sword Formation directly increased a lot. These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Only those Transformation Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could barely manage to block for a few rounds. But very soon they were killed too. Yi Yuan's Universe Sword Formation directly transformed into a meat grinder. Those blood race members that revived were also directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. However, the power of the Universe Sword Formation was too scattered in the end. It was unable to completely wipe out these blood race members. Yi Yuan did not care and continued garroting. Toward the back, it was filled with blood mist inside the sword formation. Over there, when Mia Chen, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Qin, saw the scene, his pupils could not help constricting. He thought that Yang Qin was the strongest one in this party, so his first target was to lock onto him. As for Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all. But only now did he know that Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger than even Yang Qin. Ha ha ha. Foolish human, you can't kill us. After a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven revived. He laughed wildly and said to Yi Yuan. The blood race's revival from a drop of blood had a great impact on humans. An opponent that could not be killed was sufficient to make people's will collapse. Is that so? Isn't your revivals getting increasingly slower? Yi Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly pulling back his divine essence. The Universe Sword Formation immediately disappeared. Sure enough, just as he talked, he killed many times in a row. The recovery speed of these blood race members clearly became much slower. Dragon might overflowed from Yi Yuan's body. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Yi Yuan threw a punch out, directly slamming onto a cloud of blood mist. That cloud of blood mist directly turned into nothingness. With this, the world became clean. The pupils of that grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven shrunk, and he cried out in alarm, How is this possible? Yi Yuan said coolly, Is there anyone who can't be killed in this world? It's just that your numbers are a lot. So I was wearing you all down first. Done talking, he slammed another punch out, obliterating another blood race member again. In terms of large area attacking means, the Universe Sword Formation was indeed unparalleled. It could magnify Yi Yuan's strength several times over. But in terms of single target attack, the Universe Sword Formation was inferior to the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Presently, Yi Yuan's bloodline evolved into Battle Spirit level True Dragon bloodline. The power that this move erupted with was dozens of times of his power. Furthermore, this power was concentrated in a single point, the destructive power extremely strong. It was perfect for obliterating the blood race. Yi Yuan dealt a punch each. The numbers of the blood race could be seen reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! That grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven was also directly obliterated by one punch. In the depths of the fog, Han Guang's expression changed. He could sense through bloodline that his subordinates were vanishing one by one at an extremely fast speed. What's wrong, Lord Han Guang? It's merely a few Saint Sovereign Heavens.
Could it be that Mia Chen can't take care of it?
Chili's perception was lacking, but seeing Han Guang's expression, he immediately understood something.
A hint of shock flashed across Han Guang's eyes, and he said, "There's only Mia Chen alone left." What could it be? A true sovereign heaven?
Chili's shock was by no means insignificant. Han Guang shook his head and said, "One half-step true sovereign heaven. The others are all ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens. There isn't even a grand completion one. And Mia Chen died too."
This time Han Guang was really shocked.
Died too quickly. It was less than 15 minutes from start to end. Unless the blood race encountered an opponent whose strength greatly exceeds their own, they would never die so quickly. The half-step true sovereign heaven Mia Chen could practically capture same-rank opponents with ease. Even if he encountered a monster from the human race, he could always run away if he could not beat. Now they were all dead. No can do. They are going to pass through the fog. They already know that we're lying in ambush here. If they bring this news over, then all of our previous efforts will be wasted. Chili, you bring people over to kill them. No, everyone move out. You must kill them. These blood race members made a surprise attack on you all. They have probably already discovered you guys. There might be a great conspiracy for them to lie in ambush here. Mi Tian. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "In this case, we have to bring the news to Heaven One continent and inform the humans there." Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually run into this sort of thing before entering Heaven One continent.
Those that came out to ambush them already had a half-step true sovereign heaven realm. There was probably a true sovereign heaven existence in the depths of the fog.
"Retreat!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly, his figure retreating explosively. "It's too late." A figure came out of the void and struck a palm towards Yang Qing. This palm was incredibly fearsome. It was precisely Chili. "Arjish. Why is it me again? Fuck. I'm not the strongest, you idiot."
Yang Qing cried out strangely, but his figure dodged bizarrely and actually avoided the certain kill strike.
Chili's pupils constricted, looking at Yang Qing rather astonishedly. This half-step true sovereign heaven actually evaded his charged blow.
However, after getting a shock, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Chili's mouth.
This move of his was not a killing move at all. The real killing move was Han Guang right at this instant. The 5 people withdrew out of the fog, and right at this moment, a large palm fell from the sky. The power was completely incomparable to Chili. The lethal blow of a middle true sovereign heaven was akin to doomsday to a saint sovereign heaven. Nowhere to avoid.
Really dead for sure this time. Yang Qing cried out strangely. Big Yellow and the rest could not even move a muscle under this palm.
Han Guang's strength was completely not on the same level as Chili's.
Above the void, Han Guang was expressionless. Killing a few Saint Sovereign Heavens was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him.
Even if they were half-step true sovereign heavens, they would be inadequate too. But right at this time, an incomparably terrifying force suddenly burst forth beneath his palm.
This power made him feel heart palpitations.
Chili's face originally carried a mocking smile, but at this time his expression changed wildly. "Commander Han Guang, be careful."
Yet it was already too late.
This astonishing sword directly chopped apart the giant palm, heading straight for his main body. This sword shone with boundless radiance and was extremely dazzling, forcing everyone until they could not open their eyes. When this sword appeared, it seemed as if it was going to chop the firmament. Chili, who was not far away, his breathing was about to stop.
Han Guang's body was actually directly smashed by the sword. Everyone present opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief.
This sword was released by Yi Yuan. No one would have thought that a middle saint sovereign heaven would kill a middle true sovereign heaven with one sword. He directly crossed a large realm to kill the enemy. This sword already surpassed Cultivation realm. This Lord Han Guang was actually killed by one sword? What kind of joke is this? What a dazzling sword.
Is this human really middle saint sovereign heaven? Earlier, I thought that the strongest was that half-step true sovereign
heaven. One didn't expect that it's this unremarkable fellow. Before this sword move, nobody took Yi Yuan seriously.
Among the 5 people, Yi Yuan was not even as good as Jingfei.
But this sword made Yi Yuan seemingly look dazzling to the extreme. Dao Sword, the strongest sword that Yi Yuan unleashed. The power was far more powerful than the A1, encompassing Sacred Tree's sword of heaven killing. This was Yi Yuan's sword of defying Dao, all of his comprehensions in this life. Similarly, it was a sword that was unleashed using his life.
After unleashing his sword, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale to the extreme, like a living dead.
Big Yellow Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Actually, there was no need for his order. Big Yellow already carried Yi Yuan and scurried into the fog again.
And everyone was still in shock. No one even went to stop them.
Yang Qing 3 people had long known about Yi Yuan's trump card and also followed after instantly. Above the void, that cloud of blood mist that was smashed apart by Yi Yuan attempted to condense together. But it could not do it. Under this sword slash, the blood race actually found it difficult to revive. Chili and the rest actually forgot to chase for a moment. Commander Han Guang, are you all right? Chili asked worriedly. Finally, that cloud of blood mist recondensed. Han Guang was alarmed and furious to the extreme, shouting loudly, "Chase! What are you all in a daze for?" Han Guang's angry roar reverberated above the sea. One sword inflicted heavy wounds onto him. What Yi Yuan's sword chopped was his Dao.
The current Han Guang, although he revived, his strength was greatly diminished and was not even as good as Chili. Actually, without waiting for Han Guang's instructions, Chili chased into the fog right away. But merely a short while later, he retreated again. Commander Han Guang, their auras disappeared, Chili said with a solemn expression. Han Guang's gaze turned intent and he shouted angrily, "Everyone heeds my order. Conduct a carpet search in the fog.
Once you discover their traces, kill without amnesty."
This army was composed of 5,000 blood-race Saint Sovereign Heavens. After obeying the order, 5,000 people searched the fog in an orderly manner. Han Guang and Chili also entered the fog. However, Han Guang's brows immediately knitted together. "I was seriously injured by that brat and can't sense them anymore. Damn it. I didn't expect that punk is actually a divergent cultivator.
Furthermore, he's so powerful." Han Guang was also stunned by Yi Yuan's sword, directly crossing a major realm to chop the enemy. What kind of terrifying strength was this? If not for the tenacious vitality of the blood race, he would have immediately died from that just now. "Lord Commander, what should we do now? That boy seems to have the means to hide in this fog," Chili said in a solemn voice. Han Guang's gaze flickered and he said somberly, "You go straight to the other side to guard. We absolutely can't let them enter Heaven 1 continent. That boy only has the power of 1 strike. Presently, his Dao sword suffered damage. It's absolutely impossible to slash out a second time. As long as they dare to show their faces, kill them."
"I'll wait for Commander Luo Chuan. They all here. Once the army arrives, we'll immediately charge into Heaven 1 continent. At that time, whether or not they get out won't matter anymore."
Child's expression turned somber, and he obeyed the order and left.
In the fog, the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest became dusky, merging into one with the surrounding fog, making it extremely difficult to find.
In this fog, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch could unleash the greatest effect. Even if these Saint Sovereign Heavens passed by them, they could forget about finding them too. "Master Yi, are you all right?" Big Yellow asked concernedly.
Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale as he said weakly, "I want die.
However, my Dao sword has been severely damaged and needs to be nurtured." This move held incredible power, but it was a mutual destruction fighting. The Dao sword was linked to Yi Yuan's life. They were bound together for good or ill. Dao sword was where Yi Yuan's foundation lay. Once it was executed at full power, its power was much stronger than the sword of heaven killing. But the sequela was also immense. Within half a month, Yi Yuan had no way of taking action.
Yi Yuan's Dao sword was currently in the Myriad Realms mountain, rowing the Grand Mist energy to nurture.
Grand Mist energy was the source of all things. Could nurture the Dao sword. If not for this, he would not be able to recondense the Dao sword within a few this fellow. To actually still be hiding such a powerful move, are you planning on using it to ambush me, this Heaven One Continent's overlord? Yang Qing cried out strangely. Jing Fei's mouth curled, and she said disdainfully, "With your pathetic appearance, Big Brother Yi Yuan can pummel you with one hand. Is there still a need to sneak attack you?" Yang Qing smiled coldly and said, "That's just temporary. This exalt is going to break through to true sovereign heaven right away. At that time, wouldn't I abuse him 1,000 times over? Alu, keep talking nonsense, and you can get out for me. Go face the Blood Race army alone by yourself." Yi Yuan yelled coldly. The moment Yang Qing heard, he indeed shut up sensibly. These Blood Race members were too strong. They could not be killed at all. If he went out, it would be certain death.
"Master Yi, that true sovereign heaven already went to the other side. We can't get out now either. What do we do?" Big Yellow said worriedly.
"Kill." Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "This fog is our natural barrier. That middle true sovereign heaven was heavily wounded by my Dao sword. He definitely won't be able to recover to the peak within a month. The true sovereign heaven on the other side is afraid of us entering the Heaven One Continent. He absolutely won't dare to come in easily. Then we'll kill them until they are terrified." The moment Yang Qing heard, he could not help being greatly excitedly and said, "Heh heh! This is good! This is good!" Ling Fei, who craved nothing short of the world being plunged into chaos, was naturally very excited too. With two true sovereign heavens around, they had nowhere to hide under the Emerald Sea Divine Conch too.
But if it was just one true sovereign heaven, when the Emerald Sea Divine Conch activated water rule and hid in the fog, it was like nature itself.
They could turn into hunters in the fog.
And the Blood Race army would be their prey.
Damn it, where are those few fellows hiding?
We've already searched the fog several times and didn't even see a damn thing. Could it be that they can still evaporate into thin air?
They must have some concealment means. We can't lower our guard? Sai, what methods can they have? That strongest punk is already half dead. But, got to say, that sword of his was really terrifying, to actually kill Commander Han Guang with one sword. I'm still a little scared until now. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and search.
This fog is too big. The 5,000 of us can't even set off any waves after spreading in.
A Blood Race team was currently searching the fog due to that. Their divine sense detection range was very small. They could only patrol back and forth continuously. It was just that 3 days had passed. They did not find Yi Yuan 5 people's shadows at all. The army of 4,900 people split into squads of 49, carrying out a carpet search of the entire fog area.
This squad was one of them. At the back of the team, a ball of water quietly enveloped the 3 people who were talking just now without making a sound. These 3 people were merely Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. Being covered up by this ball of water, they got a big shock and instinctively wanted to cry for help. But they could not cry out in the water curtain at all. At this time, a figure appeared.
Yang Qing looked at these 3 people with a playful face and suddenly stabbed a spear towards one of them. This spear did not have the slightest rule fluctuation. But, after the tip of the spear pierced into the body of that Blood Race member, a terrifying destructive power exploded in his body.
That Blood Race member was directly wiped out by Yang Qing. At the same time, the 2 Blood Race members beside him also directly turned into nothingness without making a sound.
It turned out that Yi Yuan injected 2 streams of sword energy and directly garrote these 2.
Yang Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said angrily, "You snatched my people again."
Yi Yuan made a shushing hand gesture, signaling for Yang Qing to leave. The 2 figures escaped into the fog again, disappearing.
Very soon, another squad passed by them. When Yang Qing saw the scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. They nearly got exposed.
"You, this fellow, killing people too slowly." Yi Yuan looked toward Yang Qing and said lightly. Yang Qing was angered until his expression was livid. But there was nothing that he could do. Wanting to immediately obliterate and also not make any sound, it was really difficult. "Sniff, you're really a freak.
Even killing people is faster than me. Zicheng, the human blood that you got the last time was pretty good. Do you still have any? Share a little with me?"
Zicheng?
MN, Zicheng.
At the tail of the team, a Saint Sovereign Heaven was currently talking to the guy behind. But he talked for a long time and the other party ignored him. Turning around to look, his hair could not help standing on end. He was gone. There were 10 people behind him. Why were they all gone silently? When did they disappear? Lord Zhao Ming.
Lord Zhao Ming. Things are bad.
Zi Cheng, they all are gone. That Saint Sovereign Heave cried out in alarm. Lord Zhao Ming was their 100-man team's captain. A grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. When Zhao Ming turned around to look, sure enough, he discovered that 10 people were missing, and his hair also could not help standing on end. 10 people. They were gone without even setting off any waves?
Where are they? Zhao Ming said in a cold voice.
That Saint Sovereign Heaven smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. We were still talking just now. But when I looked back, they were gone. Zhao Ming's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, It must have been done by those guys. They hid in this fog and secretly killed us.
No way, we can't go on searching like this. Otherwise, we'll die out.
Suddenly, Zhao Ming attacked abruptly, hitting into the void. Boom, boom, boom.
Very soon, there were 2 teams of 100 men each that felt this commotion and rushed over. Where's the enemy? Where are they? Zhao Ming, what are you doing? When the 2 captains came over and discovered that there were no enemies at all, they could not help feeling annoyed. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, You guys quickly check. How many people are missing in your 100-man squad? The 2 captains were taken aback and hurriedly checked their 100-man squads, and their faces could not help changing wildly.
The 2 teams were missing 9 people when added up.
The scariest thing was that they actually did not notice it at all.
What's going on here? One of the captains said in shock.
Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, It must be those guys who did it.
We can't continue searching like this. Quickly inform everyone. Let's gather together.
The other 2 captains nodded one after another.
Very soon, the army was gathered together.
Upon checking the numbers, more than 300 were missing.
Everyone had a gloomy look on their faces. Fu Hai?
Where's Fu Hai?
Also gone. Suddenly, a blood race warrior shouted. A hint of strangeness showed on everyone's faces. The army was already gathered, and these few fellows were still stabbing them in the back. Fuck, we can't do this. Quickly go. Can't stay in this fog anymore, Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice.
Everyone was very much in agreement. Hence, the army of 5,000 withdrew out of the fog.
Hearing the reports by Zhao Ming and the others, Han Guang's expression was incredibly dark. Damn it.
We might not necessarily have so many losses after experiencing a great battle too.
These few humans. This commander will definitely kill them, Han Guang said furiously.
Adding in the 100-man squad that was lost previously, this blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven army already lost close to 500 people before even engaging in war. When their blood race fought with the Heaven One continent, as long as Emperor Realm powerhouses did not appear, it was very hard for 500 people to die too.
One had to know this army was a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Even when facing a 5,000-strong human Saint Sovereign Heaven army, they completely crushed them too and absolutely would not suffer such heavy losses. The recovery ability of the blood race was extremely strong. The greater the battle, the harder it was for them to be killed. But who knew that after encountering 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens, they actually had so many people being ambushed to death within a few short days? Han Guang's heart was dripping blood. But now, he had already mounted the tiger and found it hard to dismount.
He was seriously injured. It would be hard to recover for a while. It would be to no avail if he entered too.
If he let Chili go in, he was afraid that Yi Yuan they all would directly run away. After all, Chili's divine sense was too weak and could not penetrate the fog too much as well.
Unless Yi Yuan they all showed up around Chili, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan they all either.
Lord Commander, what should we do now? Han Guang's gaze flickered, and he said, All of you go to the other side and block off this fog.
Once they come out, kill without amnesty. The subordinate's expression changed, and he said, That way we are at risk of exposure.
Han Guang said in a solemn voice, Who cares? Chili alone might not be able to stop them.
If even one of them escapes, it will be fatal to us.
Commander Luo Chuan will be arriving in 3 days. After he arrives, It will be the time of death for these guys. In the fog, Yangqing was as destitute as snow. These guys are really dumb.
Under Saint Exalt Azureski's slaughter, they don't even dare to enter the fog anymore. Yangqing showed off and said.
No one paid attention to him.
Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, they seem to be waiting for someone here.
This shows that this Saint Sovereign Heaven army isn't all of it. We can't wait anymore. Otherwise, not only will the news not be sent out, we'll have to die here too. Yi Yuan felt that the blood race probably still had even more true Sovereign Heaven experts that would be arriving one after another.
No matter how weak Heaven One continent's human race was, it was also impossible for it to be conquered by two true Sovereign Heavens.
Therefore, they must be waiting. How many days do you still have before you can recover? Yangqing asked.
3 days. 3 days later, on the coastline, the 4,000 over-people blood race army were waiting in full battle array.
Suddenly, several figures suddenly rushed out and charged right into the army. The moment Yi Yuan unleashed his universe sword formation, he immediately slew more than 10 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The others killed frenziedly under his cover. Especially Yangqing, when a spear rushed out, someone would definitely die. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Chili's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible?"
This boy only used half a month to completely recover.
However, he did not have time to be surprised. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan 5 people's speed was too fast. They instantly formed an opening.
The moment Chili's true Sovereign Heaven pressure emerged, he charged straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, and a Dao sword actually condensed in his hand.
Chili's expression changed wildly, retreating ever faster than when he came.
Because this sword of Yi Yuan's was already chopping down right at him. He knew perfectly well that this sword directly crippled Commander Han Guang.
However, Yi Yuan suddenly grinned. The Dao sword in his hand directly disappeared without a trace. The terrifying pressure vanished right away.
Scaring you. Goodbye. The 5 people turned into afterimages, flying straight for the continent. On the other side, the void trembled, and one figure after another stepped out of the void. Focusing one's eyes and looking, there were actually more than 5,000 people. These 5,000 people were shockingly all Saint Sovereign Heavens. And the true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the forefront actually reached as many as 5 people. Commander Luo Chuan. Han Guang immediately bowed to one of them. Commander Luo Chuan was a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven-level super powerhouse. This 10,000-strong army was led precisely by him. When Luo Chuan saw Han Guang, his brows could not help furrowing slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's going on?" Han Guang hurriedly said, "Several divergent cultivators suddenly appeared at sea. One of them actually condensed a terrifying Dao sword and damaged my foundation with one sword." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" "Still in the fog. I've already ordered Chili to stop them at the coastline." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Useless trash." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another dashed out of the fog. Luo Chuan's eyes turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" The coastline was starkly empty. Where was there still a hint of any presence? Han Guang's pupils constricted, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Damn it! Those few punks must have broken through the encirclement."
Trash. Luo Chuan yelled loudly in shock and rage. How great a price did our blood race pay for this northern war situation? Even Hegemon Bloodsky acted personally.
Now, it failed just a step away from success. Han Guang was in fear and trepidation, immediately kneeling down.
How could he not know the severity of this matter?
But how could he have known that a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven could slash him with one sword move? This sort of thing was seriously too surprising. "Ming Su, you lead the army to station here. This commander will go and chase after those humans. I hope that I can make it in time." Luo Chuan instructed and immediately disappeared.
Yi Yuan 5 people killed their way out of the heavy encirclement, fleeing while fighting.
Chili was fearful of Yi Yuan's Dao sword and did not dare to pursue alone. He could only order the army to chase him down together.
But the closer they got to the continent, the greater the risk of being exposed. Right now, the blood race's setup had yet to be completed. Once detected by the northern powerhouses, the previous efforts would be wasted. Just based on them, these true sovereign heavens and saint sovereign heavens, it was naturally impossible to take down Heaven One continent. Wanting to gain a firm foothold in the north, the more important thing was still the cooperation of Emperor-level powerhouses and Hegemon-level powerhouses. Without them, any random human Emperor-level powerhouse that came could eradicate them.
Still chasing? You keep chasing and I'm really going to kill you. From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laugh. Chili's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "If you have the capabilities, try killing this commander. Is that so? Then I'm coming." Done talking, Yi Yuan slashed a sword out backhandedly. Heaven and earth changed colors. The horrifying to the extreme aura made Chili's expression change wildly, his figure suddenly descending. But this sword did not land. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Hoo-hoo, still bluffing you." Fuck, it was another feint. Chili practically wanted to vomit blood. Along the way, Yi Yuan used this move to trick him 3 or 4 times already. Each time he saw that he was going to catch up, Yi Yuan would do it once. Yet, he really had no choice. Once he got too close, this sword of Yi Yuan's could really take his life. Yi Yuan's sword heavily wounded Commander Han Guang with a chop. His strength was significantly worse than Han Guang's. He reckoned that even if he did not die, he would become crippled too. In the blood race, trash had no existence value. Chili had no choice and could only hang behind Yi Yuan like this, reducing their speed. He could only hope that Lord Luo Chuan could rush over as soon as possible and kill this vile spawn. This boy was too hateful. Still chasing? I'm already home, Yi Yuan said with a grin. Sure enough, extremely far away, the outline of a city already slowly appeared in his field of vision. During the chase, both parties already flew an extremely far distance. Along the way, there were naturally traces of human activities too. But Chili split off a portion of the army and immediately started massacring. It was for the sake of keeping the secret. Yi Yuan was completely clueless about Heaven One continent. But the appearance of the blood race made him have some judgment. Most likely, Heaven One continent's situation was not optimistic. The blood race appeared behind the continent without a sound. It was likely an extremely important strategic intent. He came just at the right time and bumped into it. The most important mission now was to let the human powerhouses know. Otherwise, not only would he have to die, but Heaven One continent would also probably fall completely into enemy hands. Mi Tian said before that the blood race was a very terrifying race. They would devour their opponent's blood and grow stronger the more they fought. Once they gain a firm foothold, even more powerful blood race powerhouses would appear. But right at this time, a shocking aura engulfed everything and swept over from a distance. The faces of Yi Yuan and the rest changed wildly. This aura was far too strong. It was an existence that he could not possibly kill even if he brought out the Dao sword. Chili naturally sensed it too and said with a big laugh, "Boy, you probably can't go home anymore. Commander Luo Chuan is a grand completion true sovereign heaven. You're dead for sure." The other party's speed was too fast. They did not have time to escape into the city at all and would be caught up to. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Qing, hold him back." Yang Qing's strength naturally could not compare to Chili. However, he was also strong enough. Delaying for a short while was still doable for him. However, this way, the 5 people immediately got caught in the army's encirclement. Yi Yuan completely ignored those blood race members, directly controlling the Dao sword to rise to the sky. Yi Yuan's Dao sword immediately became a giant sword, shooting straight to the sky. The saint sovereign heavens that approached Yi Yuan were directly obliterated by the sword energy exuding off of the Dao sword. Rumble. As if sensing Yi Yuan's Dao sword, dark clouds immediately gathered overhead above the sky, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Yi Yuan pointed at the sky with the sword once again. Furthermore, along with the increase in Yi Yuan's strength, Heaven's might was several dozen times stronger than in the past. The sky within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles was shrouded by this layer of dark cloud. At this moment, countless powerhouses were shocked.
What Yi Yuan wanted was this effect.
Far away, Luo Chuan's expression changed wildly, knowing that the plan this time had completely failed. On top of Northern View City's walls, several figures looked into the distance across the space. Northern View City was the city closest to Yi Yuan.
Song Miao was this Northern View City's city lord.
A subordinate exclaimed, "City Lord, which senior is this that's transcending their true sovereign Tao tribulation? This power is so terrifying." He had seen before City Lord, His Excellency transcending true sovereign Tao tribulation before. It was merely nothing more than this. And City Lord, His Excellency, was an upper true sovereign heaven mighty expert. But Song Miao's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "This isn't a true sovereign Tao tribulation.
This is heavenly punishment.
The person transcending the tribulation is a divergent cultivator. However, why would someone be transcending their tribulation in that direction? There seems to be something odd about this matter." The subordinate also said with uncertainty, "Yeah, there are many humans and true spirits over there. It isn't some good place to transcend tribulation. Why would there be someone who chose to transcend their tribulation here? The place to transcend tribulation, most people would choose a quiet and remote place. After all, transcending tribulation was having 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. If someone interfered, that would be certain death. Such a clamorous place was not suitable to transcend tribulation at all. Yet someone was transcending tribulation. Furthermore, they caused an extremely huge commotion. This sovereign will go over and take a look. You all guard the city and activate the city protecting Grand Array and wait in full battle array." After he was done talking, Song Miao's figure swayed, and he headed for the place where the tribulation was being overcome. He was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His speed was swift to the extreme. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. Blood race. There were actually a large group of blood race powerhouses in the center of the storm. The hallmark of the blood race was very obvious. Once they started to fight, blood energy would surge to the sky. It was very easy to identify. This place is the land of extreme north. Why would there be blood race members here? Could it be that they secretly opened up a spatial passageway and plan on invading Heaven One continent through the sea?
Song Miao guessed the general idea very soon, but this conjecture made him break out into a cold sweat due to fright.
This news was seriously too important. Atlas Studios. Immediately send news back to Chaos Origin Sect. The blood race opened up a spatial channel. They are invading from the north.
Song Miao's words reverberated across the sky, immediately transmitting back to Northern View City. This sentence immediately caused a huge shock.
What? The blood race actually appeared in our land of extreme north too. How can that be? Opening up a spatial passageway. The blood race actually used this kind of shocking method.
Is the peace of the North finally going to end?
In Northern View City, it was already completely shocking when they found out. The blood race was the nightmare of the Heaven One continent. However, the northern lands were far away from the battlefield. It barely managed to be considered as peaceful.
The appearance of the blood race was a tremendous blow to them.
They knew that the originally peaceful northern lands would tumble into a savage battlefield. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One powerful aura after another came from all directions.
These auras were all true sovereign heaven. Brother Song, is it really the blood race? Someone stepped out of the void, looking at Song Miao as he said with a solemn expression. Song Miao nodded and said, "Absolutely true.
That Tao friend deliberately called down heavenly punishment in order to deliver the message to us. He's being pursued by the blood race. Let's hurry up and save him."
Besides Song Miao, one figure after another appeared. 8 true sovereign heavens actually appeared all at once.
These true sovereign heavens were all powerhouses in the vicinity of Northern View City.
They were originally attracted by Yi Yuan's heavenly punishment. When Song Miao roared, they immediately knew what was going on.
Hearing Song Miao's order, they did not hesitate in the slightest, sweeping towards the center of the storm like lightning. On the other side, Luo Chuan also came howling while bringing an astonishing aura. Both sides were at an explosive point. The Chili who was currently chasing Xianxia. His expression turned ashen at this time too. He also realized that the surprise attack plan had completely failed. Their army was actually punched through by 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens, with Yi Yuan bringing along 4 people. Not only did they kill their way out of the heavy encirclement, they even completely transmitted the news that the blood race came to attack, back to the humans. Until now, Chili still felt like he was dreaming. He looked at the Yi Yuan, who was akin to facing a great enemy, his eyes seemingly full of killing intent. Damn it! You punk must die under the Tao tribulation. Chili gritted his teeth and said. He did not dare to go and kill Yi Yuan. The power of this Tao tribulation was too terrifying. 7-9 Tao tribulation. The heavenly punishment that Yi Yuan called down was a 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation, it was a genuine true sovereign Tao tribulation. Furthermore, this was heavenly punishment, not Tao tribulation. The power of heavenly punishment was even more terrifying than Tao tribulation. One could say that this was the enhanced version of the 7-9 Tao tribulation. The current Yi Yuan, he also felt his scalp tingle. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment, this was completely a death-seeking action. But he had no choice. That true sovereign heaven was at grand completion. Even if he had the means to access the highest heavens, he would surely die without a doubt too. Fortunately, he sensed that the powerhouses from the human race there were here. Damn human brat to dare ruin my blood race's shocking plan. I'll definitely kill you today. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Luo Chuan's angry roar resounded across the horizon. The blood race really paid a huge price for the sake of this plan. They invested a great deal of power in the south, restraining countless human powerhouses. It was for the sake of dealing a fatal blow in the back. But now it failed on the eve of success. And everything was because of this human brat. A punk who was only middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if you're transcending tribulation, I'm going to kill you too. He was a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven expert, his strength being immensely formidable. He did not fear the 7-9 Tao tribulation at all. And right at this time, the human true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses also just happened to arrive. Many thanks to fellow Taoist for bringing down heavenly punishment to send the message, saving the human race, saving heaven one continent. Song Miao said halfway and found that he could not continue anymore. Fellow Taoist? He discovered to his horror that the one who brought down the 7-9 Tao tribulation was shockingly just a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Fuck, a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven called down a 7-9 Tao tribulation? Also, this densely packed blood race army, there were several thousand people. There were even true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses among them. How did this guy run over? Song Miao only felt that his worldview was about to collapse. How did this kid do it? Although Yang Qing's strength was very strong, Song Miao saw through at a glance that Yi Yuan was the backbone of these 5 people. It was because he called down the heavenly punishment. A middle Saint Sovereign Heaven brought along 4 Saint Sovereign Heavens, smashed through the defense of the Blood Race army and sent a message to Northern View City. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This was too freaking fake. Not just him, the true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses who dared to come were all inexplicably shocked. They all thought that it was a fellow Taoist. In the end, it was just a junior. What the hell? The young ones are really to be feared. This boy is going to defy the heavens. 7-9 Tao tribulation can he overcome it? While in shock, the true Sovereign Heavens already clashed together with Luo Chuan. The imposing momentum was shocking. Luo Chuan fought 1-on-7, and he did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. This Luo Chuan was too strong. As soon as Song Miao and the others clashed, they immediately felt tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, another person took over Yang Qing and faced off against Chili. This true Sovereign Heaven was the weakest, being only lower true Sovereign Heaven. Fucking hell. It was really too exciting with this guy. It was virtually certain death outcomes along the way. I didn't expect that your father could actually survive. Ha ha. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, am indeed someone that heaven favors, and I will definitely dominate heaven one continent in the future. Yang Qing said with a big laugh. Bang. 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 Right at this time, the 7-9 Tao tribulation fell. 3 thick bolts of lightning fell together. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the Dao sword.
Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, already suffering serious injuries.
The Dao tribulation this time was different from usual. With 3 bolts of 7-9 Dao tribulation arriving together, the tribulation's power was tripled.
Yi Yuan's Dao sword was immediately severely damaged.
He was repairing the Dao sword, but the Dao tribulation did not give him time to repair it at all.
Yi Yuan's Dao sword had not been completely repaired when another 3 bolts of Dao tribulation fell down.
Bang! Bang!
Bang!
The cracks grew even more on Yi Yuan's Dao sword. Yi Yuan's complexion became deathly pale. Heavenly punishment was indeed different from Dao tribulation. Hey Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die, right? This Dao tribulation is unusual. Yang Qing jinxed.
When Song Miao and the rest who were fighting fiercely with Luo Chuan felt the power of the Dao tribulation, each and every one of them was extremely shocked too. Just how monstrous was this kid to actually provoke heavenly Dao until it wanted to eradicate him this much?
That Dao sword was so strong.
Ha ha!
Watching you get smote to death by Dao tribulation, this commander is satisfied. Luo Chuan let out a loud laugh when he saw this scene. He did not take these human true sovereign heavens seriously at all. However, he knew that he could not stay here for too long. The human race's powerhouses were currently gathering toward Northern View City. Once an emperor-level powerhouse came, he would die without a burial ground. But before this, he was still very happy to watch Yi Yuan get smote to death by heavenly punishment.
This punk ruined the blood race's grand matter. He deserved to die. Bang!
Bang! Bang! Dao tribulation fell down repeatedly. Yi Yuan was directly slammed until he was sprawled on the ground.
Finally, it was another 3 bolts of Dao tribulation.
Yi Yuan's Dao sword collapsed with a loud bang.
Atlas Studios.
Dead. Dead.
This guy is going to be killed by heavenly punishment for reporting information to us.
Sigh. Song Miao secretly sighed in his heart. 7-9 Dao tribulation was too terrifying. Furthermore, it was 3 times the 7-9 Dao tribulation. Yi Yuan already could not hold on anymore.
Luo Chuan laughed loudly and said, "You absolutely can't withstand this round of Dao tribulation.
Dying under Dao tribulation, you're getting off cheap, brat." Ha ha ha. Could be said that he hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The implications of this reporting were too big.
Now, for Yi Yuan to be able to die under Dao tribulation, he was naturally incomparably invigoration. While talking, another 3 bolts of Dao tribulation fell together. And Yi Yuan could no longer condense the Dao sword. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was dead for sure this time. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's origin divinity came straight out of his body. Then the bow bent and the arrow was notched.
Arrow of God extermination.
The terrifying spiritual energy undulation swept up an extremely powerful fluctuation along with the arrow of God extermination.
3 arrow of God extermination released, directly clashing together with the 3 bolts of Dao tribulation. Bang! 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 The terrifying undulation directly blew all the surrounding Saint's sovereign heavens flying. There were even those who did not have time to run away and were directly obliterated by this impact. Yi Yuan's Dao tribulation was too terrifying. They could not get close at all.
Yi Yuan's origin divinity also immediately dimmed a lot.
Luo Chuan's expression could not help changing. This kid was actually still not dead.
The origin divinity attack just now was so formidable.
Hoo-hoo. Your esteemed self has been let down. This young friend's stubbornness is admirable, Song Miao said with a laugh.
The current Yi Yuan was seriously injured, but his essence, energy, and spirit were getting stronger and stronger.
This was a divergent cultivator. Even when facing heavenly Dao, one would not cow or submit either.
It was just that what Yi Yuan did seem to be even more thorough and pure than others. The Dao tribulations came very fast, as if extremely furious at Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan shot 10 rounds of arrow of God extermination in a row. His origin divinity already dimmed to the extreme, as if it might dissipate at any time. But he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. His origin divinity turning dim, Yi Yuan withdrew his origin divinity, and his entire person turned into an azure dragon, rushing straight to the sky. All the way until now, his aura had not shrunk back in the slightest.
Tao Sword is gone, I'll use Origin Divinity. Origin Divinity is weakened, I'll use my physical body. Wanna make me, Yi Yuan, back down? There's no chance.
Bang! 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 The azure dragon that Yi Yuan transformed into was directly blasted down. But Yi Yuan got up immediately and flew toward the Tao Tribulation again. He was slammed down over and over again, and he rose into the air again and again. All of the powerhouses present were visibly moved. Luo Chuan's expression became more and more solemn. He felt Yi Yuan's unyielding spirit. Even heavenly Tao was unable to shake it. This kind of shocking will was something that he rarely saw in his life. He knew that this heavenly punishment could not eradicate Yi Yuan anymore.
It was also at this time that one powerful aura after another came from all directions again.
These were the other city's powerhouses that rushed to the rescue. He couldn't stay any longer. If he continued staying, he would not be able to leave. This boy will definitely be my blood race's formidable enemy in the future.
Unfortunately, I couldn't kill him this time. Luo Chuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, a bloody light shone brilliantly on his body and he smashed a punch onto the void.
7 true sovereign heaven powerhouses were immediately sent flying. Retreat! Under Luo Chuan's word of command, the Saint Sovereign Heaven army immediately retreated.
And Yi Yuan was still stubbornly resisting the Tao Tribulation. When Yi Yuan woke up, he found himself lying on a comfortable bed.
The sunlight seeping in from outside was a little blinding.
His whole body felt like it had fallen apart, being weak to the extreme.
Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment this time could be said to be having narrowly escaped death. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly tribulation was different from Tao Tribulation. When he transcended the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation, Yi Yuan already reached the pinnacle in all aspects and could be said to be well prepared.
But taking the initiative to bring down heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had not reached his peak state within this realm.
Coupled with the power of the heavenly punishment itself, it was a miracle in itself that Yi Yuan could survive. "You're awake," a gentle voice sounded out. Only then did Yi Yuan realize that there was someone in the room. This was a middle-aged man with the appearance of a scholar, looking very gentle. Yi Yuan remembered him. He was precisely the first person who rushed over to save me. It was also City Lord Song Miao.
"Senior," Yi Yuan struggled to sit up.
Song Miao bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "This song gives thanks to Little Brother's grace of reporting the news on behalf of Northern View City's 1 million martial artists." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "You mustn't."
Song Miao got up and said with a smile, "This bow, little brother must accept it.
You might not know what this heavenly punishment that you called down means to Heaven One continent."
Yi Yuan actually had an idea in his heart. The blood race was hidden in the fog. They must be plotting something big. But just how big, Yi Yuan was not clear. Hearing Song Miao's meaning, it was likely really very dangerous this time.
Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Senior is injured?" Song Miao gave Yi Yuan a glance rather surprisedly, and said with a smile, "It's fine."
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "With blood beads entering the body, it will fuse into Senior's blood and destroy your bodily functions.
Normally, you can suppress it. But once you fight with people, this blood bead can kill you at any time." This time, Song Miao was really shocked.
This guy actually saw through his own physical condition with one glance.
Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, "The blood race's blood bead is incurable. Compared to the few fellow Davists who died, this song is already very lucky." Yi Yuan said in surprise, "The news had already been brought out. Could it be that you all still can't deal with the blood race?" Song Miao shook his head and said, "This half a month, we fought 3 fierce battles with the blood race, suffering heavy losses. Among the fellow Taoists who saved you together on that day, 3 fell. The other 5 are all injured." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting that it was actually this result.
The blood race was actually so powerful. He had the strength to crush those in the same rank, but it did not mean that everyone had.
An unkillable opponent really had no solutions.
The mere 5 of you were actually able to kill your way out of the blood race army's encirclement. It's simply a miracle. Song Miao sighed with admiration.
Back then, when he saw that Yi Yuan was only Saint Sovereign Heaven, He was really stunned. With this bit of strength, how did they kill their way out? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, just what's the situation in Heaven One continent? Song Miao already knew that Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, were just from a wild continent and were not clear about Heaven One continent's situation.
It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were even harder to come across.
Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has 3 main continents: Heaven One continent, Thundercry continent, and Lasting Wind continent. These 3 main continents occupy a vast area, facing each other across the sea. But now, Thundercry continent and Lasting Wind continent have all already become
the Blood Race's territory. The various races' powerhouses of the 2 continents have all become slaves of the Blood Race.
Heaven One continent is Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's sole remaining mellow fruit. The powerhouses of the other 2 continents have also retreated to defend Heaven One continent one after another. In fact, close to 1/3 of the present Heaven One continent has already fallen into enemy
hands too.
Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard this.
He knew that Heaven One continent's situation was grim, but he also did not think that it was so severe. Atlas Studios. In order to resist the Blood Race, 32 Hegemon realm powerhouses joined forces and built the absolute heaven barrier, only then barely managing to resist the Blood Race.
But the vicinity of the absolute heaven barrier became a meat grinder. Countless powerhouses have died there. This battle is 1,000 years old. In these 1,000 years, the absolute heaven barrier was breached many times, but we forcefully fought back again and again. Within 1,000 years, 7 of
our Hegemon realm powerhouses died in battle. The Emperor realm powerhouses who fell reached 3 figures.
But we finally managed to fend off. But no one could have thought that the Blood Race actually opened up a spatial passageway and launched a surprise attack from the north. If not for you risking your life to report the information this time, our northern cities would definitely have fallen on all fronts.
At that time, Heaven One continent
would be completely occupied by the enemy. Song Miao was laden with anxieties, clearly being very worried about the present situation. One could tell that the Blood Race appearing in the rear this time also made him break out in cold sweat from fright. Until now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan also did not think that this end of the sea would actually be in such a situation. He heard me Tian say before, wherever the Blood Race went, it was akin to locusts crossing the border, having not a blade of grass surviving. They lived by feeding on the blood of all races across all the heavens, growing stronger the more they fought. Furthermore, their propagation was also different from other races. They were like spore organisms, splitting off directly from the main body, with extremely strong reproductive abilities.
Furthermore, the stronger the main body, the stronger the blood in that split off too. They sucked blood continuously, growing stronger continuously, multiplying continuously, and expanding continuously. Until later, once they scaled up, the race would become extremely terrifying. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's current situation was precisely this sort of situation. More than 100,000 years ago, the Hegemon realm powerhouses across all the heavens joined forces to exterminate the Blood Race and had once wiped out the Blood Race.
But Mi Tian also never expected that after more than 100,000 years, the Blood Race actually rose again from the ashes. Furthermore, they even displayed the force of a prairie fire. The Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was actually only left with less than 1/3. No idea what kind of situation the other 32 heavens were either. Of course, that was too far away for Yi Yuan. If Heaven One continent were to fall, Yi Yuan himself would likely not be able to escape death too.
Senior, is the current situation on the northern front not optimistic? Yi Yuan said.
Song Miao shook his head and said, the Blood Race sent out more than 10 Emperor-level powerhouses and a 20,000-strong Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Although we're prepared, the other party's strength is too strong, defending the spatial passageway desperately. We fought 3 bloody battles with them and didn't gain any advantage either. Instead, we suffered heavy casualty. Currently, the spatial passageway hasn't completely stabilized yet. The Blood Race's Hegemon realm powerhouses are not able to pass through. But, as long as the spatial channel is there, they can continue to send powerhouses over ceaselessly. Once the spatial passageway is stabilized and they send Hegemon realm powerhouses over. We probably won't be able to defend. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there's no harm. This Yi still has this bit of confidence. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website. My thanks.
Song Miao frowned and said, little brother, you came from outside. You might not know the terror of the blood race. Even Hegemon realm powerhouses will find it difficult to resist the corrosion of blood energy too. I know that you have battle spirit level chaos true spirit bloodline, but it's still not
enough. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. A surge of bloodline power flowed out. Song Miao's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, battle soul level. Your bloodline power broke through. During the heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had displayed the battle spirit level chaos bloodline before. So Song Miao had an idea in his heart. Chaos true spirits were born from chaos. Their bloodline was extremely noble.
The blood energy of the blood race could corrupt all races across all the heavens but could not corrupt chaos true spirit bloodline. Of course, this was limited too. Song Miao was injured by a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His battle spirit level bloodline was unable to withstand the corruption of a true sovereign heaven powerhouse.
Chaos true spirit bloodline was divided into 5 level, battle spirit level, battle soul level, battle god level, earth Kuan level, and heaven Qian level. Heaven Qian level bloodline powerhouses were virtually all Hegemon realm. It was not up to Song Miao to not be surprised because the advancement of chaos true spirit bloodline was extremely difficult. In reality, the vast majority of chaos true spirit bloodline was innate and determined by talent.
Wanting to take the initiative to improve it was virtually impossible. But after Yi Yuan experienced the heavenly punishment, he actually directly raised his bloodline by a level. It was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, heavenly punishment is a crisis and also an opportunity. As a divergent cultivator, each Tao tribulation is a life and death trial for this Yi. Since I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, then I naturally have to obtain some benefits.
Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, while that might be the case, how can the improvement of chaos true spirit bloodline be accomplished so easily? Young friend Yi is really too surprising. Back then, when I saw the heavenly punishment, I even thought which true sovereign heaven Tao friend it was. Didn't expect that it was actually a middle saint sovereign heaven. Simply unbelievable. Yi Yuan's words were right. But there had been plenty of people who had overcome tribulations. If it were so easy, then heaven one continent would not have fallen so far as to be nearly occupied by the enemy.
Hence, Yi Yuan started to diagnose Song Miao.
When his divine essence entered the body, Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong corruption force. This corruption force virtually wanted to corrupt Yi Yuan's divine essence completely. It even wanted to invade into his body by following Yi Yuan's divine essence. But very soon, Yi Yuan's battle soul level bloodline power erupted, immediately suppressing this corruption power.
Yi Yuan did not deliberately suppress this corruption power, but his noble bloodline allowed no provocation.
Chaos bloodline was practically the 33 heavens' strongest bloodline. Not one of. Carefully feeling this corrupted bloodline power, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together.
Very complicated.
The corrupt blood mixed together with the ordinary bloodline and already completely fused into one. Could not be purged at all.
Even if Yi Yuan's control of divine essence already reached a transcendent level, he could not do it too.
This kind of fusion was a unified entity. Could not be differentiated at all. After Yi Yuan stopped examining, Song Miao smiled and said, this song appreciates younger brother Ye's good intentions. However, this song has a score in mind about this corrupt blood power. It's likely unable to be removed. Yi Yuan did not answer and asked, Senior, those who got inflicted by the poison of corrupt blood, such as yourself, shouldn't be in the minority, right? Song Miao nodded and said, the northern land is relatively peaceful, but the vast majority of the people have participated in battles with the blood race before. This blood corruption poison naturally can't be avoided. Yi Yuan said, I'll go take a look. Song Miao smiled and did not refuse either, bringing Yi Yuan out.
Geniuses were all haughty. After Yi Yuan became aware of the overwhelming odds against him, everything could naturally be discussed.
This blood corruption poison was not merely studied by grade 5, grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Even grade 9 heavenly alchemists had researched it before too.
But it was simply incurable. Once the corrupt blood fused into the blood, no method could separate it.
Unless the inflicted person died, otherwise, there was no way of separating it at all. Currently, Northern View City had a Saint Sovereign Heaven army of 2,000 stationed here. When Yi Yuan walked into the army camp, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The army of 2,000 was already left with just 1,400 over people. Furthermore, many people were injured.
Many of these injuries were due to blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Song Miao Sr., "I want to take a look at a few more."
Saint Sovereign naturally had no objections, bringing Yi Yuan to take a look at a few more Saint Sovereign Heavens inflicted with blood corruption poison.
If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website. My thanks. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder.
Zhao Chun was a centurion. With regards to Yi Yuan's action, he scoffed in derision.
Brat who hungers for fame and reputation, how ignorant.
A country bumpkin who came from overseas. Do you really think that alchemy Dao is so easy? Zhao Chun said disdainfully to Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan still paid no attention to him and said to Song Miao, "Senior, there's a big problem with this method to control the blood corruption poison." Song Miao could not help being taken aback when he heard it. It was somewhat exaggerating things to raise an alarm, right? This method was not figured out by Dao Chun, this disciple, but devised by his master, an emperor-level powerhouse.
You, a measly little middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, you're at the very best a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Yet, you're actually questioning a grade 7 heavenly alchemist?
However, Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. Song Miao could not very well refute him either and said, "Oh? What's the problem?"
He did not understand much about Yi Yuan. Actually, his thoughts were pretty much the same as Zhao Chen's, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat talking big to impress people.
Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "This method of controlling is using the power of true spirit bloodline to suppress the spreading of corrupt blood. But this kind of method has huge hidden danger.
The pride of true spirit bloodline is even more so than that of the blood race. Using true spirit bloodline to
suppress corrupt blood will indeed have a bit of effect within a short time. But once a great battle starts, it's very easy for true spirit bloodline to lose control, and it will even cause a backlash to the master. At that time, our combat force will be greatly diminished." Yi Yuan saw through that this so-called treatment method was using chaos true spirit bloodline to suppress the power of corrupt blood. This method seemed flawless. But once a genuine great battle erupted, it was very easy for Heaven One continent this side to crumble.
It was just that nobody seemed to be able to take this in.
The moment Song Miao heard, he smiled and said, "Brother Yi is worrying too much. Suppressing corrupt blood with the blood of true spirit. This is the method that the extreme medicine sect devised and has already been verified at the Southern Front. There's absolutely no problem." Zhao Chun was also impatient, completely disregarding Yi Yuan's face as he said, "City Lord Song, where did this kid come from? Such high-sounding sentiments."
Extreme medicine sect is a hegemon-level holy land. Can the things that they figured out be questioned by people? In my view, this boy is
completely haughty from being conferred favors. He wants to render even greater contributions and obtain even greater glory.
Hoo-hoo, having half-baked knowledge but showing off.
Kid, the bloodline suppression method that my extreme medicine sect devised has already been verified at the Southern Front. There's absolutely no problem. But now, you're saying that there's a problem with our extreme medicine sect suppression.
Method? Who gave you the courage? Just as they were talking, Dao Chun heard about this from God knows where and swaggered in.
Dao Chun looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes seemingly full of disdain.
He knew Yi Yuan and knew that Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions.
But, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a foreign hillbilly and had never seen the world before. How could he grasp bloodline suppression, this kind of high-level treatment method? Dao Chun came over, swept a glance over Yi Yuan, and said disdainfully, "You're that kid who called down heavenly punishment? Hulu, a trash who was spurned by heavenly Dao also wants to talk big to impress people? Your meaning is that my extreme medicine sect is setting everyone up? What malicious motives?"
Yi Yuan sized Dao Chun up with a glance and could not help being speechless. He did not expect that he would make contact with the extreme medicine sect so quickly.
He knew that Li Chongqing was a member of the extreme medicine sect. Of course, to a hegemon-level holy land, a Saint Sovereign Heaven disciple was simply unimportant. A countryside bumpkin also dares to question a hegemon-level holy land. Really ignorant.
Hoo-ha, this kid really takes himself to be the savior. How laughable. The extreme medicine sect roams grand bright jade complete heaven unobstructed. It's the #1 alchemy path sect. This could really ate the wrong medicine to actually dare question them.
The mocking voices lingered on incessantly. To these people, the extreme medicine sect was the absolute authority and could not be questioned. Both party statuses were totally not equal. Even Song Miao was also very disapproving of Yi Yuan's questioning. It was true that Yi Yuan rendered great contributions. But this was not your confidence to question authority. Senior Song doesn't believe me too? Yi Yuan looked towards Song Miao and said. Song Miao smiled and said, Young friend Yi has just arrived. You might not know the extreme medicine sect's strength. The suppression method that they devised shouldn't have a problem. Dao Chun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Heard that, kid? In Heaven 1 continent, my extreme medicine sect is the absolute authority in alchemy. Questioning us?
Ignorant. Bullshit.
If Master Yi says that there's a problem, then there's definitely a problem.
These people can't tell good from bad and still speak sarcastically to Master Yi. What a bunch of fools.
Before Yi Yuan said anything, he heard Big Yellow's furious voice come over.
He heard that Yi Yuan woke up and immediately came over to find him and just happened to hear these people making digs at Yi Yuan and immediately could not continue listening anymore.
In his heart, Yi Yuan was an omnipotent god. Especially in the alchemy path, it was even more so. Other people might think that Yi Yuan's martial arts were extremely strong and that his alchemy Dao was merely thus. But Big Yellow knew what Yi Yuan was truly incredible in. It was alchemy Dao. That's right. My big brother Yi Yuan's alchemy strength absolutely crushes your extreme medicine sect. Jing Fei also said. The moment Dao Chen heard, he could not help sneering as he said, A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant. Big Yellow still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan interrupted him with a hand gesture and said, All right, no need to say any more. Let's go. As he said, he brought the two and left. Looking at the few people's back views, Dao Chun was pleased with himself as he said, Just this bit of capability, and he also dares to step into the limelight and talk big to impress people. Being exposed by me, he ran away in disgrace. City Lord Song, these few punks hunger for fame and reputation. I'm
afraid that they harbor ulterior motives.
Song Miao frowned slightly and did not speak.
No matter what, Yi Yuan rendering outstanding contributions was an undeniable fact. But regarding Yi Yuan's posturing personality, he disliked it. Dao Chen said,
Hoo-hoo. Ignore this kind of fools. The powerhouses from all sides have already arrived one after another. They will be able to launch a general offensive on the spatial passageway.
This matter is the most important thing.
To a proud son of heaven like Dao Chun, Yi Yuan, this kind of existence was simply insignificant. At present, the general offensive on the blood race's spatial passageway was the most important. Saint Sovereign nodded and said, Younger brother Dao Chun, rest assured, the Northern Front has dispatched an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens this time. The blood race absolutely won't gain any advantage.
Master Yi, these bunch of guys really don't know what's good for them.
Could it be that you're letting it go just like that? Big Yellow said indignantly. He currently had a feeling like his good intentions were fed to a dog.
Yi Yuan smiled and said to them, We're outsiders. Heaven 1 continent is one of the main continents. The extreme medicine sect is even a hegemon-level holy land. To them, we're merely ants.
If not because of the war with the blood race, we probably can't enter their sights at all. Even now, the words that I said have encroached on the authority of the extreme medicine sect too. It's naturally not tolerated by them. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. He was aware of what Dao Chun they all were thinking in their hearts. He knew that he could not convince these people at all, so he could not be bothered to argue.
Only by suffering a big loss would they know how severe the consequences were.
They are going to have a great battle with the blood race tomorrow. At that time, They will suffer a loss, Jingfei said with a laugh.
Yi Yuan frowned and said, there's going to be a great battle tomorrow?
Big Yellow nodded and said, Heaven One continent this side has already accumulated an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens. They will be attacking the spatial passageway tomorrow.
Yi Yuan had just woken up and did not expect that there was going to be a big battle tomorrow. He said in a solemn voice, from a certain degree, this battle is even more tragic than the Southern Front. Tomorrow's great battle will probably be extremely fierce. The extreme medicine sex method is indeed able to suppress the blood race's blood energy from corrupting. But this method can only
treat the symptoms and can't treat the root cause. Under such circumstances, it's very easy for the extreme medicine sex method to cause a large-scale collapse. When putting it like this, the few people's expressions became ugly too. They wanted to see Dao Chen and the other get deflated, but if the blood race gained a firm foothold at the Northern Front, then the consequences would be too severe. But they didn't take Master Ye's suggestion in at all. What can we do? Big Yellow said unhappily. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, There's only one night. I hope that I can make it in time.
The next day, 50,000 troops were gathered on the coastline, majestic and mighty. The commander-in-chief of the army was a half-step Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse, Yu Ming. The war with the blood race was divided into 3 levels.
The first level was the showdown of hegemon realm powerhouses. Regarding this level of powerhouses, the moment they took action, the sky would rent asunder, and the earth would split apart. The second level was the showdown of Emperor realm powerhouses. This level of showdown similarly caused a huge commotion.
However, the battles of these 2 levels were few in numbers but large in scale. The casualties were not high instead.
But the third level, the battles below Emperor Realm, was the most tragic. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals.
Saint Sovereign Heaven and True Sovereign Heaven, this level of battle, they would often kill down to the last soldier.
And this battle for the spatial passageway was clearly a fight to the death. Neither could back down. Brothers, this battle concerns the life and death of all races on Heaven One continent.
Once the spatial channel stabilizes, it will be our doomsday.
Therefore, only victor is allowed for this battle. Defeat is not allowed.
Are you all ready? Yu Ming said in a loud voice.
To live and die together with Heaven One continent.
To live and die together with Heaven One continent.
To live and die together with Heaven One continent. The battle cries shook the heaven. Set off.
Under Yu Ming's word of command 4, the 50,000-strong army set off.
Above the sea, a black hole-like spatial passageway was currently giving off light.
The army of 20,000 bloodkins was waiting in full battle array before the spatial passageway.
This was a frontal confrontation without the slightest strategy. The 2 armies clashed head-on together just like that. Kill! 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 The 2 armies met in close quarters. Logically speaking, Heaven One army's numbers were 2.5 times that of the blood race. They should hold an absolute advantage.
But the actual battlefield situation was not like that at all. The blood race army was completely overpowering the humans.
The blood race was undying and imperishable. They did not need to defend at all. Their fights were simply a crushing-style battle.
The same attacks, Heaven One powerhouses would die immediately, but the bloodkins could revive.
Therefore, the blood race's army of 20,000 could completely be treated as 50,000 troops, or even more.
The blood race's emperor-level powerhouses guarded the surroundings of the spatial passageway tightly, unfolding an incomparably tragic fight with the Heaven One powerhouses.
In this battle, either you die or I perish.
Ha ha! You lowly humans can't even withstand a single blow. Luo Chuan directly tore a human powerhouse apart, sucking the other party's blood greedily. In such a battle, the blood race could recover their strength through feeding on the other party's blood.
Therefore, in battles between both sides, Heaven One side would often use several times the power to deal with the other party. But the result was still not optimistic. Blood dog die! Dao Chun shouted fiercely, directly obliterating a bloodkin. The extreme medicine sex disciples had extremely strong combat strength. Regardless of whether it was martial technique or cultivation method, it far surpassed powerhouses of the same rank.
Dao Chen's combat strength was naturally extremely strong. It was strong until he could obliterate the blood race.
Song Miao's opponent was an upper true sovereign heaven bloodkin.
The two people went back and forth, fighting fiercely without rest, unable to determine the victor. Song Miao received the extreme medicine sex treatment too, suppressing the blood corruption with the blood of true spirit. Therefore, his combat power when exerted at this time virtually reached the peak. In the army, there were no less than 5,000 powerhouses who received the same treatment as him.
They had received the extreme medicine sex treatment. Their conditions had long already recovered to the peak.
Therefore, they did not take Yi Yuan's words in at all. Zhongyu, we fought 3 times. This time, I'll definitely avenge the enmity and kill you, Song Miao said with a cold smile. In the battle previously, Song Miao's opponent was Zhongyu.
However, he was struck by Zhongyu's palm and corrupted by Zhongyu's blood energy, growing weaker with each battle. Now, his strength recovered to the peak. It was time to win back face. With regards to Song Miao regaining his peak strength, Zhongyu was very surprised too. The blood race did not expect that Heaven One continent's powerhouses actually resolved the blood corruption power.
If that was the case, then the blood race's advantage would be greatly diminished.
Just the likes of you?
You're not qualified enough yet. If I can hurt you once, I can hurt you a second time.
Zhongyu was unrestrained and did not defend at all. Even if Song Miao regained his peak strength, he found it hard to take him down for a while too. The two people's strengths were similar, and the battle was extremely fierce too. Both parties' strengths were unleashed to the extreme. Suddenly, Song Miao's expression changed. His entire person's aura suddenly became extremely unstable. Zhongyu naturally would not let this chance go, and immediately rushed over in hot pursuit, not giving Song Miao any chance to catch his breath. Bang! Zhongyu pressed a palm on Song Miao's chest, sending him flying out.
Song Miao's complexion turned deathly pale. The blood in his body was boiling.
He suddenly discovered that the true spirit blood that was injected into the body had completely gone berserk. His divine essence could not control it at all. When Zhongyu saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, you really scared me badly just now. I even thought that you all really resolved the blood corruption poison. I didn't expect that you're simply a paper tiger. Song Miao, prepare to die. Damn it. It turns out that what Yi Yuan said was right. Extreme medicine sex suppression method really has a huge hidden danger. Normally, it can't be detected at all. But once your strength erupts to the extreme, the balance within the body will be completely broken, and the true spirit bloodline and blood corruption power will erupt at the same time. Now, it's really a fate worse than death." Song Miao was bitterly remorseful in his heart. It was because he discovered that what Yi Yuan said was completely right. They had blind faith in the extreme medicine sect and did not have any suspicions at all. As for what Yi Yuan said, they thought it was naturally for the sake of talking big to impress people in order to win more attention. This type of people, Song Miao, simply looked down on them. Swoosh!
Song Miao retreated while fighting, not daring to confront Zhongyu head-on at all.
And in the army, the blood problem of thousands of powerhouses virtually erupted at the same time. Arg!
I'm not resigned to this.
Injecting true spirit bloodline. This is quenching thirst with poison. I died so wronged.
So what the Yi Yuan said was true. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were killed by the blood race while holding strong unwillingness. At this moment, they felt incomparably bitterly remorseful.
Although the blood corruption power was strong, they were not without the power to fight. But, in this current situation, it was directly equivalent to sentencing them to death. They could hardly even fight anymore.
In the army, 5,000 people were suddenly defeated. It was really being routed like a landslide.
The 50,000-strong army actually directly collapsed in an instant. When the blood race powerhouses saw this situation, each and every one of them was excited to the extreme, killing until the human army steadily lost ground. How can this be?
How can this happen? The experiments previously clearly didn't have any problems.
Dao Chen panicked.
How could he still not know that the problem lay with injecting true spirit bloodline?
But the experiments previously were clearly had no problems already. Why would such a major problem suddenly break out?
He could not figure it out after racking his brains. It turns out that what that guy said was actually right. At this moment, he finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was true. But it was already too late. A rout was like a landslide.
The present Heaven One army had already directly collapsed. Countless powerhouses were killed by the blood race, blood flowing to form rivers. At this time, 5 figures stepped out of the void. The 5 people each carried a set of bow and arrows on their backs.
When Yi Yuan saw the scene in front of him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly.
Sure enough, what he was most worried about still happened. Luckily, it's still not too late. Each of you find a good angle. Don't enter the battlefield. Shoot them with arrows. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said,
Hee, big brother Yi Yuan's secret weapon, I really want to see just how formidable it is. Jingfei said with a laugh.
The 4 people did not talk nonsense either, finding their positions at the borders of the battlefield and started bending their bows and notching their arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One sharp arrow after another cut through the air with a strong whistling sound. A blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately gave a miserable scream when he got hit by an arrow, and his entire person's movements actually stiffened up immediately. Then he was immediately annihilated by a Heaven One powerhouse. That Heaven One powerhouse's expression changed wildly. It was because this bloodkin actually did not revive.
He did not have time to think too much, immediately joining the other people's battles.
This scene was still happening in every corner of the battlefield. One sharp arrow after another shot out. Blood race powerhouses fell down one by one. In the wake of the sudden appearance of Yi Yuan 5 people, the originally defeated Heaven One army actually re-established superiority. All at once, the human army counterattacked the other party, killing until the blood race's army was utterly routed. In a short dozen over breaths of time, Yi Yuan 5 people directly shot hundreds of blood race powerhouses to death. This was true death.
Those blood race powerhouses actually did not revive. Eh?
It's actually Yi Yuan they all. What powerful arrows, to actually be able to inhibit the blood race's revival.
How did he do it?
The significance of this is too far-reaching. It might affect the entire war.
Previously, everyone all said that he was talking big to impress people. We really had eyes but couldn't see.
Turns out that what he said was all true.
When Heaven One army saw the scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. It was naturally impossible for ordinary arrows to accomplish it.
They guessed that this might very likely be because Yi Yuan dipped something on the arrows. This truly held extraordinary significance.
Once this kind of method could be used on a large scale, it could absolutely reverse the war between Heaven One continent and the blood race. Meanwhile, the powerhouses on the blood race side were all incomparably alarmed and terrified.
A few people dying was irrelevant to the blood race. But this kind of major killing tool was simply lethal to them. The ability that they relied on to roam the heavens unobstructed was actually being restrained.
If this kind of weapon appeared on the battlefield, the degree of impact could be imagined. When Luo Chuan, who was in a fierce battle presently, saw Yi Yuan, his pupils could not help constricting.
Previously, Yi Yuan breaking through the defensive life and sending news back to the Heaven One continent already gave him a huge shock. But that shock was far from comparable to the scene before his eyes. Zhongyu, Zhuhai, Chun-Si, the 3 of you go and kill boy. Absolutely can't allow him to live, Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice. Zhongyu gave a cold cry, immediately leaving behind the Song Miao who was opposite of him, and charged toward Yi Yuan.
3 great true sovereign heavens pounced toward Yi Yuan at the same time.
The corrupted blood within Song Miao's body was currently boiling. He was already on the verge of death to begin with. Zhongyu actually abandoned him at the crucial moment and gave him a lease of life.
Without the slightest hesitation, Song Miao directly withdrew from the battlefield. Retreat.
Yi Yuan turned around and ran without another word. Facing 3 great upper true sovereign heavens, he stood no chance at all. His goal had already been achieved. There was no need to continue staying anymore. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave the blood race a huge shock. The human race side also won a fleeting opportunity to catch their breath.
However, it was nothing more than that.
It was impossible to turn things around. Therefore, they had to retreat now.
The battle to destroy the spatial passageway this time, the Heaven One army had clearly already lost due to the eruption of corrupt blood.
Yi Yuan warned them previously, but nobody took it seriously and only treated it as Yi Yuan talking big to impress people.
In the end, they burned themselves.
The thing that Yi Yuan smeared on the arrowheads was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was refined with 81 kinds of precious grade 5 heavenly medicines and named Blood Suppression Morning Sun.
The hardest thing to come by in this blood suppression morning sun was not these 81 types of grade 5 heavenly medicines, but it was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses.
It was common knowledge that as long as the blood race had one drop of blood essence surviving, it could be reborn from a drop of blood. This ability could be said to be extremely heaven-defying.
Normally, wanting to obtain the blood essence of bloodkin was simply impossible. Because if you wanted to kill them, you had to completely wipe them out. However, Yi Yuan ambushed hundreds of bloodkin in the fog. Back then, he held a trick in reserve.
When he eliminated the bloodkin, he attempted to use his Dao sword to suppress. In the end, he discovered that the blood race's blood essence indeed could not revive anymore. Yi Yuan's Dao sword had been tempered by heavenly Dao. It could suppress all things.
The blood race's blood essence was actually unable to revive under the suppression of the Dao sword.
But even so, Yi Yuan only obtained extremely little blood essence. It was also by relying on the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions back then. Otherwise, even if it was Yi Yuan, it would be difficult to collect these blood essences too.
These blood essence could only be used in medicine after 100 times of Yi Yuan's refinement. Yi Yuan made haste without resting and only created several hundred arrows.
Yi Yuan arrived quickly and left even faster, not waiting for the 3 great true sovereign heavens to carry out an encirclement. He already made his getaway.
This great battle actually ended just like that in the end.
Of course, the Heaven One army suffered massive losses. The army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens actually had more than 10,000 casualties. Another large batch of powerhouses was inflicted by corrupt blood energy.
And this was still under the situation where Yi Yuan arrived in time to suppress the blood race.
If not for Yi Yuan, this battle's losses would be even greater, and they could even have been completely wiped out. The consequences of the corrupt blood energy erupting was seriously too severe.
Outside of Northern View City, Song Miao stood in the air, his complexion deathly pale.
At this time, the corrupt blood energy had already spread across half the blood in his body, and it was incomparably agonizing. However, he did not cry out in pain at all. He just kept looking at the horizon.
Suddenly, a figure cut across the horizon and came towards the side.
Song Mia's face revealed a look of great joy. Yi Yuan returned safely.
Seeing Song Miao, Yi Yuan was a little surprised. At this time, he should be nursing his injuries in the city.
Senior Song, why are you here?
Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan. Suddenly, he lowered his body and knelt down, saying Song Miao had eyes but couldn't see. Song Miao blamed Brother Yi wrongly and also caused this great battle's defeat.
This Song apologizes to you in front of everybody today.
Him kneeling caused a great sensation in the entire city.
An exalted upper true sovereign heaven, Northern View City's city lord, actually knelt down and apologized to a junior. The powerhouses in the city had been guessing all along on what City Lord Song Miao would be doing. They did not expect that he was actually specifically waiting for Yi Yuan to return, to kneel down and apologize to him.
While those people who ridiculed Yi Yuan before all lowered their heads in shame at this time. Song Miao really did not have scornful words or jeers back then.
Rather, it was them who made extremely nasty remarks. As for Dao Chen, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. He used his authority from being from the extreme medicine sect to suppress Yi Yuan's opinion, and he even mocked him to the best of his ability. As a result, it caused this miserable defeat.
Yi Yuan was also stunned by Song Miao's action. Song Miao doing this sort of action, it could be seen how regretful and how ashamed he was in his heart at this time.
This person had a great breadth of mind. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Song Miao up and said, "Why is Senior Song going so far? You're this Ye's savior. This is killing Yi." Song Miao said ashamedly, "If back then this song gave Brother Yi a chance to prove yourself, maybe I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake." He knew that when Yi Yuan was seeking his opinion back then, it was actually hoping for him to come forward and speak up. He ignored that look which asked for help. Yi Yuan was merely a foreigner. His words carried little weight. Facing the extreme medicine sect, this kind of colossal titan, nobody would believe his words at all. Therefore, all explanations were futile. Hence, Yi Yuan chose silence. However, he did not bear any hatred. Instead, he refined those powerful arrows that very same night and reversed the war situation. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Senior Song, now isn't the time to say this. Your corrupt blood energy has already erupted all round. It will be too late if we don't treat it in time." Song Miao said, "This Song's wretched life isn't worth mentioning. If I die, so be it. But if I don't apologize to you, even if this Song dies, I'll find it hard to close my eyes." Yi Yuan said, "Does Senior Song trust me?"
Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan and nodded his head seriously.
Yi Yuan said, "This blood race's corrupt blood might not be without a genuine method of cure."
When Song Miao heard that, his entire body shook. He already harbored the will to die and no longer held any fantasies at all.
He just wanted to repent to Yi Yuan for the mistake that he had committed before he died.
But now Yi Yuan told him that he did not need to die anymore. Is this true?
Song Miao was agitated until his entire body was trembling. It was for him and also for everyone who was inflicted with corrupt blood. The blood race's corrupt blood was extremely powerful. A moment of carelessness in battle and one would fall victim to it. Comment. Especially in this kind of great decisive battle, it was even easier to succumb. The majority of the powerhouses from all races did not die on the battlefield but died under the corrupt blood.
If Yi Yuan was really able to treat corrupt blood, that would really be the greatest good.
This significance did not pale in the slightest to inventing the method to inhibit the blood race's revival. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I already have some leads, but I still need some time. However, before this, I can help you suppress the spread of corrupt blood power." Actually, Yi Yuan had long already begun his research into the blood race in the fog. This powerful race made him burn with eagerness.
Yi Yuan discovered that the blood race's blood was indeed incredibly powerful and was a one-of-a-kind thing. Especially the blood essence of the blood race, not only could they revive from a drop of blood, but it was also an excellent material for refining heavenly pills.
It was just that the blood essence of the blood race was too difficult to obtain.
He originally planned on diving into research who knew that this incident occurred, completely depleting the blood essence that he had gathered painstakingly.
However, Yi Yuan already had some understanding of some characteristics of the blood race's blood. Corrupt blood power was merely one of them. Song Miao said spiritedly, "If younger brother Yi can really resolve the corrupt blood, then you would really be the #1 hero in the world. If it was before, he naturally would not take Yi Yuan's words seriously. But now, he believed it without a shadow of a doubt." Yi Yuan exposed the huge flaw in the extreme medicine sex treatment method with a word previously. Furthermore, this had already been verified by facts. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure emerged. Song Miao's expression changed, and he gave a bow and said, "Lord Ming-Yi." The arrival was a half-step Emperor Realm superpowerhouse and also the Heaven One Army's highest commander.
Ming-Yi nodded slightly and said Emperor Dan Fei wants to meet this little brother. Seeing Yi Yuan's confusion, Song Miao said, "Emperor Dan Fei is presently the Northern Front's strongest person and Emperor Vast Heaven Realm mighty expert. He probably wants to meet you because of those arrows. Emperor Realm's 3 heavens, Emperor Cloud Heaven, Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Sakura Heaven." Different from sovereign realm powerhouses, Emperor Realm powerhouses were powerhouses who truly transcended worldliness, their strength being unimaginable. In the battle previously, one should not look at how the Saint Sovereign Heavens and True Sovereign Heavens from both sides were fighting with a huge commotion. The real fights happened between Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said with a nod, "Come on then." Ming-Yi flicked his sleeves grandly and Yi Yuan had no command over himself, disappearing from where he originally was.
Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. Was this the strength of Emperor Realm? This Ming-Yi was not Emperor Realm yet, but his control over space was already strong to the degree that it made people's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a garden. An old man in coarse cloth was currently watering flowers.
Lord Emperor, Yi Yuan is here, Ming-Yi said respectfully. In front of this person, Ming-Yi, this half-step Emperor realm powerhouse, was humble to the extreme. Yi Yuan sized this old man up and discovered that he actually could not see him vividly. He was clearly standing right there, but it was like he had fused into one with the surrounding garden. It was as if where he was standing was a world on its own. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, sharp edge revealing itself, sword intent soaring to the sky, a peerless good sword. No wonder it isn't tolerated by heavenly Tao. Young friend, I hope that you can achieve hegemon one day. Yi Yuan could feel that the other party's gaze seemed to penetrate his physical body, looking at the Tao sword in the depths of his body. He did not have the slightest secrets in front of this old man. Of course, apart from Mi Tian. This guy was once a hegemon realm overlord. Wanting to pry into him, Emperor realm was not enough. By the side, Ming-Yi's pupils constricted too. He had never seen before Lord Emperor have such a high appraisal of a junior. Hegemon. This was the 33 heavens' paramount strength, the overlords above Emperor realm. Wanting to reach this realm was virtually impossible. Just talking about grand bright jade complete heaven. It was boundlessly vast, the cultivators unable to be counted. But attaining hegemon this sort of words, there was really no one who dared to say it. Even Emperor Dan Fei, this kind of terrifying existence, did not dare to have the slightest excessive expectation for hegemon realm too. But he gave Yi Yuan this kind of appraisal. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said, Lord Emperor is too kind, hegemon realm is too far away, Yi Yuan had better be down to earth. Dan Fei smiled and said, a tough will, firm Tao heart, a good sapling. You should know why this old man is looking for you, right? Sai Yuan nodded and said, it's for those arrows. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Lord Emperor. This kind of method can't be used on a large scale. I can only suppress a few hundred drops when suppressing the blood race's blood essence with Tao sword. Furthermore, the conditions to obtain the blood race's blood essence is too harsh. It can only be left up to fate. Dan Fei was not too surprised. He just let out a long sigh and said, as expected. The reason why the blood race is difficult to deal with is precisely because it's hard to obtain their blood essence. The extreme medicine sect has attempted many times and couldn't do it either. Either eradicate or let them revive. Your Tao sword is actually able to suppress the blood race's blood essence and make them unable to revive. Indeed formidable. It was not that Heaven 1 powerhouses did not think of studying methods to target the blood race before. But, to research, one must obtain the blood race's blood essence. Yet, this was the hardest part. Killing a bloodkin was easy. But wanting to obtain blood race blood essence was as hard as ascending to heaven. It was just that Dan Fei did not expect that something that nobody had ever done before, Yi Yuan actually did it. Yi Yuan's Tao sword had experienced the tempering of Tao tribulation and absorbed large quantities of heavenly Tao's power. One could say that his Tao sword held heaven's might. No matter how strong the blood race's blood essence was, it also found it hard to take a single step under heaven's might. Divergent cultivators indeed had very formidable strength, but there was no one like Yi Yuan at all using their lifeblood Tao sword to meet the Tao tribulations each time. This kind of thing was no different from seeking death. They did not have the attributes of heaven's might, so they were naturally unable to suppress the blood race's blood essence too. Ming-Yi, who was by the side, was also shocked when he heard it. This boy was extraordinary. This kind of ability was what even hegemon realm powerhouses did not have. Of course, it was far too difficult to want to kill the blood race's hegemon realms. Originally, he still had a high and mighty attitude towards Yi Yuan. But now it was completely gone. How could a character that even Emperor Dan Fei had praised repeatedly be of the common sort? Yi Yuan nodded and said, during this period of time, I've been constantly studying the blood race's blood essence. This is indeed a rarely seen treasure of the world. Even those natural treasures are greatly inferior. Originally, I planned on devoting myself to studying it. I didn't expect that I'd completely exhausted all the blood race blood essence that I've accumulated before. Brother Yi, you're back. Brother Yi, this battle was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back. It was all us who were blind previously. Be magnanimous and don't take offense at us.
When Yi Yuan appeared in the Northern View City's army base, there was immediately a commotion. When those Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers saw Yi Yuan, they came up to say hello one after another. Comment. Among them, there were many people who were mocking Yi Yuan on that day. At this time, they were regretting it immensely.
This time, if not for Yi Yuan, most likely only a handful of them would have been able to return. In fact, Northern View City might have directly been steamrolled by the blood race. A rout was like a landslide. It was not to be made a joke.
Yi Yuan did not put on airs either, responding with smiles one by one.
When these Saint Sovereign Heavens saw this, they were even more ashamed.
Yi Yuan really had a mind as open as a valley. Be brother Yi.
Zhao Chen saw Yi Yuan, the look of embarrassment on his face becoming even stronger.
Before the great battle, his words were the nastiest.
But now his face was slapped resoundingly.
When he saw Yi Yuan, there was naturally indescribable embarrassment. You, isn't this Centurion Zhao? Our master Yi is merely a foreigner. How can we dare call you our brother? When Big Yellow saw Zhao Chun, his anger flared up, and he immediately jeered.
Zhao Chen's expression immediately became black as the bottom of a pot.
With regards to this, Yi Yuan did not say anything either. Back then, Zhao Chen's words were indeed very nasty. His contempt for him was not only expressed in words, but also on the face.
Zhao Chen clearly looked down on Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigners, especially when Yi Yuan got involved with the extreme medicine sect.
That sort of contempt was impossible to hide. In reality, those who had this kind of notion were not in the minority. It was also that it was currently wartime. Normally, the status of Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigner, would be very low in Heaven One continent. Just like in the Rain-Clear continent, the native forces discriminated against ascenders. Yi Yuan did not know to make trouble, but it did not mean that he was submissive.
Suddenly, Zhao Chen directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud and said, Master Yi, it was all my fault previously. I know that you have great abilities. You must have the means to save my men. They're inflicted with the blood corruption poison. I beg you to save them. In each great battle, those who got inflicted with blood corruption poison were not in the minority.
Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven, was poisoned by the blood corruption poison. Let alone these Saint Sovereign Heavens.
Zhao Chen's men originally had many who were inflicted with blood corruption poison.
In this battle, the blood corruption poison erupted all round. His men suffered heavy casualties. Over 70% of these remaining people were inflicted with blood corruption poison. If these people all died, he would practically become a lone general without an army. Of course, although Zhao Chan, this person, was very mean to Yi Yuan and looked down on Yi Yuan's background, he treated his men as his own brothers. For the sake of these subordinates, he would rather put aside his dignity and kneel down to Yi Yuan.
Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, knelt down. What was wrong with him, this measly little centurion, kneeling? But Big Yellow did not buy it and said with a cold smile, You, Lord Zhao, don't do this.
Master Yi is merely someone with half-baked knowledge. The extreme medicine sect is the authority. Did you find the wrong person? You should be going to find the extreme medicine sect.
By the side, Dao Chen wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into.
He was sent over to learn from Yi Yuan. Along with him, there were also dozens of grade 5 and grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Close to 100 military doctors were deployed to Heaven One Army.
These military doctors were mainly from the extreme medicine sect. In fact, Dao Chen was a distinguished talent among them.
Before this, he was a highly respected extreme medicine sect disciple. But after this battle, his status completely changed.
The current Dao Chen was like a big villain who had harmed nearly 10,000 troops.
It was them who did not listen to Yi Yuan's words, resulting in this great defeat.
If not for the extreme medicine sect pledging in all solemnity, even if those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison did not take part in the fights, this war would not have been defeated so thoroughly too.
In this battle, those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison were like time bombs lying in ambush on their side, blowing up and injuring all of them at once. When Zhao Qin heard, he clenched his jaws tightly and suddenly kowtowed to Yi Yuan fiercely. Dong! 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 Each sound struck everyone's heart.
Master Yi, this Zhao acted like a stuck-up snob, but my brothers are all good men.
As long as you can save them, This Zhao is willing to pay it off with death. Zhao Chun wept tearfully as he kowtowed.
All around, many people shed silent tears.
In this battle, many of their companions died on the battlefield. The former fellow officers were no more together. But no one dared to step forward to speak up for Zhao Chun. It was because they were indeed too unfair to Yi Yuan previously. Someone who made great contributions came to their army and said something that could turn the tides. But in the end, he was looked down upon by everyone.
If it were them, they would not be able to stand it too. Goodwill being taken for granted was probably like this.
Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his hand and patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder twice and said, "All right, take me to go take a look at your subordinates." Zhao Chen's entire body shook, and he kowtowed a few more times agitatedly and said, "Thank you so much, Master Yi. Thank you so much, Master Yi." When Yi Yuan saw Zhao Chen's men, he could not refrain from furrowing his brows too. Too awful. Some people's blood corruption poison was extremely deep, their entire person being already riddled full of holes, looking extremely hideous. A foul smell greeted the nose.
Weak groaning sounds filled the tent.
Blood corruption poison was extremely terrifying. Even the final outcome of Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, was no better than these Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers. Not only could this corrupt blood affect one's blood, but it could also even corrode the origin divinity, and there was virtually no cure.
The only thing that could resist it was just true spirit bloodline.
Therefore, after the extreme medicine sect suppression method was devised, it was a great boon to the Heaven One army. As for the words of Yi Yuan, this kind of minor character, they naturally could not take it in.
It was not that Yi Yuan was even more impressive than the extreme medicine sect, this hegemon level Holy Land,
but that even a clever wife could not cook a meal without rice. They had fought with the blood race for thousands of years but never obtained a drop of the blood race's blood essence before. Yi Yuan came beside the soldier who was poisoned the deepest and started diagnosing him.
Very soon, Yi Yuan's origin divinity traveled a circulatory cycle within his body and he could not help secretly shaking his head.
Master Yi, is there still hope for Zhao Yiping? Zhao Chen asked worriedly. All the blood in his body has already been corrupted by more than 90%. In at most a few hours, he will definitely die beyond a doubt, Yi Yuan said.
Zhao Chen's expression dimmed, blaming himself heavily in his heart.
This scene was taken into Yi Yuan's sights, and his impression of Zhao Chun changed a little. This guy looked down on him, this kind of foreigners, but his feelings for his fellow officers were not fake. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Dao Chan and the rest, "You all watch carefully. This needle technique that I'll be performing next is called Xuanji 9 Leaves. After you guys leam it, apply the technique on the others.
But at present, this needle technique can only temporarily suppress the blood corruption.
Poison. As for whether or not it can really purge the blood corruption poison, I still need to research more."
Xuanji 9 Leaves originated from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was a powerful and profound needle technique.
The Labyrinth Divine Palace back then was not only powerful in martial strength, but their alchemy Dao was also unparalleled.
Disregarding other things, just this 100 Herbs illustrated handbook was not what ordinary hegemon level sects could come up with. The various acupuncture techniques inside, poison arts, and other branches of alchemy Dao were all-encompassing and contained everything. When Yi Yuan entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he did not care about other books. He only paid the most attention to the alchemy-related books.
In the last few decades on the Rain-Clear continent, Yi Yuan's martial arts did not make much progress. He spent a lot of time on these classics.
The Xuanji 9 Leaves was one of them.
This acupuncture technique used Xuanji Star Force as the guide, triggering the resonance of all the heavens, and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life.
Its control over the flow of blood energy was especially unique. That day, after Yi Yuan diagnosed Song Miao's pulse, he had some ideas in his mind.
This set of Xuanji 9 Leaves was extremely profound. With Yi Yuan's deep foundation, he spent close to a year's time before he thoroughly grasped this acupuncture technique too. These heavenly alchemists around Yi Yuan, even if they were grade 6 heavenly alchemists, it was also impossible to grasp this acupuncture technique within a short time. What he was executing presently was the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan created from simplifying off the foundation of the Xuanji 9 leaves by cutting out the superfluous to specifically target blood corruption power.
Yi Yuan knew that the extreme medicine sect's heavenly alchemist's level was still extremely high.
Under his guidance, grasping this acupuncture technique within 10 days was still doable. Yi Yuan focused his fingertips. A tiny divine essence needle condensed and forced out. With his current skill, he no longer needed to rely on physical objects. With the Tao sword as the foundation, the divine essence needle that he condensed had an even stronger effect than ordinary needles. Seeing this move, Xiaoshan's pupils could not help constricting. He was the commander of all the military doctors, extreme medicine sect's peak grade 6 heavenly alchemist. But Yi Yuan's move made him ashamed of his inferiority. Unless he had a needle-type Grand Mist treasure, he could not compare to Yi Yuan's ability to condense the divine essence needle. But needle-type Grand Mist treasures were too hard to come by. But the following scene made all the heavenly alchemists even more shocked. When Yi Yuan stabbed with the needle, the stars across the heavens actually produced a resonance. The entire camp seemed to have become a miniature universe.
One of the stars was extremely bright. It was precisely the Xuanji star.
In Xiao Yiping's meridians, a pale yellow divine essence was swimming around. The meridians that the divine essence traveled were thick and thin, yet extremely fine. In reality, when applying the needles, this kind of situation would not occur. But Yi Yuan did it in order to let these people feel it distinctly. But it was precisely so that the shock of the scene was even stronger.
Especially those extreme medicine sect disciples, although they stumbled hard this time, they were still unconvinced in their hearts to follow an outsider to learn acupuncture technique. Many were bottling their thoughts up, wanting to see how impressive Yi Yuan was.
Now they saw it.
The acupuncture method had two sections. One section was on oneself. One section was on the patient.
A person would work one's body to call down the power of heavenly Tao, injecting it into the sick body, reversing the universe. Regarding this step, Yi Yuan calling down such powerful stellar power already made them lost in wonder. While in the sick body, the operation of divine essence and application of heavenly Tao power were also complicated to the extreme.
But at this time, the meridians in Xiao Yiping's body became incomparably clear. Even those meridians that were tiny until they were invisible to the naked eyes were manifested by Yi Yuan. A marvelous work of art. Marvelous work of art.
I didn't expect that acupuncture techniques can actually be used to such a degree. What a formidable acupuncture technique. My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a formidable acupuncture technique either. This level of acupuncture technique can actually be used so transcendently by him, truly godlike.
Master. An absolute master. We all, heavenly alchemists' years of living have been an utter waste.
Very soon, cries of exclamations sounded out all around.
Yi Yuan used his acupuncture technique and completely conquered this group of proud peacocks.
Originally, Dao Chun still had quite a bit of resentment in his heart.
Although Yi Yuan hit the mark, he was unconvinced in his heart, feeling that Yi Yuan just caught it by sheer luck.
But now, he did not have any temper in his heart at all. What remained was only admiration.
Too formidable. Such a wondrous acupuncture technique, he was absolutely unable to execute it.
Ace a top figure among the extreme medicine sect's grade 5 heavenly alchemists, Dao Chen's alchemy path strength was not weak. Not only was it not weak, but it could also virtually look down proudly upon his peers. His eyesight was naturally extremely strong. He saw through that this acupuncture technique was after it was simplified. It was not hard for him to learn it. But, wanting to reach Yi Yuan's level, it was impossible to achieve it without 10 years of hard work. And this was just the acupuncture technique post-simplification.
But how much time had Yi Yuan been in contact with the blood race? He could simplify the acupuncture technique and even apply it to such an exaggerated level. It showed that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique had already reached an ingenious level of application. It could be used freely at will.
Convinced, Xiaoshan's gaze had been fixed on the stellar power in the house.
Xuanji 9 leaves. It's actually the legendary Xuanji 9 leaves.
This acupuncture technique has already been lost for hundreds of thousands of years. Now it actually reappeared in the world.
Just what origins does this boy have? Xiaoshan said in shock. Xuanji 9 leaves?
Is this acupuncture technique very formidable? Daochen wondered.
Xiaoshan said, more than just formidable.
Legends have it that this acupuncture technique can defy heaven and change fate, bringing the dead back to life.
In fact, after grasping this set of acupuncture techniques, one will be invincible at the same rank in martial arts too. Flying needles killing people. Without making a sound, taking your life as easily as flipping over your hand.
Do you think it's amazing or not? With this, everyone was no longer calm.
Acupuncture technique was acupuncture technique. It was an aid to alchemy Dao.
Now, Xiaoshan actually said that this acupuncture technique was also invincible in the same rank in martial arts. This was too terrifying. It's actually so formidable? My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a fierce acupuncture technique either.
How?
How did he obtain it? Daochen muttered. Looking at a leopard through a tube and one was to see only one spot. He knew that Xiaoshan was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Although the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan displayed was not profound, what Yi Yuan displayed was clearly just a very superficial part. This acupuncture technique was indeed extensive and profound. Except, the more formidable this acupuncture technique was, the more depressed Dao Chun was.
Yi Yuan was merely born in a remote continent at sea. How could that place possibly have such a formidable acupuncture technique?
In fact, even extreme medicine sect, one of the top sects in the world, did not have it. This sort of thing was seriously too fantastical. In the wake of Yi Yuan applying one needle after another, the poisonous sores on Xiao Yiping's body were currently disappearing rapidly. His complexion actually became rosy too. I'm actually not dead yet. Xiao Yiping opened his eyes, a little dazed.
When Zhaochen saw this scene, he could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Xiao Yiping's consciousness was originally already blurry. Now he actually regained his senses.
Master Yez means truly startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep. You're not dead now, but you're also not far from death. After I applied the acupuncture technique, your corrupt blood power has been suppressed to 70%. But the consequence of this kind of suppression is that once it erupts again, you'll die even more horribly. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating to scare people. His acupuncture technique could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Actually, there was no essential difference between it and the suppression method of the extreme medicine sect. The only difference was that it was more brilliant than the extreme medicine sect's method. It sounded like there were no differences.
But the heavenly alchemists present were long already inexplicably shocked.
More than 90% of the corrupted blood was suppressed to 70%. Ever since the war with the blood race, nobody in the entire Grand Bright Jade complete heaven had done this.
Furthermore, Xiao Yiping was inflicted with the blood corruption poison previously and later suppressed by the extreme medicine sect with true spirit blood.
Now that it had erupted again, it could be said to be fiercer than a tiger. However, he was still saved by Yi Yuan.
They thought that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique could only control the spread of the corrupted blood. Who could have thought that it could actually directly suppress it back? At this very moment, many of the heavenly alchemists present actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness.
Many thanks to Master Yi for helping out. By the side, Zhao Chun said gratefully. Yi Yuan said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank first. Whether or not the method to deal with the blood corruption poison can be found, it is still not known. It won't be too late to thank again after truly resolving this disaster." Zhao Chun shook his head and said, "This Zhao is already endlessly grateful that Master Yi is willing to take action. Xiao Yiping, why haven't you thanked Master Yi?"
Xiao Yiping hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master Yi, for repaying evil with good and saving this Zhao."
That day, among the people who mocked Yi Yuan, there was also Xiao Yiping.
Hence, when he saw that it was Yi Yuan who came to the rescue, he immediately felt too ashamed to show his face.
Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have accepted it. Turning his head to Zhao Chun, he said, "Go and gather the soldiers who are most severely poisoned by the blood corruption poison here." Yes. At this time, Zhao Chun was long already wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan, immediately receiving the order and leaving. Xiao Shan was also exceedingly shocked by Yi Yuan's strength in his heart. But currently, his eyes were flickered indeterminately. He was moved by this heaven-defying acupuncture technique. There were also Dao Chun and many members of the extreme medicine sect who were similarly moved. Very soon, Xiao Yiping was carried away. Another injured person under Zhao Chun was carried in front of Yi Yuan. Put away those stray thoughts. You guys only have a few days.
After the storm, I'll impart you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves, Yi Yuan said to Xiao Shan and the others with his back facing them while he applied the needles. The moment these words came out, Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his own ears.
Such a heaven-defying acupuncture technique? Yi Yuan handed it over with both hands just like that?
This guy wouldn't be deliberately buying time, right?
Just as his thoughts were running wild, Yi Yuan continued slowly. In times of crisis, one should abandon the idea of sex in the first place. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed a supreme needle technique. But no matter how strong I alone am, the number of people I can save is limited too. It's better to impart. Only then can it save even more companions.
Hearing these, Xiao Shan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into.
Compared to Yi Yuan, they were too shallow, too narrow-minded.
Yeah, if Yi Yuan really had some other thoughts, having suffered so much grievance previously, he would not have come forward at all.
But not only did he step forward, he even overturned the tides and saved the Heaven One army.
Very soon, stellar power lit up once again.
After 5 days and 5 nights of treatment, saving dozens of patients in the most critical conditions, Yi Yuan never took a rest. Some of the heavenly alchemists watching from the sides were already drowsy with sleep.
When even the person applying the needles did not rest, they were naturally embarrassed to rest.
Many people secretly cursed Yi Yuan for being a freak. Was he not tired? Acupuncture was a workmanship ability that required extreme meticulousness. In the human body, even the slightest mistake could result in very serious consequences. Therefore, rest was necessary. But 5 days passed. Yi Yuan had not made a single mistake.
This sort of thing, even Xiao Shan, this true sovereign heaven, could not do it. Finally, Yi Yuan spat out a mouthful of turbid breath and stood up. Learned it?
Yi Yuan looked toward Xiao Shan and asked. Xiao Shan nodded and said confidently, 90%.
As long as I familiarize for another few days, the remaining 10% will naturally be learned without extra effort.
Yi Yuan looked towards Dao Chan and asked, What about you? Dao Chan said, 70%. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Those who feel that they can reach 70%, come forward. After speaking, 10 heavenly alchemists stepped forward in a row. These 10 people were all from the extreme medicine sect. The formula and essentials have all already been imparted to you all. Now, you guys apply the needles. However, I'll say the unpleasant things first. Human lives are at stake. How much ability you have, just say how much you have. Don't go beyond your means.
Otherwise, you'll be punished by military law.
Master Yi, you're also looking down on our extreme medicine sect too much. The extreme medicine sect's disciples, no matter how weak, they can also look down proudly on those in the same rank. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed formidable, but your acupuncture technique isn't difficult. To us, it's
sufficient, Daochen said, brimming with confidence.
The disciples of hegemon level sects were absolute elites when looking across all the heavens too. Across the entire 33 heavens, hegemon level sects could be counted too. The pride in their hearts could be imagined. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right then. You guys step forward and apply the needles.
With regards to Xiao Shan, these few grade 6 heavenly alchemists, Yi Yuan naturally felt assured.
But, toward grade 5 heavenly alchemists, he was really quite worried.
A doctor's benevolence, not being able to treat, was fine. But killing people through treatment would be a big problem.
Very soon, Xiao Shan and the others began to apply the needles. Stars illuminated in the camp.
Among them, it was Xiao Shan's stellar power that was the strongest.
To them, these extreme medicine sect's disciples, the days after the defeat were not easy.
Hence, they also urgently needed an opportunity to wash away the shame of the sect.
Present, it was clearly a great opportunity.
Xiao Shan did his best. His performance was the best. Ace, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist, his eyesight and learning ability were far from what grade 5 heavenly alchemists could compare to. These 5 days, he had already deduced countless in his mind. In addition, there was the demonstration of Yi Yuan, this master. He was naturally even more confident. The moment a grade 6 heavenly alchemist took action, that was naturally extraordinary. Xiao Shan had the intention of showing off too, so as to restore the reputation of the sect. For a time, the other people's sharp edge was overshadowed by him all at once. Even the stellar power that Yi Yuan called down could not compare to him. Master Xiao Shan is well deserving of being the commander of the military doctors, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. In just 5 short days, he could cultivate this technique to such a boundary, remarkable. Master Dao Chun is also amazing. He's just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. His future prospects are limitless. The extreme medicine sect is the extreme medicine sect. This deep foundation is incomparable. The moment the extreme medicine sect's disciples made their moves, it immediately attracted a burst of exclamations. Not just Xiao Shan, the technique of the other extreme medicine sect's disciples also made people exclaim with admiration. But, seeing Xiao Shan applying the needles, Yi Yuan's expression became odd. 90%? Was boasting done like this? Or did the extreme medicine sect's people all have such grandiose ambitions but puny abilities? In Yi Yuan's eyes, Xiao Shan's current technique was at most considered a pass. 60%. This guy actually bragged that he reached 90%? As for the others, only Dao Chun was slightly better, barely reaching 50%. The rest did not even reach 50%. Yi Yuan could not help but have some doubts. Were these guys really from a hegemon-level sect? This needle technique was indeed born out of the Xuanji 9 leaves. But simplicity was not simple. Yi Yuan's Xuanji 9 leaves had long already attained sublimity completely under his control. Pray tell, could the acupuncture technique that he developed really be simple? If it was simple, it would also be impossible to forcibly suppress the berserk blood corruption poison. Xiao Shan's momentum looked very powerful, but he did not comprehend the essence of his acupuncture technique at all, even though he had already repeatedly emphasized it. Yi Yuan could not help sighing. It seemed like he still thought too highly of the disciples of these hegemon-level Holy Land. He was actually like everyone else, blindly trusting these sects. He had already taught by precept and example. The rest could only depend on these people's own comprehensions. But looking at it now, it seemed like it did not go as he wanted. Although the current techniques of Xiao Shan and the others were still a little unfamiliar, even if they become proficient, it would be impossible to truly reach his level 2. Many of those heavenly alchemists were secretly watching Yi Yuan's expression. Seeing Yi Yuan secretly shake his head, these people could not help feeling unhappy. It seemed like Master Yi was a narrow-minded person too and could not stand to see other people get good. Ugh! Ugh! Pooh! Suddenly, one of the patients started twitching and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly wilting. The people present could not help jumping in fright. It was still fine just now. What happened? Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he arrived in front of that person like lightning. Scram! He kicked that extreme medicine sect disciple flying with a foot, the divine essence needles in his hand penetrating into the patient's body swiftly. Along with one divine essence needle after another being injected, that person's blood corruption poison was finally forcefully suppressed by Yi Yuan. Except, the effect of the treatment was much poorer. Yi Yuan shot that person who was kicked flying by him fiercely and shouted coldly, "Told you guys just now how much ability you have, just say how much. Don't show off your ability. With your bit of skill, you also dare to come out and apply the needles." In Yi Yuan's view, as a heavenly alchemist, one could not do anything that they were not confident of. Clearly did not have the ability but wanted to attempt it. This was harming people. This sort of thing. Yi Yuan could not stand it. The person who was kicked flying was called Xianxia, who was also an elite disciple of the extreme medicine sect. Being berated by Yi Yuan, Xianxia said indignantly, "It's my first time applying the needles after all. How can I have absolute confidence? You're clearly holding a grudge against what happened before and using your position to get even with your personal grudge." The extreme medicine sect's disciples were extremely prideful. If not for the blow due to the incident this time, their arrogance could poke a hole in the sky. In his view, being able to reach this step for the first time was already very impressive. Actually, he was just on the cusp of being able and not being able to do it.
But, for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's face, he still stepped forward without hesitation. It was just that he did not expect that he still messed it up in the end. When Yi Yuan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "You mean that because it's the first time you're applying the needles, you can treat the brothers' lives as a joke? If he died, he deserves it." Xianxia's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "I didn't say that. You're making slanderous charges. Surnamed Yi, let me tell you, my extreme medicine sect's disciples aren't easy to bully." Xiao Shan had already finished applying the needles, but his brows furrowed together. He knew that he had bragged too hard. Just now, he pledged in all solemnity that he had already comprehended 90%. While he had completed the treatment, the effects of his treatment were much worse than Yi Yuan's. Probably did not even reach half. He was a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. How could he not know the gap in between? Logically speaking, if he had comprehended 80%, the effects should naturally also be 90% of Yi Yuan's. But now it was not even half. He was fully focused just now and did not notice the rest. But now, seeing Yi Yuan getting mad at Xianxia, he figured out the whole story and said with a frown, "Yi Yuan, I'll apologize on behalf of Xianxia for this matter. First time applying the needles, mistakes occurring is inevitable." When Yi Yuan heard it, he was even more enraged and said with a cold smile, "Hoo-hoo, you want to brush this over casually with a sentence?" Previously, when using the true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison, it was like this. Now, when I teach you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves, it's still the same. Are human lives worthless in your eyes? Doctors are not martial artists. One would rather not take action if they don't have the confidence. I clearly said before previously, don't step forward if you don't have the confidence. But you all? You didn't care at all and had to come forward to flaunt your superiority. Disregarding this guy, the others are also all lumps of shit when applying the needles. Actually, it could not be said that Yi Yuan did not have anger in his heart for what happened before. The extreme medicine sect's attitude towards this sort of thing was completely different from him. Changing perspectives, if someone questioned his proposal at that time, he would definitely go and ascertain it. But these people did not take other people's opinions in at all. If say that his words carried little weight at that time, then what about now? He had already proved his strength, they saw it too, but they were still like this. Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction with these people also reached its peak. Therefore, his words were very nasty too. Xiao Shan's eyes could not help turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Xianxia is the extreme medicine sect's disciple after all. What do you want?" These words were using the extreme medicine sect to oppress people. The extreme medicine sect had a pivotal status in the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and the Heaven One War. A measly little Yi Yuan was insignificant like an ant in front of such a colossal giant. Yi Yuan laughed from extreme rage and said, "I said before previously, punishment by military law. It looks like you guys treated it like water rolling off a duck's back." Xianxia did not care about these words at all and said disdainfully, "What a joke! How many people have my extreme medicine sect saved in this war? How many great achievements have been made? Now, you actually want to punish me with military law?" Xiao Shan also said in a cold voice, "Nobody can touch my extreme medicine sect's people." It became dangerously explosively inside the tent. Each and every one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples turned their noses up at Yi Yuan. Their haughtiness would not change because of Yi Yuan's monstrous performance. When a conflict happened, their contempt for Yi Yuan was no less. No matter how monstrous, he was also just an ant. In front of the extreme medicine sect, he was nothing. Suddenly, Yi Yuan restrained his imposing aura, turned around and came to the patient's side, and began to administer needles. This person had needles administered by one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples previously. The effects barely managed to suppress the blood corruption poison. Furthermore, it was very unstable. Yi Yuan saved the life of the seemingly hopeless patient again off of his foundation. He did not say a word, retreating these soldiers anew, including Xiao Shan's. When Xianxia saw this scene, he could not help but snicker.
He said disdainfully, I was wondering how impressive great genius Yi was, but it turns out that it's nothing more than this.
He still yielded in the end.
There's no choice. Who made the extreme medicine sect to be so powerful? In our Heaven One army, only the extreme medicine sect are experts in alchemy. Even if one reaches the hegemon realm, they have to give them phase 2. Otherwise, this war can't be fought anymore. However, I feel that it's still Master Yi who's sympathetic to us, these common people. A doctor's benevolence, Master Yi is really thinking about us. Think so too, but an arm can't twist a thigh. He can't help it as well.
Yi Yuan's rage naturally aroused the strong dislike of the extreme medicine sect's disciples.
But those ordinary soldiers felt that it was very intimate.
Saint Sovereign Heaven, when placed on the rain-clear continent, was an absolute overlord. But, in this entire grand bright jade complete heaven, they were barely qualified to be cannon fodders.
In this war, they were even more so cannon fodder-like existences. To those powerhouses, their lives were completely worthless.
Even in the eyes of these top major sect's disciples, their lives were worthless too.
If they died, so be it. Being able to contribute to the Heaven One army, that was their honor.
This could be felt from Xianxia's words. But Yi Yuan's way of doing things gave them dignity. They were grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts, but facing a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect, they were powerless to do anything too. Very soon, Yi Yuan treated those 10 people.
Xiaoshan said, Yi Yuan, you've indeed rendered 2 great contributions, but compared to my extreme medicine sect, you're still too insignificant.
Our extreme medicine sect is supporting the entire Heaven One continent. Do you understand? Dao Chan also smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, you have to understand your status. You're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Our extreme medicine sect isn't an existence that you can afford to provoke. These words were rather impolite already. A kind person gets bullied, a kind horse gets ridden. Yi Yuan giving in made Dao Chan and the rest even more proud of themselves. The Heaven One Army's heavenly alchemist system and the extreme medicine sect established their own systems. Other heavenly alchemists did not dare to fight at all. Those heavenly alchemists that were from the extreme medicine sect also regarded themselves as superior to others. Actually, the extreme medicine sect had committed a fatal error in this war. But nobody dared to raise it up and punish them to teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked toward Dao Chan, and said, Oh?
In this army, one needs to talk about status too? Isn't it military orders can't be disobeyed? Dao Chan said disdainfully, in the army, military orders naturally can't be disobeyed.
But who the hell are you? You're merely a foreigner from a remote continent. You don't even have status. You aren't a member of the army at all. You're actually giving orders here. How laughable.
Haha, you said punish by military law and we'll punish by military law?
Do you think that you're Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi?
A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist giving orders here, who gave you the authority? Xianxia said with a loud laugh.
What was called overestimating one's own ability.
This is called overestimating one's own ability.
In the view of the extreme medicine sex people, Yi Yuan's posturing action was really laughable.
In the heavenly alchemist system, no one dared to posture in front of the extreme medicine sect yet.
Zhao Chun was very anxious by the side. With regards to Yi Yuan, he already held him in great esteem. He could feel that Yi Yuan sincerely had the best interests at heart for his brothers. Otherwise, he could have long let the extreme medicine sect's disciples administer the needles. But he did not. Yi Yuan set an example by personally taking part, taking great pains to demonstrate the Xuanji 9 leaves. It was for the sake of letting these extreme medicine sect disciples learn a little faster. Even so, he was still worried and planned on letting these people administer the needles in batches. Reality also proved that Yi Yuan was right.
Zhao Chen also could not deny that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar of the Heaven One continent.
But they did not have any compassion towards ordinary soldiers at all.
In fact, many times they were just test subjects.
Now, seeing the extreme medicine sect's disciples target Yi Yuan together, he could not look on anymore and spoke up. Master Yi saved our lives. He's our brother and naturally a part of the army.
Right?
Master Yi saved Heaven One continent and saved all of our lives. Now he's helping us suppress the blood corruption poison. He's our brother.
What Centurion Zhao said is right. He's our brother. The moment Zhao Chen opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred.
Sincerity was often won with sincerity in the army. If you were good to him, he would know.
Furthermore, the feelings between fellow officers tend to be even more sincere.
These few days, Yi Yuan administered the needles day and night without sleeping or resting.
In the hearts of these ordinary soldiers, they had long already treated Yi Yuan as a brother.
There were probably hundreds of soldiers present. When they spoke up simultaneously, it directly pushed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to the corner of the wall. Including Xiao Shan, each and every one of their faces was awkward to the extreme. This face was slapped resoundingly.
Zhao Chen, are you rebelling? Dao Chen shouted angrily.
Xianxia also questioned, Yi Yuan saved your lives, but didn't my extreme medicine sect save your lives? Zhao Chan said, the extreme medicine sect has naturally saved our lives before, but you didn't. Not only didn't you guys save us before, you nearly caused the Northern Front Army to completely collapse. Zhao Chen's one sentence directly cornered the extreme medicine sect again. They were unable to refute. It was because this was a fact. Dao Chun laughed from extreme fury and said, Hoo-hoo, Zhao Chen, grew capable huh? Have you forgotten how you sucked up to us back then? Have you forgotten how you reproved Yi Yuan? Zhao Chun said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. What you said is right.
Back then, we believed in the extreme medicine sect too much, resulting in today's disastrous consequences.
The initially over 300 men under me are only left with 100 men now.
Among these 100 men, there are even 70% who
are afflicted with blood corruption poison. If not for Master Yi, it would have been impossible for the 100 of us to return. Even if we returned, at most 20 to 30 of these 100 people can remain.
The moment these words came out, the ordinary soldiers nodded one after another.
Zhao Chen's current mood, they felt the same way too. For some centurions, the men under them were pretty much all dead.
But the expressions of Dao Chen and the rest became ugly to the extreme. One should not hit the face when hitting people, but this face was really slapped resoundingly now. No one had ever dared to slap the extreme medicine sect's face like this before.
Did these guys all eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Xiao Shan's face darkened, and he said, Come men, Zhao Chun is misleading people with rumors, slandering the extreme medicine sect.
Take Zhao Chen down for me and punish by military law.
Immediately, 2 attendant soldiers beside him stepped out of the ranks and immediately escorted Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun was clearly long prepared and did not resist. He was not a fool. Xiao Shan was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse, a commander of the Northern Front Army. When he came forward at this time and spoke up for Yi Yuan, he would definitely be retaliated against. But he felt that he should come forward at this time.
Just as the attendant soldier was going to drag Zhao Chen away, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Stop.
Xiao Shan looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, You're not a member of the army. Could it be that you still want to interfere in our army's affairs? Yi Yuan was indifferent and flashed a plaque, saying coolly, What did you say just now?
Say it again. Seeing the token that Yi Yuan flashed, Xiao Shan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief.
Great Commander Token.
How? How do you have this? Xiao Shan said in shock.
Although Xiao Shan was questioning it, the Yi word engraved on the token, as well as the unique aura emitting from the token, could not be faked.
Regarding the Northern Front Army, not counting Emperor-level powerhouses, the highest commander was Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief.
And below him were the 5 grand completion true sovereign heaven great commanders. Below great commanders, true sovereign heaven powerhouses were all commander level. Each person had a corresponding token. Now, Yi Yuan actually took out a great commander token. The shock in Xiao Shan's heart could be imagined. There were only 5 of these tokens.
Furthermore, their holders were all grand completion true sovereign heaven powerhouses.
Where did Yi Yuan get it? Emperor Dan Fei conferred the Great Commander token and let me lead the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Commander Xiao, I wonder if this Yi has the authority to meddle in this army's affairs. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Shan and said it word by word.
Everyone present was in an uproar.
Meanwhile, Xianxia's pupils constricted, having a look of astonishment in his eyes. This great commander token was actually personally bestowed by Emperor Dan Fei. Emperor Dan Fei was the supreme commander of the northern battlefront in the truest sense.
Normally, his movements and traces were elusive and secretive. The Saint Sovereign Heaven Army's battles were actually on the outer periphery too.
The true core regions were the great battles of these emperor-level powerhouses. That level of fight could be said to startle heaven and shock the earth. Logically speaking, Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi himself already had the qualifications to confer Great Commander. But the Heavenly Alchemist Division did not have a great commander. It had always been Xiao Shan in charge of it. Xiao Shan's strength was lacking, and he could not be a great commander either. But who could have thought that Emperor Dan Fei actually personally intervened in the affairs of the army and bestowed the Great Commander token upon Yi Yuan? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan directly became his, Xiao Shan's, superior? This sort of thing was too comical.
A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually became the immediate superior of him, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist? But something that Emperor Dan Fei personally concerned himself with, who could refute it?
The likes of Xiao Shan and Dao Chun had always been calling Yi Yuan's identity into question before. Now it was good. Not only did Yi Yuan become a member of the army, but he also even became the great commander of the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Could he not meddle? He could meddle too well. The Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander was just nice in charge of all the Heavenly Alchemists present, including Xiao Shan.
It was unbelievably appropriate.
Actually, Xiao Shan's arrest of Zhao Chun was somewhat unjustifiable. After all, Zhao Chun was not his direct subordinate. But the extreme medicine sect's disciples were used to normally being domineering. Coupled with Xiao Shan's status as commander, he was the Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander in practice. Even Zhao Chen's superiors would not intercede for him too.
But now things were different. If Commander Xiao has any doubts, you can go and ask Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi. Yi Yuan said coolly.
No need. This token can't be faked, Xiao Shan said in a solemn voice. He had never felt so aggrieved before. As one of the extreme medicine sect's grade 6 heavenly alchemists, his status in the army was extremely respected. Even true sovereign heaven powerhouses had to beg him for help too. But now, he was actually being suppressed by a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How could he not be gloomy?
Yi Yuan naturally did not care about Xiao Shan's attitude. He said lightly, then can this great commander meddle in the army's affairs?
You can, Xiao Shan said in a muffled voice.
But these words were like a clap of thunder when they landed in Zhang Xiu's ears, instantly stunning him.
What was the meaning of this?
Not caring about him anymore? That Yi Yuan was assuming a new official post, he would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Yi Yuan said coolly, since I can meddle, then this great commander will say a few more words here. In this army, the brothers with sects and factions are probably not in the minority. The hegemon-level sects in this Heaven One continent are also not just your extreme medicine sect alone.
The extreme medicine sect has indeed rendered great contributions in resisting the blood race. But which of the brothers fighting on the battlefield doesn't have credit? The other hegemon-level sects have no credit?
Or is it that the Saint Sovereign Heavens that came from hegemon-level sects have a higher status than those small sects? If that's the case, our side has already established factions. How will this war still be fought?
After entering the army, everyone is a fellow officer brother. Heavenly alchemists are a member of the army too. Everyone has parents and were raised by them. Who's more valuable than others? You're a saint. Sovereign Heaven, but isn't he also a Saint Sovereign Heaven? If you have the ability, try breaking through to true Sovereign Heaven. With the army being defeated this time, the extreme medicine sect can't absolve yourselves from the blame. Nobody is investigating you guys precisely because the extreme medicine sect has made great contributions. But committing mistakes is committing mistakes. We can't talk about it? Said a few words about you and he has to get punished by military law? Xiao Shan, then how will you be dealt with for rebutting me, this great commander? Dao Chun, you're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How should you be dealt with for talking back to me, this great commander? Xiao Shan's face turned black, and he was immediately choked until he could not speak. You're freaking sneak attacking me. Clearly had the Great Commander token long ago, but you didn't take it out. As for Dao Chun, his face even became ashen. Actually, it was really not that Yi Yuan ambushed him. After coming out from Dan Fei there, Ming Yi still had important military affairs to discuss. So he stayed behind and casually instructed his subordinates to bring Yi Yuan to diagnose and treat the soldiers. Yi Yuan was not someone who showed off either. He naturally would not take out his Great Commander token. If not for the extreme medicine sect pressing people too far, he really would not care for taking out the Great Commander token. Already crushed you in Alchemy Dao. What did I still need some Great Commander token for?
Let him go, Yi Yuan said to the two attendant soldiers coldly. The two attendant soldiers were at a loss on what to do and looked toward Xiao Shan.
Xiao Shan waved his hand, indicating for them to let go. Only then did they behave like they were granted amnesty. It was so uncomfortable to be caught between Great Commander and Commander. When Zhao Chun was released, his two eyes were emitting light. He also did not expect that Master Yi actually performed an unexpected reversal, slapping the extreme medicine sect's disciples' faces resoundingly.
In reality, after returning from the big defeat this time, they really felt aggrieved to the extreme.
It was clearly a man-made disaster, but they could not say it out loud.
The extreme medicine sect's prestige in their hearts fell to rock bottom all at once. Now, Yi Yuan saying it out in front of everyone, they felt much more liberated. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted coldly, "Zhao Chen, take Xianxia down for me." Zhao Chen's entire body trembled, immediately stepping forward and arresting Xianxia.
Xianxia yelled, "Martial Uncle Xiao Shan, save me." Xiao Shan had a sullen face as he said in a cold voice, "Great Commander, do you really have to do this? My extreme medicine sect's face isn't easy to slap."
"You just arrived and might not know it yet. Among the Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses that came this time, there's also my extreme medicine
sect's ancestor." The Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses were naturally not just Dan Fei alone.
It was just that he was the strongest.
However, Yi Yuan did not buy it and just said coolly, "Military orders can't be disobeyed. Today, if I don't kill people, you guys won't know the preciousness of human life. Our comrades aren't for people to use as experiments. Zhao Chun, haul him out and kill him."
Xianxia died.
The entire army was in shock.
Nobody expected that an extreme medicine sect's top disciple was sentenced to death just like this. Unexpectedly, but also within reason, the applause was continuous.
The big defeat was not to be blamed on the fight. The loss was too pathetic. It was clearly the extreme medicine sect who caused the defeat, but in the end, they could not do anything to them. The Heaven One army needed a relief outlet, and Zhang Xiu played this role very honorably. Extreme medicine sect's disciples finally got their retribution. Feels amazing. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan, a grade 5 heavenly alchemist, could actually become a great commander.
Feel that he is intentionally helping us to vent this frustration. Haha, what a coincidence.
I think so too. With so many of our brothers dead, what right do they have to be completely fine? Extreme medicine sect's disciples normally had aloof airs like they are standing high above the masses. Your father has found them displeasing to the eye for a long time.
It was true that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar that propped up the sky.
But this also developed the domineering personalities of the extreme medicine sect's disciples.
Even if they were similarly Saint Sovereign Heavens, they were also aloof from the masses.
In their eyes, ordinary soldiers were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them at all. Therefore, the people in the army who were unhappy with them were not in the minority.
It was just that they dared to get angry but did not dare to speak.
After all, when they get injured, they still needed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to treat them.
Sentencing Zhang Xiu to death, Xiao Shan flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone knew that an even higher level contest would start soon.
At the Northern Front battle this time, the extreme medicine sect sent an ancestor over too. Killing the extreme medicine sect's people was equivalent to slapping their faces. How could they be willing to drop the matter? The wrath of an emperor-level powerhouse was not what a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven could bear.
In the eyes of emperor-level powerhouses, Yi Yuan, this great commander, had no weight at all.
The extreme medicine sect's disciples were even sneering in their hearts. Do you think that by becoming a great commander, you can use a made-up directive to order people around and disregard my extreme medicine sect? Laughable. Great commander. Just you wait to receive ancestors' wrath.
When he heard the news of Xianxia being sentenced to death, Mingyi was currently discussing military affairs with Emperor Dan Fei.
He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "This boy, is he crazy?
It's just been a few days and he caused such a major problem."
When Emperor Wuchun finds out about this news, he'll definitely be beyond furious.
Lord Emperor, please hurry up and rescind your order. Otherwise, if it causes unhappiness
between emperors, that will be a big problem. But Dan Fei's reaction was not as intense as Ming Yi's. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth even revealed a hint of a smile. He reached his hand out and pressed down. Gesturing to Ming Yi, he said smilingly, "Just a small matter." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Emperor, this isn't a small matter."
But Dan Fei said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do you feel that Yi Yuan did something wrong with regards to this matter?"
Ming Yi said without the slightest hesitation, "Of course he's wrong. The extreme medicine sect is a pillar that props up the sky. How can one of them be killed lightly?
Moreover, there's even ancestors Wuchen standing behind them.
Originally, letting him be the great commander, Xiaoshan would
definitely be unconvinced. Now, doesn't it leave behind even more of a handle for gossip?"
But Dan Fei smiled meaningfully and said, "Ming Yi, you
are not seeing it as deeply as Yi Yuan?"
Ming Yi was startled and hurriedly said, "Lord Emperor, please clarify."
He knew that he might have overlooked some aspects. Dan Fei smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not only will this matter not incur Wuchen's displeasure, he'll be grateful to Yi Yuan instead.
Yi Yuan, this great commander, has also thoroughly established his position firmly through this matter. Additionally, he'll even get the whole army's love and respect."
Killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
Hulu, I really didn't expect that in just a few days. This boy would give this seat a huge surprise.
Dan Fei stroked his beard and smiled, clearly extremely satisfied with Yi Yuan. Mingyi was dazed after listening, not knowing what it meant at all. When Dan Fei saw that he still did not understand, he could not resist shaking his head and sighing.
Ming Yi was startled in his heart. Is Lord Emperor dissatisfied with me? The defeat of this great battle was entirely caused by the failure of the extreme medicine sect's true spirit method of suppression. After returning, it seemed like everyone had forgotten about this. Why is that?
Because no one dares to mention this. How can a colossal giant like the extreme medicine sect be what a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven army can shake?
But if the soldiers don't say, does that mean that they really had no resentment in their hearts? Of course they do.
The big defeat this time nearly caused extremely serious consequences, and it was entirely caused by the extreme medicine sect.
The crux is that before the great battle, Yi Yuan even
warned the extreme medicine sect's disciples that there was a problem with this suppression method. The resentment in the soldiers' hearts is likely already rising to the sky.
And just nice at this time, Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. What do you think those soldiers will think?
Dan Fei explained skillfully and patiently. Mingyi was dumbfounded from listening.
But Emperor Wuchen there.
Wuchen, this old fellow, he understands it in his heart. Not only does he understand, but he's also actually very anxious in his heart too. Emperor realm powerhouses can naturally disregard the thoughts of Saint Sovereign Heavens. But the failure this time was also a tremendous blow to the
extreme medicine sect. It even affected their status in the Heaven One Alliance.
At this time, it's particularly important whether or not the soldiers are submitting wholeheartedly.
Over at the southern front, there hasn't been too much war recently. There's still a chance to remedy it. But the northern front here has already suffered a big defeat. So how can the reputation of the extreme medicine sect be restored? Xianxia was just a minor character of little importance. His death won't affect much, but it gave the soldiers a great relief outlet. The soldiers understand in their hearts that they can't do anything to the extreme medicine sect. But they can imagine Xianxia as the extreme medicine sect and blame things on him bitterly.
Following this incident, the extreme medicine sect's disciples will be doing their best to treat the injured in the future and even eradicating the blood corruption poison under Yi Yuan's lead. Not only will the extreme medicine sect's reputation not suffer damage, but it might also make their prestige like
the noonday sun instead. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, he's also just one person. It still needs the extreme medicine sect's disciples to really save people. Isn't that so? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist's death can minimize the negative impact of this defeat. Do you think Zuchan, that old fellow, should be grateful to Yi Yuan or not?
Not only will he not do anything to Yi Yuan, but he'll also even recognize Yi Yuan's status as a great commander. Yi Yuan's position of great commander can be considered to be secured.
Talking until here, Dan Fei was even more pleased with himself, as if this was his own masterpiece. He also indeed had his breath taken away in wonder by Yi Yuan's ingenious brushwork.
This move was even more amazing than him executing Xuanji 9 leaves. It was completely resolving a big issue with little effort.
Ming Yi, who was by the side, was long already dumbfounded from listening. He completely did not expect that the death of a measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually implicated such a complicated situation. A puny little Yi Yuan could actually see the overall situation so penetratingly? This was impossible.
Lord Emperor, his luck is also too good, right? Ming Yi shook his head and said with a bitter smile.
Luck.
Dan Fei continued and said, this isn't luck.
This boy saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, seeing the world clearly, and has exceedingly high comprehension ability. He's definitely a world-shattering talent. This matter looks like a dispute caused by personal feelings, but in reality, it's a situation that resulted from him advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Each step seemed to be extremely coincidental, but when so many coincidences come together, it's no longer a coincidence. Ancestor, Yi Yuan, this boy is bullying people too far. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually dares to assume the majesty of the tiger and kill our extreme medicine sect's disciple.
If this matter is dropped just like this, how will our extreme medicine sect still have face to continue stay in the Heaven One Alliance? In front of Emperor Zuoqin, Xiaoshan could not stop his anger.
How venerated was the extreme medicine sect, and how noble were their disciples.
A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually rode on top of their heads.
If this could be endured, what else could not be? But no matter how enraged Xiaoshan was, Zuoqin seemed to be very calm. Just this? I got it, Zuoqin said coolly. Xiaoshan was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? Ancestor, then Yi Yuan. Restrain our disciples properly. They all have to obey Yi Yuan's orders. This is the army. He's the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. No matter which sect you're from, you have to obey his orders. Zuoqin still said calmly. Xiaoshan somewhat doubted his ears. Did he hear wrongly? Ancestor Zuoqin was the extreme medicine sect's Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. He actually wanted his own sect's people to obey the orders of a grade 5 heavenly alchemist.
How can this be?
Could it be that our extreme medicine sect's disciple died in vain just like this? Xiaoshan said unwillingly. Zuoqin said, how is it in vain?
Zhang Xiu's death was honorable. It's a worthy death. Transmit orders to the 3 armies. Zhang Xiu treated others with contempt, went against his superior, and acted with utter disregard for human life. He should be punished for his crime.
Yi Yuan has rendered amazing merit, his alchemy path talent being outstanding. This seat is going to take him in as a personal disciple. The day when the Northern Front's war is brought to successful completion, this seat will officially take him in as a disciple. Xiaoshan was completely dumbfounded. His brain seemed to be unable to think anymore. Emperor Zuoqin's words shocked him into a daze. Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. Ancestor did not stand up for him. He even said, well killed? No, this is not the main point. Personal disciple.
Emperor Zuoqin is actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple.
This is too outrageous. Emperor Zuoqin was an Emperor Vast Heaven ancestor.
He actually personally came forward to take a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a personal disciple?
This sort of thing was simply even more shocking than the sun rising from the west. Are all these emperor powerhouses mad? Yi Yuan became his martial uncle with a sway of his body?
That was too preposterous.
A bumpkin from the countryside actually became his little martial uncle.
Xiaoshan suddenly felt that this world was too crazy.
He did not know how he left. His entire head was dizzy. Zuochun, this level of powerhouse, was simply disdainful to explain anything to Xiaoshan. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Ming Yi's strength was up to par, with half a foot stepped into the door of Emperor Realm. That was why he would be treated differently by Dan Fei. As for him, Xiaoshan, he was not qualified enough yet.
Everything that happened today was too fantastical and too unthinkable.
First was Emperor Dan Fei personally admitting that Yi Yuan was the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. Following that, the extreme medicine sect's ancestor, Emperor Zuochun, was actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. Two top emperors actually showed favor to a measly little saint exalt heaven at the same time. The position of great commander was already extremely respected to begin with. Now Yi Yuan became Emperor Zuochun's disciple. This was even more terrifying.
Disregarding other things, just based on seniority, Yi Yuan's seniority could scare people to death.
One had to know, in the extreme medicine sect, even if Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses saw Zuochun, they had to call martial uncle respectfully too. Zuochun's strength was also an extreme existence among all the Emperor Vast Heavens. His status in the extreme medicine sect was very high too.
God knew how many people wanted to become his disciple but could not.
Among them even included some Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses. Unsurprisingly, the entire Northern Front army was stunned again. Concerning Emperor Zuochun taking Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple, this matter was too sensational. In the entire army camp, there were discussions everywhere. Crazy. It's really crazy. I even thought that Emperor Zuochun was going to fly into a great rage this time and even get into a tussle with Emperor Dan Fei. Who knew that not only did he not, he's actually going to take Yi Yuan in as his personal disciple. What a miraculous play! Great Commander Yi Yuan killed the extreme medicine sect's disciple. Not only did the extreme medicine sect's ancestor not blame him, but also he's going to take him in as a disciple instead. Looks like the extreme medicine sect isn't all arrogant and domineering people either. The big shots above all have sharp eyes.
Great Commander Yi Yuan is our benefactor. We also feel honored that he can soar to the sky in one leap.
Beyond the shock, many people were happy for Yi Yuan. The sensational effect of this incident swept away the haze of the defeat previously.
The love for the house extended to even the crows perching on the roof. Many soldiers' dislike toward the extreme medicine sect also reduced to the minimum.
When Emperor Dan Fei heard this news, he could not help being stunned, then immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Old punk Zuochun is indeed as shrewd as ever. This move of pushing the boat along the current is used really brilliantly to the max."
Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, who could have thought that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven became the Northern Front Army's popular figure all of a sudden.
When I see this boy, I'll even have to call Martial Uncle. How will I still be the Commander-in-Chief?
Dan Fei also laughed loudly when he heard that and said, interesting.
Interesting. Zuochun, this old thing has never followed a set pattern. It's what this seat admires the most.
However, the move this time really surprised me.
But then again, Yi Yuan is indeed a good seedling that's hard to come across.
It's just that pity that he's a divergent cultivator. The words carried endless regret.
How could he not know that Yi Yuan was a good seedling?
But the fates of divergent cultivators were not up to them.
Since time immemorial, how many divergent cultivators had there been? Those able to cultivate the Emperor realm were like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin. Very rare. Those who could cultivate to Emperor Vast Heaven could be counted on one's fingers. What did failing to attain it mean?
Death. Dead under doubt tribulation. Either succeed or die trying.
When Yi Yuan himself heard this news, he also had a struck senseless look. He had never even seen before Emperor Zuochun, and the other party was actually going to take him in as a personal disciple?
But after thinking about it, he understood Zuochun's thoughts. This move held extraordinary significance. Indeed, these big shots operated from a strategically advantageous position. None of them were simple.
He used a weaker force to deal with a greater force, and the other party took advantage of a favorable trend.
He was going to become someone else's disciple? Nobody came to ask about his thoughts?
Maybe he would refuse? Alright, actually, Yi Yuan himself was also quite moved.
No matter what, the extreme medicine sect was the strongest alchemy path sect in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, not one of. Being able to become the extreme medicine sect's disciple, no one could refuse it.
Moreover, his master was even an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist. With regards to Xiaoshan and the rest, Yi Yuan looked down on them. Yi Yuan had high regard of himself, but he was not ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In front of a Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist, he was merely an ant. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also knew that the likes of Xiaoshan were not the top class in the extreme medicine sect. The true elites were all at the southern front. The northern front's war was too sudden. The real elite disciples were unable to be transferred over for a while. One had to know. Back then, a Pill Alliance's holy son, Song Yongning, practically forced him into a desperate situation. And he was merely a disciple taught by the extreme medicine sect's abandoned child, Li Chongxing. Looking at a leopard through a tube to see only one spot, the extreme medicine sect's strength was clear at a glance.
Therefore, becoming a Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist's disciple, Yi Yuan was actually not resistant to it.
The urgent matter on hand was not acknowledging him as a master but to truly resolve the danger of the blood corruption. Sure enough, the following events went much smoother.
The extreme medicine sect's disciples became incomparably respectful and submissive in front of Yi Yuan.
No one dared to contradict Yi Yuan anymore. The word of Yi Yuan, this great commander, also truly carried the weight of 9 tripods. Under Yi Yuan's teaching, Xuanji 9 leaves and the rest grasped the blood corruption poison very soon and officially started to take over the suppression of the blood corruption poison.
Although the effects of their treatment were far inferior to Yi Yuan's, it would barely suffice. Yi Yuan treated the most difficult group of people. The remaining risk became much smaller too.
However, the extreme medicine sect's disciples also strictly abided by the rule that Yi Yuan set. Without full confidence, they were not to administer acupuncture on the soldiers arbitrarily.
At present, there was naturally no one who dared to retort anymore.
Within the Great Hall, more than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses were all using strange gazes to look at Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan, are you sure that you want to do this? You have to know, once the Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses really make a move, you'll definitely die without a doubt. Emperor Danfei looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, they won't make a move.
To the Blood Race, the most pressing matter on hand isn't to slaughter the human race but to guard the spatial passageway. No matter whether it is Emperor Realm powerhouses or the army below Emperor Realm, their numbers can't match ours. Under this kind of circumstance, the risk of making a move against me is too great. If you all take the opportunity to go sneak attack the spatial passageway, they will lose more than they gain.
Of course, if they really dare to send people to deal with me, Lord Emperors can turn the ruse reel and go sneak attack the spatial passageway.
The Blood Race has 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses at present. Even if they send the weakest one to come and deal with us, your odds of winning will most likely increase significantly too. Emperor Dan Fei's gaze was gleaming as he said, this way you'll face certain death.
Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, putting aside that there's an extremely low chance of such a thing happening, even if it really happened, the other brothers are willing to die for Heaven One. So why won't I, Yi Yuan, willingly die too?
These few days, Yi Yuan heard too many heartwarming stories when treating those wounded people. Although the absolute heaven barrier barely managed to stop the blood race, everyone understood that the absolute heaven barrier would ultimately be breached one day.
The more it was at this kind of life and death juncture, the more touching stories would emerge. Such as a chiliarch called Xianxia, his family of close to 100 people all died in service. At that time, Xianxia was still young, only greater sublime heavenly stratum.
He watched his father's generation and forefathers die on the battlefield with his own eyes. The feeling of powerlessness permeated everywhere. Heaven One Alliance originally planned to let Xianxia stay in the rear in order to present the Xin family's only bloodline.
But after his strength reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, he joined the Heaven One army without hesitation and became a warrior.
This time, he was inflicted with blood corruption poison too and dying due to heavy injuries. But he did not have any regrets on his face. He proudly said that he killed 10 bloodkins. One should not look at how it was only a mere 10 people. This was an amazing record. The blood race was too difficult to kill. Another example was the great hegemon-level Holy Land's Mirror Moon sect. They had a peerless heavens chosen, Shi Chuyoung, who once appeared before.
This heavens chosen could be said to be invincible in the same rank. One had to know being known as invincible at the same level across the entire grand bright jade complete heaven, this plane, how gloriously resplendent he was.
But then he led a squad of more than 100 people and was in charge of covering a wound unit to evacuate.
Who knew that they actually walked into the ambush of the blood race? There were 3,000 people in this division of Bloodkin. Furthermore, it was an elite team of Bloodkin, each of them was extremely powerful.
Furthermore, there were even true sovereign heaven powerhouses in the team. In order to cover the wound to evacuate, Shi Chuyoung led this squad of 100 men to fight to the death. In the end, this squad of 100 people, they were all killed. But Shi Chuyoung fought 3 great true sovereign heavens by himself, killing 2 of them. This division of Blood Race army suffered casualties of more than half.
To the Heaven One Alliance, this was practically something impossible to accomplish.
He fought 3 great true sovereign heavens alone. Did he not have the strength to escape? He did not. In other words, the significance of his survival was more important than this squad of 100 people and all the wounded.
This was a super genius reputed to have the potential of reaching the hegemon realm. But he did not.
One after another, this kind of stories, they were far too many. Even if Yi Yuan had experienced too much, he also involuntarily shed tears at times. He was an outsider, but he was also a member of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, a member of the human race. Under such desperate situations, he needed to contribute.
Yi Yuan was a peerless heavens chosen, but he had never regarded himself as head and shoulders above others.
Other people could contribute. He could too.
In reality, he had always done so too.
At this time, an Emperor Realm powerhouse ridiculed him. "Brat, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens?"
Let me tell you, the young powerhouses in the blood race are even stronger than the Heaven One Alliance.
According to what I know, 3 among the Saint Sovereign 100 sons came in their army this time, Yan Meng, Wu Shang, and Yuan Zheng.
Just based on the 5 of you, you're going to challenge the blood race?
Then can we, these Emperor Realms, sleep in peace in the future? This was an Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse called Wei Liang, but he was from the extreme medicine sect. With regards to Zuochun taking Yi Yuan in as a disciple, he was very unhappy about it. The most important thing was that Xianxia, who was sentenced to death by Yi Yuan, was his grand disciple. Originally, he was prepared to deal with Yi Yuan, who knew that Zuochun actually interfered flagrantly. Helpless, he could only cease all activities. Now, he was even more annoyed by Yi Yuan's arrogant behavior. "Saint Sovereign 100 sons?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ming Yi explained, "In the blood race, each realm will have a ranking. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons is the strongest 100 people in the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heavens. Each of them is a peerless heavens chosen. Their bloodline power is extremely strong and they are virtually invincible at the same
rank. Compared to our alliance's top geniuses, they are a level stronger."
Of course, this kind of might was established on the foundation that they were able to revive.
This was also the blood race's greatest advantage.
In the same rank, even if the human had equal strength to a bloodkin. But one party was not afraid to die. He could even revive after you killed him. How to fight then? Of course, this also showed how strong the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons' strength was.
Yi Yuan became clear. Smiling at Wei Liang, he said, "Firstly, I'm not called brat. According to seniority, you should call me as your junior apprentice brother.
Secondly, whatever Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, merely clay chickens and pottery dogs.
I've really never been afraid of anyone in Saint
Sovereign Heaven."
Wei Liang's face turned black. Yi Yuan's words rebutted him until he choked.
A Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually calling him brother. Yet, he could not do anything about it.
Hoo-hoo, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Since that's the case, don't blame the seat for not warning you when you die, Wei Liang said with a cold laugh.
Several days later, above the sea, 5 figures descended from the sky in front of the blood race army. Yang Qing brandished a long spear in his hand, riding on Shao Qing, and was incredibly domineering. "Hoi! Blood race's trash, your grandpa Yang is here. Why haven't you come out to die? Your father, Yang Qing, is unmatched among Saint Sovereign Heavens. Who has the balls to dare come out and have a fight with your Grandpa Yang? Yang Qing shouted loudly. That feeling of invincibility was back.
The blood race army was silent as death. It was not due to fright. It was because they had never seen before such an impressive person.
To dare come to the blood race army and call them out, no one in the Heaven One Alliance had this courage.
Most importantly, there were only 5 people. Were these few guys crazy? Isn't your blood race the so-called strongest across the heavens?
Why are each and every one of you like scaredy cats? Come out if you guys have the capability and fight one-on-one with your Grandpa Yang.
Grandpa Yang will take on 10 of you by myself. No, 50.
A bunch of weaklings. Your grandaunt is already in front of your door. And you all don't even have one who dares to answer the challenge? Your blood race keeps calling yourselves powerful every day. In the end, an army of 5,002 true sovereign heavens were actually killed by the 5 of us until we passed through. Weak. TSK. Really too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Jingfei was also someone who desired to see the world plunged into chaos. This kind of provocative activity was all too appropriate for her. She was not tall, but she nodded her head and planted her hands on her waist, behaving like a senior when talking. Coupled with that disdainful expression, she completely had an appearance that aggravated people to death. The battle in the fog was the disgrace of the blood race. Many in the blood race army had experienced that battle. Being teased by Jingfei at this time, each and every one was unbelievably enraged. Coupled with Yang Qing's appearance that was asking for a beating, each and every one in the blood race army was filled with righteous indignation, taking the initiative to request to fight one after another. But, without any order from their superiors, they did not dare to fight arbitrarily too. In the blood race camp, indignation was long already overflowing. Great commander, let me go and fight. I'll go kill that boy and avenge the hatred. The one talking was Han Guang. Back then, he had his foundation severed by Yi Yuan with one sword. Until now, he had not fully recovered yet and only had the strength of lower Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Jingfei's words were like one slap after another slapping him in the face. Because that fight, it was the army that he was leading.
This battle was also his most disgraceful battle. Luo Chuan's expression was very ugly too, but he still shook his head and said, "They are just 5 people but dare to come outside of our barracks and call for battle. There must be a ruse. Moreover, you're not his match." Han Guang wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. In his current state, he was really not an opponent who could withstand a single sword from Yi Yuan.
The moment Yi Yuan's Dao sword was unleashed, he could most likely forget about surviving this time. But having people block the front door like this, it was really aggrieving.
Looking at his appearance, Luo Chuan said, "Just wait. Commander-in-Chief definitely has a decision regarding this matter." The Blood Race Army's Commander-in-Chief was similarly a half-step true sovereign heaven called Blood Spirit. But he was currently reporting the situation here to the Blood Race's highest commander, Li He.
The Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all guarding in the vicinity of the spatial passageway and did not dare to leave in the slightest.
The army was stationed in the outer periphery. This is the Heaven One Army strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. We can't fall for it. Send a few true sovereign heavens over and directly kill them. Remember, they can kill them. But take care not to be lured deep in by the enemy. Li He shook his head and said, "To them, guarding the passageway was the most crucial thing. In order to open up this spatial passageway, the blood race paid a huge price.
Once the passageway was lost, nobody could bear this consequence. The unusual behavior of Yi Yuan and the rest made Li He even more vigilant instead.
Several powerful auras emerged from the blood race camp. Yi Yuan and the others turned around and ran. The few of them grasped the distance just nicely. It was naturally impossible to deliver themselves to the hands of true sovereign heavens.
Oh my, you bunch of cowards, to actually use true sovereign heavens to bully Grandpa Yang.
After Grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll come and kill you all until you piss your pants." Yang Qing scolded with vulgarities as he ran. "Come back." Worried that the few great true sovereign heavens would fall into a trap, Blood Spirit called them back in time. The few true sovereign heavens could only return to the camp reluctantly. But they had just returned and Yi Yuan 5 people came back again. Blood Race's grandsons. Do you all only use Cultivation realm to bully people? Your father is invincible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. You guys can't even find a Saint Sovereign Heaven? A bunch of trash. Don't talk about whatever. The Blood Race is number 1. The Blood Race is invincible in front of your Grandpa Yang in the future. Your father will beat the shit out of you. Yang Qing shouted at the top of his voice, yelling non-stop. Whatever unpleasant words there were, he would throw them out, being despicable to the extreme. Then, once the Blood Race's true sovereign heavens came, they would immediately run away. The moment you left, they came back again. Inside the Blood Race army, it immediately exploded. Especially the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation, requesting to fight one after another. Great Commander, we seriously can't take it anymore. These few guys are bullying my Blood Race for having no one. Commander-in-Chief, let me go out and fight. Your father will definitely beat the shit out of him. See if he still dares to say anything about being invincible in the same rank. Yeah, Commander-in-Chief. Even if we aren't their match, it's also impossible for the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons to lose to them, right? Let us fight. Let us fight. In the Blood Race camp, those who had some strength were practically about to go berserk. Even if their strength was lacking, they also proposed to fight. The Blood Race had always held a crushing stance towards the Heaven One Alliance. Even in this Northern Front battle, they had also just experienced a big victory previously. Such a suffocating thing, they were really not used to it. After a few times, even Blood Spirit, this commander-in-chief, could not quite suppress it anymore. Ba Hao, Jin Cheng, the few of you Kiliarchs go and challenge them. But be careful. Although these guys have foul mouths, their strength is indeed very strong. It's rare for them to find a match in the same rank. Finally, Blood Spirit still relented. In reality, he also reached the limit of his patience. As the Blood Race's commander-in-chief, there was only him oppressing people and beating them up. When was it other people's turn to challenge at his doorstep? Especially Yang Qing, this loudmouth. He really made people have an impulse to tear him to pieces. This guy was different from Jingfei. This guy's cockiness was simply innate. Even if he did not talk, he also made people want to beat him up. Moreover, this guy's mouth was simply too wretched. Seeing Blood Spirit relent, Ba Hao and the rest of the Kiliarchs all revealed looks of wild elation. Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. Which of us aren't invincible in the same rank? Unless we run into the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. Otherwise, we're not afraid of anyone. These few punks are seeking death, Ba Hao said with great joy. The few Kiliarchs immediately rose into the air and faced Yang Qing 5 people from a distance. The moment Yang Qing saw the few people, he immediately got excited. He was loathsome, but he was also a madman. Hearing that the Blood Race had experts, he was excited to the extreme. TSK, the Blood Race finally has a few who have courage. Which of you are Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons? The rest scram further away. Your father will really beat the shit out of you guys, Yang Qing said cockily. The moment Ba Hao and the rest heard those words, they immediately wanted to tear Yang Qing to pieces. He snorted coldly and said, "You wench, you're not worthy of having the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons take action. The few of us is enough to deal with you." Yang Qing had a disdainful look as he said, "With just the likes of the few of you? Don't think that you guys are impressive because you can revive. Your Grandpa Yang is invincible in the same rank. I'll beat you until you can't revive." After he was done talking, Yang Qing's long spear shook and he charged straight toward Ba Hao.